भास्कर साहब तो आगे है ना. नमस्कार. I am Krishnan.
हाँ पंजाबी जी वेलकम.
Good morning, sir. Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning to all of you, sir. भास्कर जी आप कहाँ साबरकांठा में है ना?
हाँ जी, मैं गांधीनगर अभी मैं आई एम स्टेइंग इन गांधीनगर गुजरात.
Okay, okay. I did my MSc and PhD from Gujarat.
Yes, sir.
From
Fine, sir.
Rajkot. Yeah,
अच्छा, राजकोट सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी.
Ah,
अच्छा,
1976-83 batch. 1976-83.
1976-78. Okay, 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 sir.
76,
Fine, fine.
78 MSc and 78, 83
Okay,
PhD.
okay, okay. Fine, sir. Very good.
Now, I did
So
my PhD.
you shifted from Rajkot to where now? Where you are now?
Kerala. Directly I
Okay, sir.
joined. Yeah, after that, after PhD, I
Yes.
joined Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, Parod.
Very good. Fine.
Professor YD Singh was my guide.
अच्छा. YD Singh, sir. Yes.
Singh Sahab, now he retired from which?
Yes. Guide.
Yeah, guide.
Yes, sir. YD Singh, sir. Yes, I know him.
Yeah, he was the director of that Gujarat Desert Institute.
Guide. GID.
Guide. Yeah,
Guide.
right.
Yes. Very nice, sir.
Yes. भास्कर जी एक काम करेंगे, मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे, आप वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने का है.
ठीक है, कर दूंगा सर. कर दूंगा डेफिनेटली सर.
अच्छा.
सर
Sir ji, I will be back after 10 minutes, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Please introduce. Okay, then. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Pradeep. Dr. Pradeep, namaskar.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Namaskar. मिश्रा जी, shall we start?
हाँ, डॉक्टर सर ज्वाइन कर लें, इसके बाद
ज्वाइन कर लिया सर.
प्रदीप सर तो ज्वाइन किया है. प्रदीप तो ज्वाइन किया है.
वेलकम.
ओके.
यस सर, मुकदम साहब शुरू करें.
हाँ, शुरू करें.
जरूर शुरू करें.
यस सर.
ओके सर.
वेलकम सर. So today our first session, eminent speaker Dr. Pradeep Sarmokadam, Member Secretary, Goa State Biodiversity Board and HOD Nodal Agency of Wetland Authority, Goa. Chairperson Dr. P.N. Krishnan, former Director, Great Scientist, JNTVGRI, Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, and co-chairperson Dr. Bhaskar L. Punjani, Professor of Botany Department, SSM, Panchal Science College, Talod, Sabarkantha, Gujarat. I am requesting to Dr. P.N. Krishnan sir and Dr. Bhaskar L. Punjani sir, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Pradeep Sarmokadam sir. Krishnan sir.
Thank you, sir. And welcome to the third day of this national webinar on protected areas. And today we are starting with a talk on wetland notification and management for conservation, participatory and inclusive process at state level. And the eminent speaker today is Dr. Pradeep Sarmogadam, and he is the member secretary for Gujarat State Biotechnology Board. In addition, he is Goa State HOD HOD of the nodal agency of Goa State Wetland Authority, as well as nodal officer for state level steering committee for climate change, NAFSCC, and member of Goa State Environment Protection Council, and members State Technical Advisory on Wasteland Management for Goa. And though he has got 16 years of experience at different levels, presently he joined on 2015 December as a member secretary of Goa State Biodiversity Board, and he has as an eminent top of the level of the biodiversity board. He has got an experience of 7 or 8 years. And overall, he is the overall in charge of the day-to-day functioning of Gujarat State Biodiversity Board and Gujarat State Wetland Authority, because that is a wetland area is a very critical area for conservation of wetland plants as well as animals related to that area. And he is graduate in chemistry, MSc in ecology and environment, and other degrees, population studies, PhD in interdisciplinary earth science, certified lead author, and experience. He has got 16 years of experience in the industry, including mega hazardous units, port, and turnkey environmental consultancy sector prior working with the government of Goa State. Now I request Dr. Pradeep Sarmogadam to present and a lead talk on wetland notification and management for conservation, participatory and inclusive process at state level. And now handing over to Dr. Pradeep.
Thank you, Krishnan sir. It is indeed a privilege to be part of this August webinar and conference, wherein I would be very happy to present the experiences that we have gathered over a period of many years since the inception of this wetland authority. Fortunately, I am associated with the Goa State Wetland Authority since the day one. In fact, it was constituted with our own initiatives. I'm heading the authority, and I think whatever I'll be talking to you is the practical experience and whatever small success we have achieved over a period of time. And to begin with, I would thank Skand Kumar Mishra sir, Dr. Skand Kumar Mishra sir, and all the panelists on this panel. And I would put off my video, and I would like to start with my narration and with sharing the presentation. So with that brief, I will start my presentation. I do not know how much time do I have, sir?
45 to 50 minutes.
Oh, that's
10 minutes.
big. I will try to confine much within that. We'll keep some time for interaction also after that. So let me start the session. Basically, the wetlands notification is not that simple process as it looks, because wetland notification involves many steps. And when you notify a wetland under Wetland Rules 2017 for the state, it's not a small journey, and you will agree with me when I tell you a lot of experiences that we have had in our state. And also similar things are happening in the other states, wherein courts have to come in to protect the wetlands, and many things are happening. So we will start with the definition of wetlands. I'm sure you must have all seen the definition from other presenters, but what I'm going to discuss with you regarding the wetland presentation with wetland definition will be definitely different, because we have debated on this wetland definition for over months, periods, years, and we have taken it on all forums to request that it should be very precise. But to begin with, if you see the logo of our wetland authority, our our motto is Parirakshane Ardra Bhume Sada Karyarata Vayam. That means, hey wetland, we are addressing to the wetland that we will always strive to ensure the preservation, conservation, and the protection of wetland. So now wetland notification and management, for what? For conservation. And how is the conservation we are looking at? Is actually participatory and inclusive. The problem is, if we think that particular department or particular agency will protect it, let me tell you, it is never going to happen. So the only way to conserve this and preserve this is by participatory approach, by involving people. Of course, wherever there are requirements of regulations and things like that, we need to involve different departments, institutions. But if the process is not inclusive or participatory, it is very difficult to conserve it at state level. So the first thing we have to understand is, there are many reasons why we want to conserve wetland. There are many reasons why we want to conserve wetland, but we should first remember that wetlands are the last source of the fresh water of this earth. If you look at the wetlands, they can be marine and fresh also, but fresh wetlands really have a great role to play, especially when we know that more than 0.1%, in fact small fraction less than 0.007% is safe for drinking. Rest all you might find water. It is like water everywhere, but no drop to drink. So in such a situation, you have to understand that the presence of water in the wetlands is the main cause why we have to conserve the wetlands. Now let's go to the next slides. Mm, yeah. First thing is, what are wetlands? Now, this definition you must have read right from 2010 rules to 2017 rules. And we have to understand that it is not just marsh, fen, peatland, or water. These are the different terms which are used, which I will show you the figures. But it could be temporary or permanent, it could be artificial or it could be natural, it could be man made, it could be static or flowing. That means everything is a wetland. Then what is not a wetland? Very importantly, for all coastal areas, we have to understand that whenever you talk about the coastal wetlands or marine wetlands, the criteria has been kept that the depth should not be more than 6 meters. It should not exceed 6 meters. And for the purpose of regulation or enforcement of these rules, they have ensured that the rivers, paddy fields, and human-made tanks, again they have said water bodies. This is little confusing, but this is the only part which has created a lot of confusion and litigations also, that those which are human-made water bodies are not wetlands, they say, specifically made for drinking purpose and irrigation purpose or aquaculture or salt recreation. But you see that on top they have said artificial wetlands or natural, both are wetlands to be notified. Now this is something that is contradicting, but if we see the guidelines of wetland, they have tried to clarify that the tank which is made for irrigation or drinking is not a wetland. So this definition is the basis on which lot of debates happen. Whenever we want to notify any wetland, we find lot of opposition also, and wherever we have notified, we have tried to convince people, because if the wetland use may change. See, today you may be using for the drinking water or for aquaculture or salt production. Tomorrow you may be using it as an agricultural land. But does it mean that we should not conserve it under these rules? Because the threat under for the wetlands also we are going to discuss. So let's go to the next slide after this. This is a definition derived from wetland rules 2017. Before this we had 2010 rules, and now we are in 2017 rules. Now, if you see ecologically, or if you look at the UNESCO definition of wetlands, even rivers, even the shallow rivers, even the river channels, even the agricultural lands are wetlands. So ecologically, if you look at the definition, it is a soil saturated with water. To be simple, to be very very simple, let us call any land that is saturated with water is a wetland. And if we look at whether it is fresh or brackish, now there are many definitions which talk about cyclically, intermittently, or permanently inundated by water or saturated by water. Now they talk about lakes, lagoons, estuaries, rivers, floodplains, swamps, marshes. We will see some of them. Now this is a marsh. Then we have a fen also, which is like in agricultural fallow land. If it is left for a long time, it resembles fen. Then peatland. This is mostly where the wood is decomposed and it is left for a long time. Then we have mangroves.
Some problem. Which
Photographs, even the Myristica swamps which are there. Goa is fortunate to have some Myristica swamps. They are here. There are many other swamps where people are known to sink, and they are dangerous locations also. Then we look at the backwaters, which are part of the rivers which do not have current, but they are like almost stagnant backwaters. They are very shallow, highly productive ecosystems. They are also wetlands. Of course, lakes, estuaries. Now, estuaries is a very interesting concept. They are the tidal mouths of large river where the tide meets the stream. But also, if you see the salinity gradient, when the saline waters meet the fresh water, the exact location where the transition of the salinity happens is something that we have to look at. And then we have the lagoon, which is separated from the rest of the body. Then we have the creek. Then we have wetlands under which we look at the mangroves. This is one of the most productive mangroves and coral reefs. They are one of the most productive ecosystems if you look at them. Now, why should we care or why should we protect wetlands? As I said, water is the main reason. But now there are many more reasons which I will be discussing with you. Main is, of course, ecological aspect that it is a great quarantine. Then we look at it from the point of view of food security, whether it is fish, um, whether it is fish, um, whether it is rice, paddy. See, agriculture is one of the service of the wetland. Then so many services that wetland has, ecological and economical. We are going to look at them, but very importantly, it also purifies the harmful waste. You see, wetlands are receiving bodies, they are cushioning bodies, they are like sponges of the earth, they are like the lungs. And especially when we are seeing the times, we are witnessing the times when the pollution is, marching on all the ecosystems. Wetlands are those resilient ecosystems which are able to assimilate a lot of pollution. And I think that is one problem, that we look at wetlands as solution, but do we look at the carrying capacity, or are we just dumping our waste into the wetlands because it is assimilating, it is clearing, it is purifying? Something like eastern Calcutta wetlands, if you have to see, the entire city waste is treated. Why only that? If you see any urban sprawl in any part of the country or the world, you see that whenever the wastewater is left out, you find lot of plants coming up. It resembles a wetland, and on the other side of the wetland, it's a clean water. That means wetlands are actually like wastewater treatment plants. They are functioning nature-based solution they are providing. When you look at coastal wetlands, they even provide salt pans. They even provide mangroves, which are the nursery grounds. We have paddy, of course. And now here is something. What should be the area of the wetland? There were discussions in our state where we were said that, okay, make a critical definition that 5 hectare and above should be notified. Then I said, how is it possible in a small state like Goa, where even 100 square meter wetland, which is in the middle of the urban area, may be helping so many birds. Can we not think it is important? So wetlands are ecosystems. What is most important to understand, while there may be many water bodies, if the water body resembles an ecosystem, now you know what is ecosystem. It should have animals, it should have the flora, fauna, it should have the interactions. In that case, you can look at them as ecosystem, and then in such case, there have to be notification. There are, I think, somebody has kept the mic on, please. Now, according to the Ramsar Convention, all lakes, rivers, even having underground aquifers, swamps, marshes, everything is a wetland. But when it comes to our country, we know that if we start regulating everything, it will create a havoc. In fact, we might face a problem that if we notify agricultural lands as a wetland, looking at the administrative setup and the culture of babus that we have in our country, people may tell that farmer has to take the permission of wetland authority to sow the seeds. And that's why the agricultural lands have been taken out from there. Salt pans have been taken out, and all the economic activities should not be hampered while the pre-existing rights should be allowed. This is most important. Please listen to this. When you are notifying a wetland, all the pre-existing rights and privileges have to be protected for the general public, that they do not have to suffer because a wetland has been notified. Rather, a notification of wetland should should be like a blessing for them. So, looking at the climate, topography, hydrology, and lot of factors, globally, wetlands have been proven to be extremely important from climate change perspective, biodiversity security perspective, and many more perspectives. Now, look at the uh, state of Goa, how we are doing it. In fact, I am proud to say that we are one of the most organized when it comes to notification process, identification process, and we have engaged CSR and IO for this. So before I go to the process, let me just mention, I'm not going into the details, just mention about the wetland ecological services and economic services that we derive from wetland. Now, looking at the ecological services, first is biodiversity maintenance, of course. Then there is flora, fauna, which we know. Then food web, yes. Whether it is a migratory bird which travels from 1,000 kilometers to arrive at a particular wetland, or whether it is uh, prey predator relationship wherein the pest control is ensured by these birds, and many services as a part of food web. We need our food web to be healthy, and in that regard we also need that wetlands to be healthy. If the if the ecological character of the wetland changes, the most important two words we can remember in wetland notification process or from wetland rules is the wise use of wetlands, one, and second is ecological character of the wetland. To ensure the ecological character of the wetland, we cannot have a common rule. We have to look at wetlands from ecological perspective, and 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 that's the only way. Then it is a genetic reservoir. I would like to, and you must be knowing that so many plants which are regarded as weeds, or so many aquatic plants, new species have been reported from wetlands. That proves that it is a genetic reservoir. We also have crocodiles, we have mugger, we have crocodilus palustris in Goa, which has adapted from marine or brackish water to fresh water. So such species are also there in the wetlands. Looking at carbon sequestration, of course, we know that more than 50% carbon is sink is from the phytoplanktons, and wetlands are also having them. We know it is a water storage, water recycle. Most important is nutrient recycling. Now, nutrient recycling, when you look at the soil quality, we are talking about the Save Soil campaign. And in these times, wetlands are most important because they can give you most fertile uh, desilted soil. Whenever you do the cleaning of the wetlands, it traps the sediments. It ensures that we do not lose the soil. The wetlands are floodplain zones. They protect the land masses and the populations from the flood, and also protects the shorelines against erosion. They have a great toxic retention capabilities. Now, this is something we have to understand, that whenever toxic waste is let out, uh, wetlands are the bodies which not only dilute, but they retain, and they do give the service of retention. Now they play a major role in, of course, as I said, during the storms or during any high speed winds. They are also like mangroves, which are again wetlands. They protect the land masses. They provide food. They provide diverse habitats. And if you look at the life cycles of many species, I think wetlands are one of the most important areas. And also looking at the economic or socio-economic services, salt pan. We know a scientist who has isolated more than 21 bacterial species from the uh, or microbial species from the salt pans. And we have to understand that our salt is not just a seasoning item, it's also a medicinal thing. And it has a lot of dynamic entities. uh, we have to look at the water quality from toxic containment, source of water, plant products, whether it is shingada in Maharashtra or whether it is lotus, or whether it is water lilies, whether it is for fishing, cattle grazing, wallowing, flood control, recreational tourism, and so much tourism, especially around the birding, is on the wetlands. And of course biomass and non-timber. I'm showing 2 3 photographs where water reservoir becomes a tourism spot. Of course, lakes, we all know it is a tourism spot. Now, let us see what are the threats. Just a second. So, yes, threats to wetland ecosystem. There are two types of threats which we are looking at: biotic and abiotic. Biotic are basically because of weed infestation, eutrophication, because these are some water hyacinths which we are looking at, which are growing in these waters. You change the one nutrient of the wetland and you will find that some species take over the other. And this is a problem when we see about biotic aspects. When wood and wood products, they provide a lot of lignin, they may be invasive species coming in. Then we talk about habitat destruction due to overfishing, or due to changes in the weeds. Also, we have seen some more birds coming, some birds not coming. Now if there are problem is, if there are constructions around these wetlands, if the sewage is let alone, which has abiotic problems here. Mainly it is a human related anthropogenetic causes. uh, Most important problem is dumping of garbage and dumping of wastewater. These are the two main problems our country is facing. I have had an opportunity to visit some of the most pristine wetlands in our state as well as in some other states. You you will not find a place where there is no plastic bottle or disposal of waste. And most important point is uncontrolled dredging. We find so many amphibians machine coming nowadays. Previously, how they used to do desilting or dredging, it was by taking cattles tied with some bamboo things, and it was desilted or dredged. Today we find, and it was done regularly. Now, since you do not attend these wetlands for decades together, suddenly you find they have become, you know, you need a mechanical dredging. And in that process we lose lot of uh, important species. We change the habitats character, and then hydrological properties of the wetlands are altered. There are many threats which you all know. I don't have to discuss them separately. Now, how is the process? how is the process of notification? It is not just simple that we go and notify them. The process starts with identification of wetlands. Now there are some atlases created by um, uh, Space Application Center Ahmedabad and other institutions. Like in 2011 there was an atlas where they showed that there are 550 wetlands in Goa. Likewise, bigger states have 30,000, 20,000, 10,000 wetlands in Goa, and out of them how many to notify? So when we did the first exercise of segregation, we found that during the segregation we removed all the mining pits which are not wetlands, we removed all the tanks which are not wetlands, even the swimming pools and overhead tanks were shown, but they are not the wetlands, so they were removed. And then what we have to do is actually ecological wetlands we have to identify, do the ground truthing. You see this, after you identify from that on desktop exercise, then you have to go for a ground truthing, actually find which are the ecosystems which receive a lot of birds which are important from the irrigational point, whichever thing. Ground truthing is important. Then preparation of a brief document as per the format, plus you have to include more aspects, a lot of biodiversity assessment has to be done. Then you have to have consultation. Dear friends, please remember that consultation is the most important point or step in wetland notification. So what we have done in Goa is we have biodiversity management committees in every village. I am fortunately also a member secretary of biodiversity board. So we consult them for from the point of view of wetland, to understand the pre-existing rights and privileges which have to be written. If you do not document them well, then you will find that certain people will start opposing. One of such case we had was one crematorium was there around the wetland. So we it missed out when we did a brief documentation, and when we did a brief draft notification. The next is you have to present this brief document to the technical committee. After technical committee approves it, you have to place it before the wetland authority. After wetland authority approves it, it has to be sent for draft notification, wherein 60 days is kept for the general public to actually give their grievances if they have any. Sometimes it is left out during grievances also if you are not able to outreach people. So most important is reaching out to as many as people. We went through churches, temples, the public places, schools. We put it in the newspaper to ensure that maximum people know about the process of draft notification, and that 60 days are there. Please come and tell us if you have any grievances. And like this, we have solved many grievances in the cases wherever we have notified the wetlands. Wherever we are not able to notify, we are still negotiating. And after that, after you resolve the grievances, again you have to place it before the authority second time, and then send it to government for notify. Government has to notify within 240 days after wetland authority has approved it. Coming to wetland conservation and management, its ecological, social, economical reasons. After you notify, you have to involve the local people and take up a conservation program and make a local committee comprising, we are going to make a lake management committee so that the actual management things happen. Now see, these are some of the photographs how we conduct the grievance committee meetings, where we hear the people, and these are some of the wetlands which we have notified. Most important is if you have a wetlands on height, please try to notify them. These are some of the wetlands which I am showing you. Dasi Lake, you see right side, this lake is filled with lot of water lilies, but it's also having a stress of eutrophication, which we are clearing day by day. Now you look at this beautiful Sarzora Lake on the left, which has been existing since almost 60% of the area has a natural basin, and 40% you see the embankment which is done in a local material. It's a beautiful wetland which we have notified. Now right side Nanda Lake has been notified as the first Ramsar category wetland for the state of Goa. I am very happy to say just 15-20 days back it has been notified, and we are very lucky that this is one of the wetland which otherwise is not filled with water, but after monsoon they store water in this, and post monsoon downstream agriculture is taking place due to this wetland. It's a beautiful shallow wetland. These are some of the other wetlands. Now my last 2-3 slides. One is participatory management. why it is important and what is it and how we are doing it in Goa. We conduct a social survey. We have done people's biodiversity registers in all the villages, and when we do this in the areas of wetlands, we ensure that biodiversity management committee also derives a conservation focus during PBR validation. We are the only state which has three stage validation of people's biodiversity registers. First, it has BMC level. Second is at Gram Sabha. So Gram Sabha is also involved. When you have a transparent process, let me tell you, my friends, there will be no controversy. And third is at a state level that we, you know, derive this focus, and many experts, departments. It's a cross-cutting area. Then we have also notified wetland mitras. We have given cards to wetland mitra. We involve them and conduct another social survey to find out who are the people who are traditional occupants of the area and who could be involved in management of these wetlands, like fishermen communities, like agrarian communities, those tribes which depend on this. Their livelihood not should be taken, and most importantly, revival of traditional systems can be achieved if you do the participatory process. Then how should be inclusive management? Management should not be done by departments, it should be done with people. Of course, department should fund, we should facilitate, we should handhold, we should give technical guidance, but providing livelihood opportunities. Our now slogan of Goa state is achieving conservation through livelihood. We have also has a state brand we have developed, and we are creating model for problem solving rather than, just notifying on paper. We want to achieve socio-ecological sustainable management of these wetlands, encouraging and incentivizing involvement process and convergence of government schemes. If required, we can take more schemes. One such scheme I will tell and I will stop. Look at this Shram Shakti se Jal Samruddhi. Today, what is happening? We have become a contractor-driven culture. For every work, let us have a contractor, and that Shram Shakti importance has gone away. So in Goa, it is more. So we have taken an initiative where we tell that put your hands in the wetland. खुद खुद के अपने हाथ से कीचड़ निकालेंगे, चलिए. We will go to wetlands, and many biodiversity committees have taken this initiative. We are converging with the rural development department through Manrega, and only wherever there is a small fund required we give this. Water resource department is involved, and then such actions we take wherever desilting is required, weed infestation is there, and we clean the wetlands. Now what is the way ahead is we have to look at wetlands as solution and not the problem. Making it mass movement is very important. We have to set example. एक wetland को इतना सुंदर कर दो with ecological inputs that everybody will come and say, please notify my wetland. Convincing decision makers is the biggest challenge which we have to take, because everybody is looking at lake view apartments, everybody is looking at reclaiming wetlands because they are money. And coexistence with wetland is something that we have to convince them, exploring, explaining, ensuring that exemplary wetland conservation happens for sustenance of economy and ecology. Thank you, friends. I think that's what I had to say in brief. I hope I was clear, loud, and uh,
Yeah.
I was able to send my message through and through. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. And you are before time because your
Yes.
concerns were, and that was very interesting topic and also very interesting talk also. And the platform is for discussions. If anybody is having any questions, you can
Please, if
clarify.
anybody has any questions.
Yeah, you can clarify from Dr. Pradeep.
I think uh, my question is my photo is not there. Yes. Is am I audible?
You are
Very
audible.
much edible.
Very
Uh,
much audible.
You are audible.
any data of loss of wetland in Goa? That is important also.
Yes.
This is a very good point because there has been massive destruction of wetlands for construction. So this is my point. Any data for loss of wetlands in Goa?
Yes, sir. I will inform you. There is no data as such from scientific perspective, but when we did LIS for image assessment through CSIR and IO involvement, whom we have entrusted this job, we found that due to mining, there are locations which were previously known as
Yes.
Talyakade or were Zharikade or they were known as Dabdabo, means the waterfall area or the wetland area. Those areas have been changed totally. So, frankly speaking, since the entire exercise started somewhere in 2018 or 19, and we have been doing it for last 2 3 years, the loss of wetland which is in urban area is known, but there has been no study as such, and I think it's an excellent point you have made, sir. We are trying to preserve what remains, and we really have a lot of wetlands which are still intact in Goa at least, and we are going to preserve them. But this could be a very interesting angle to look at what we have lost due to economic activities, urbanization, and mining especially. And yes, if that is the case, we have lost something. But let me tell you one point: we have almost 64% of the forest which is under either private forest or wildlife sanctuaries, and we have that way a largest forest area in our state, due to which lot of water bodies have been already conserved, and there is a now conflict between the decision makers. The politicians ask us, "If you are going to notify wetlands, where is the place to live?" Because they say already something has been taken under CRZ, something has been taken under forest, and now you are coming as a wetland authority. So they look at us, very invasive species in conservation. So they look at us that, अरे भाई और एक authority कर दिया तुमने, पहले ही कम था क्या? So why are you coming to conserve now? What is small water bodies? Then we have to convince, and it is not easy. But let me tell you, if our intentions are right, we are able to convince them. Thank you.
I will put one suggestion. Uh,
Yes, sir.
am I allowed? Because
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes.
for plants in herbarium, people used to come that from that area which is now a colony or a tower is there. So what are the plants 50 years ago or some years ago? Like this, you can have a survey that the area populated now you are some considering there. Was there any wetland or like that? This was my suggestion.
Yes, sir. A very good suggestion. We will take it. Definitely, we will do it.
Sir, do you made some database on the plants available in these wetlands?
Yes.
Yes.
Not only plants, we have made an inventory of we do continuous biodiversity survey. And somebody was asking about PBR. Yes, we have completed all the PBRs in Goa. And let me tell you, if anyone of you is interested, really interested in looking at them, we'll be very happy to take you through the process, because we have very intensive PBRs, almost 500-600 PBRs in a village. And because they are validated at 3 levels, and we give them technical support groups which comprises of many institutions, individuals, they are working with BMCs. So yes, we have done lot of flora and fauna documentation as the previous process, and now we are in fact continuing it through PBR, because we want to look at the changes what is happening, and after what interventions we should take. So yes, we are doing the documentation. PBRs are almost completed, but we are not satisfied. We don't call it as validated. We look at it from the point of view as continuous process. So we call it phase one validation. So phase two validation is something. What did you find more? Did you lose something? So that is a continuous process. And of course, somebody said do a workshop for PBR. Yes, we are doing. We have MOU with the director of higher education, and we have MOU with Goa board. So the school teachers we are trying to involve in PBR, and children's also we are trying to involve in PBR, so that there are no multiple PBRs we are not doing. Village one PBR only, but where students can give inputs, housewives can give inputs with lot of traditional recipes, and then you will find that lot of things which are connected to wetlands songs are there, that also we are documenting. So it's a very interesting area of PBR making, whereas wetland is one, but we are conserving many ecosystems and traditional knowledge through PBR. So I think PBR is something that we should take as the basis, and that could be great. Yes, somebody wants my email, I'm sharing it.
Yeah. So if any more questions, more discussion? If it is not there, I will conclude after that our my vice chairman, Dr. Bhaskar, will give vote of thanks.
Yes,
Sir, this was an interesting talk because as you have covered in a short time, you have covered all the aspects related to the wetlands. Because I was doing some work in the wetlands also when I was at the Malabar Botanic Garden at Calicut, because they are specialized in water plants. Their conservatory is on water plants. Now you started with the classification of wetlands. This talk has started the classification of wetlands, and then came to the ecological significance, then environmental significance, and finally he asked why we should conserve these wetlands. That also came to that one, which is containing a biodiversity hotspots as well as it's a high productivity area. Now, after that, he doctor came to the threats of the wetlands which we are facing nowadays with the biotic as well as abiotic changes, how it changed the biodiversity of the wetlands ecosystems. And finally, he came to the ways and means of the notification processes, which is there to declare these wetlands as a conservatory and declare these wetlands areas. And that he came to the details of societal importance in the societal as well as social impacts as well as economic dimensions or when we notify these wetland ecosystems into a conservation cause. There also and in his discussion also he told the students who are the coming generation of our bureaucratic as well as political setup. We have to indulge or inculcate them why we should conserve these ecosystems, these wetland ecosystems, not only these wetlands, but also other biodiversity in both animal and plants, and how they can be sustainably utilized for the human health and welfare. And now I request Dr. Professor Bhaskar Pujari to give vote of thanks to Dr. Pradeep. Bhaskar.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Pradeep Sarmokadam, sir. Sir, you have a lot of experience in this wetland area. So you are right person to explain all these things. And in a very simple and very easy way, you explain the definition of this saturated land which is saturated with the water or flooded with the water. So you explained very nicely. And you have given this example also that which are the wetlands. So this our students they get this knowledge about the wetlands and aquatic areas, and you have also explained this ecological and economical services of the wetlands, ecological characters, what are the significance of this wetlands also, and what are the threats in detail. So it was really very nice to listen your presentation with good example and photographs. So thank you very much, sir, and you spare your valuable time for this information on wetlands management and notification. So I am personally and on behalf of Skand Misra, sir, I am highly thankful to you for sparing your valuable time, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Sarmokadam, sir, for given talk in this webinar. And chairperson, Dr. P.N. Krishnan, sir, and Dr. Bhaskar Punjani, sir, beside the session. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
विशाली
Next.
विशाली
Yes, sir.
अरे फोटो नहीं आ रहा, क्या ब्लॉक कर दिया है क्या?
फोटो नहीं हमने ब्लॉक नहीं किया, सर.
और लगता है कुछ मैंने गड़बड़ कर दिया सुबह से, लगता है कोई बात नहीं है बच्चे।
हम क्यों आपको गड़बड़ करेंगे, आप तो हमारे बहुत
नहीं हैंडलिंग नहीं आती है ना, कुछ लगता है वो हो गया गड़बड़।
मंजरी मैडम ज्वाइन कर ली है, मंजरी मैडम, डॉक्टर मंजरी भाले राव।
लगता है कुछ दब गया क्या?
पीएम केशवा साहब वेलकम।
मॉर्निंग।
नमस्कार, कैसे हो सर?
अरे रे नमस्कार नमस्कार जनाब, नमस्कार। कैसे हो भैया?
मिश्रा जी नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग।
मंजरी मैडम ज्वाइन कर ले, मैंने अभी लगाया है फोन उनको।
बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं भाई, बहुत फास्ट कर रहे हैं आप। इतना जल्दी एक के पीछे एक ये रख रहे हैं कॉन्फ्रेंसेस
जी।
हमारे जैसा बूढ़े लोगों को तकलीफ हो जाता है सब्जेक्ट में प्रिपेयर होने के लिए।
आप लोगों का कोऑपरेशन बढ़िया मिल रहा है, आप लोगों को थोड़ा जगाना रहता है ना सर।
Mishra ji is always very active to organize such seminars.
Very active.
We are kept, we aged scholars are kept alive.
जो नॉलेज जो है आप लोगों के पास है उसको निकालना है, स्टूडेंट्स को बांटना है।
एग्जैक्ट, आप सही कह रहे हैं मिश्रा जी।
सबसे बढ़िया आप हमें एक मौका मिलते हैं, हमारा दोस्त इधर उधर बिखरे हुए हैं ना हमारे दोस्त लोग,
जी जी,
उनको देखने के लिए लाइक हमारे बात
क्योंकि वो अब उनको लड़के बाहर भी नहीं निकलने देते हैं, इसलिए जो है ये इससे जुड़ना ठीक है। नहीं तो पापा कैसे जाएंगे, फिर ये होगा फिर वो होगा, बीपी बढ़ जाएगा।
आजकल वॉकिंग के लिए जा रहे हैं या चाय पी के पकौड़ा खाने के लिए जा रहे हैं, उसके लिए भी यही डिश छोड़ते हैं।
डॉक्टर मंजरी मैडम प्लीज।
Manjari.
After 40 years, you are making me to visit Ellora once again.
Yes, sir.
After 40 years, you are making me to visit Ellora once again.
Oh.
Okay.
Manjari is not there.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
not getting any voice from anyone.
Yes, madam.
Okay, I have a question. My name is Deepak and I have a question.
Yeah.
Which national park or wildlife sanctuary is considered as the first sanctuary of India? Is it Vedanthangal or something else?
You're into different section.
लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है अभी मैडम के यहाँ।
The first sanctuary of India. Which place can be called the first modern sanctuary of India?
She has come.
आवाज आ रही है हाँ आ गई वेलकम मैडम डॉक्टर मंजूरी भालेराव मैडम वेलकम
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
so our session is eminent speaker Dr. Manjari Bhalerao associate professor of Indology Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith Pune chairperson Sri T.M. Keshwa, Superintendent Archaeologist, retired, Bangalore, Karnataka, and co-chairperson Dr. Anurag Shukla, former president and founder member of Dharohar Guide Association, Khajuraho, MP. Oh, welcome all of you, and I am requesting to Dr. T.M. Keshwa, Sri T.M. Keshwa Sahab, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Manjari Bhalerao.
Good morning to everyone. It is Keshav, and it gives me an immense pleasure to introduce a scholar, Dr. Manjari Bhalerao. She is currently working as an associate professor of Indology in Sri Bal Mukund Lohia Center of Sanskrit and Indological Studies, Tilak, Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune. Her biodata that has been provided itself is exhilarating. She is worked in almost all fields, especially, and her field of expertise and knowledge is of research or of Buddhism, ancient Indian art and architecture, archaeology, her epigraphy, numismatics, and all the fields of archaeology. She has expert at it, and she has been a recipient of university grants commissions, junior, senior research fellowships, and she is a recipient of small study and research grant of Nehru Trust of Indian Collections at the Victoria and Albert Museum, London, to work in India. She is she is master of all. Lest we, before waste much of our time, she is introducing me once again to Ellora Caves after 40 years. I am immensely happy. I started my career at my parent circle is Aurangabad Circle of Archaeological Survey of India. I worked as an expert or as an expert as a person who could conduct the dignitaries to Ajanta and Ellora caves. And I, in the first instance, I felt myself like an ant in front of an elephant when I went to Ellora caves. Still, I remain the same ant, and the Ellora caves remain the elephant. So that is the grandeur of these monuments. And over to Manjari Bhalerao.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll start presenting my PowerPoint. Just let me know whether you can see it.
Soumya, Vidi Vasalpur.
Can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I have made it full screen. Can you see the full screen slide also?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's visual.
Okay, thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this presentation on a much known site, that is the caves at Ellora, which is actually every Indian's dream to visit at least once in his or her lifetime, because this is such a famous site that everybody has been hearing about this and Ajanta along with this right from the childhood. But then still the organizers have requested me to give my presentation on the Ellora caves. So I would like to give some more aspects of the caves than that are known to us from our childhood. I also would like to beg your pardon for my voice because and my coughing because I have not been well for some days and the cough has prolonged like anything. And this has been a situation in our city in every household. So please bear with me. Anyways, so I know that we don't have much time with us. So to begin with, we'll see the caves at Ellora. All of us know that the Ellora caves, along with Ajanta, are the World Heritage sites in in Maharashtra. Other than the other ones that we have, like Elephanta and others. Can I request the participants to put their mics on mute mode so that there won't be any disturbance? Please, all the participants, keep your mics on mute mode. Thank you. So the Ellora caves were declared as the World Heritage Site in around in 80s, 1980s, and here we see a general map of the Ellora caves. I thank the Wikipedia for providing this map, where you can see that the caves are numbered from here, like cave number 1 to cave number 30, Chota Kailas, and then there is this, these are the Jain caves, Jagannath, Sabayana, and even beyond this, in another hill, which is also connected, but there is a separate access to go there. There is the Parshvanath cave, which again is a Jain cave. So these caves are spread in the hills of Ellora. The site is known as Elapura, right from the beginning and in the ancient times. Here we see that there is a river Aila like going like this and then there are many numerous waterfalls, but one of the waterfalls which is here near cave number 29 is the source for the river which flows through the village over there. So, to begin with, we all of us know that the caves at Ellora are actually numbered with their position, but it is not the case that they were excavated in that same chronology or in that same numbering, with what the numbers tell us. So, initially, what we see is that even though the numbers are like 15, 20, 16, 17, 18, there is a possibility that the cave number 21 was created earlier and then cave number 16 was created or something like that. But generally speaking, there are Buddhist, Hindu and Jain caves. Hindu is a term which I am using only for the sake of understanding, which is not correct. I know it's Brahminical is the word which should be used over here. So the Buddhist caves were created initially. Then we see the creation of the Brahminical or Hindu caves, and then the Jain caves were created. This is the general chronology of the site. But then in the case of the Hindu caves, we see there are different caves which were created in different time slots, but we'll see them when we go there. So initially talking about the caves, we find that the representation of all the three religions can be seen over here in the form of the caves, which for which especially in the case of Buddhist caves, we hardly know who were the patrons of these caves. There are very few inscriptions. These few inscriptions are sometimes in the form of the shlokas or the verses, religious verses, or some visitors who came here later on. But there are no donative inscriptions as such in the case of the Buddhist caves at Ellora. So here we see the condition. Some caves are in a very bad shape, and here is a huge waterfall, because of which also some caves were damaged over the period of time. And now the ASI has taken very good care of whatever has been remaining, and we see that these structures are conserved like anything. So this is a waterfall which has been damaging the caves, and now the waterfall which is extended a little bit. Earlier it used to be like here, but then this is how the caves are numbered, and will directly go to cave number 2. The cave number 1 is a featureless cave. It's a huge hall as such, but cave number 2 has got some sculptures. The Buddhist caves at Ellora were created from in around 6th 7th century AD. All the caves at Ellora were created between the time frame of 7th century 6th 7th centuries AD to around 10th 11th centuries AD. So over the period of around 400-500 of years, all the caves were created at this place. Not all of them were created at one time, but then these caves, especially the Buddhist caves, were created in around 6th 7th centuries AD. That this conclusion has been made on the basis of the iconography and the religious life that the Buddhists have had in this at this location, and the paleography of the inscriptions that we see over here. So these caves at Ellora are basically vihara cum temples. They are monasteries which have the images of the deities. In the sanctum, of course, we see Gautam Buddha, but elsewhere we see various Buddhist deities, the Mahayana Buddhist deities, uh, which have been created by the Buddhist religious scholars over the period of time after around 4th, 5th centuries AD. So we see their depiction over here, and in some caves we also find that there are some tantric elements, some tantric deities also created over there. But this is a unique cave, that is cave number 5 over here, which doesn't have any inscription as such, but the plan is very peculiar, where we find that there are long two uh, benches which were carved in this particular hall. This is the sanctum, and beyond these pillars we see some rooms. There is a similar cave, exactly similar cave, which is there at Kanheri in Mumbai. So the cave at Kanheri, that is cave number 11 at Kanheri, has got an inscription, and that inscription tells us that the donation was given for the creation of the library and for the reproduction of the manuscripts of the religious texts of the Buddhists. And that gives us a clue to understand the function of this particular cave, and especially these two benches which are here. Many people initially had thought that they were dining tables and people would sit down and have their meal or so, but no, this is probably a study or a library sort of a thing, wherein we see, or we can imagine the monks sitting on the ground and then keeping their manuscripts on these benches and copying them. As we know that the copying of the manuscripts was a meritorious activity which was promoted like anything in Buddhism, for two reasons basically. Because the manuscripts had their own life and they had to be rewritten or copied again and again over the period of time. But then who would do that activity? So this merit earning condition, or many merit earning facility was added to it, was connected to it. And then it was suggested that when you copy a manuscript, you would get a lot of merit. And then in that case, we find that many manuscripts were copied over the period of time, and then they were kept in the shelves. And we, in the current monasteries in India as well as in elsewhere, we find that there is a huge collection of these manuscripts in their cupboards or the stock. So this is a facility which was created for the copying of the manuscripts, and this was probably their library to store the manuscripts and all. Plus, they would do their sadhana over here, because we see the images of Buddha and other deities. This is the sketch which was created by the British travelers, and then we find that it is recorded in the British narratives that these are, of course, these pillars were fallen down, and then the Pendharis, the dacoits of the British period, they used to live in these caves, because at that time, there was a lot of forest nearby, and nobody would come to this place, and so they used to get very good hiding place over here. So that is the case in the case of cave number 5. Then we move on to another cave, which is cave number 6, where there are images of Vajrapani and Maitreya plus Tara, etc. deities in the Antarala of the shrine, but a unique depiction of this goddess called as Vidyaradni Mahamayuri. She is Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri is sort of Saraswati for the Buddhists, and she is the goddess of knowledge. But then we should also note that there was a text created in around 7th century AD, and the text also was called as Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri is a text, and Vidyaratni Mahamayuri is the personification of the text. But what does the text contain? The text contains the protective charms against the snake bites. We know that in those days, the monks used to travel by foot everywhere, all over the country, spreading their religion. So they had to go through the forests or even deserted places, and then there were chances that they would get snake bites. So, being Mayura, which was the vehicle of this goddess, and snake were arch enemies. So if you get a snake bite, then you should invoke the arch enemy of the culprit, and that is why Mayura or the Swamini of Mayura, that is Mahamayuri, was invocated, and then she would come and rescue the monk or save the monk from the poisoning. Plus, the text also contains the list of the local guardians, the village or town guardians, guardian yakshas that were there in around 7th century AD. So that is a very important text which tells us about the local patrons of the villages like Grama Daivata. So the monk who got the snake bite was expected to invocate mother this Mahamayuri as well as the local guardian yaksha, and then he would be cured. That was the belief. So we get a lot of lot of names of various yakshas or the guardian deities of various important trade centers in ancient India. And the personification of that is this image at Ellora, where we see that this is Mayura, who is the vehicle of this goddess. Plus, as she is Vidyaradni, she is the goddess of knowledge also. So here we see a monk or a small student who is reading a manuscript. This is a folding table that he has, and he is shown reading a manuscript. This is a depiction, a very important depiction, and detailed one in cave number 6. Another very important sculpture that we have at Ellora is in cave number 7 at this level. This is the Litany of Tara. All of us have heard of the Litany of Avalokiteshwar, Litany of Padmapani Avalokiteshwar. There is one sculpture in Ellora also, but then it is a broken one, and the wall was, the image of Avalokiteshvara was broken, and then through it a door was created in cave number 5, cave number 4. So just to show what is a litany, I have put this image from Aurangabad caves of Litany of Avalokiteshwar, Padmapani Avalokiteshwar. We know that Padmapani was a savior god, Avalokiteshvara was a savior god. Similarly, Tara was a savior goddess, and both of them uh, should be invocated in case of calamities. But which are those calamities? So here is the list of the calamities that a person, a devotee, a trader, or a monk could face during his travel in ancient days. And that is why we have this wild elephant, lion, shipwreck, serpent bite, that is fire, robbers, captivity by the local king, and demon. These were the dangers of perils the devotee might face, and in such cases, if he is in one of the perils, he should invoke it, or he should pray to Avalokiteshvara. Here are these perils shown in the form of sculptures, and then we see that Avalokiteshvara comes, and then he saves the devotee. Same is the case with Tara also, where we have this depiction of Tara, and the calamities are depicted over here. And this is considered as the earliest depiction of the Litany of Tara in India. Later on, and this is the only one in Maharashtra, but in India, we do find some depictions in the eastern parts of the country, in Orissa and Bihar. But in Western India, this is the only one and the earliest one in India also. Even in cave number 8, we have another image of Vidyaratni Mahamayuri, suggesting the importance of this deity in the life of the monks in those days. Plus, when we go to the Chaitya Gruha, on the way, on the exterior of the Chaitya Gruha, we have this depiction of Hariti and Panchika. Sometimes he is called as Jambhala also. Some of us might know the story of this couple, but this Hariti is a mother goddess. In fact, initially she was an ogress, or she was a monstress who used to eat the children of the devotees or the children of the people during the time of Buddha. But then when people complained about her eating their children, and she herself had 100 children, so Buddha, in fact, hid the last child, the youngest child of Hariti, and then she requested him to find him out. Then Buddha told her that you should realize what would be the condition of the parents whose children you eat, because even though you have 100 children, even if one of your children is missing, you get so panicked. So what about them? And then she realized her mistake, and from that point onwards, she became the mother goddess. She became the protector of the children, or even giver of children to those women who did not have children. So her depiction over here, along with her husband, who sort of represents Kubera, because of his depiction with pot belly and other things, we can imagine him as a rich person. So this is a depiction. She has got a child also on her thigh, when she's seated, and then we should understand that this is a symbol of fertility and prosperity for the lay people. Monks wouldn't require a child, but then the lay devotees who would go there would definitely want to have children as well as, or get their children protected from her, and as well as they would like to have money or prosperity in their household. So that is why this depiction is here at Ellora, and this is a very important depiction because even at Ajanta we have a separate shrine next to Buddha provided for the worship of this couple. So we have here Hariti and Jambhala also at Ellora suggesting the visits of the lay devotees and who would like to pray and worship their own deities. So when we now see Chaitya Gruha, which is a very exquisitely carved Chaitya Gruha, generally speaking, such minute depictions, such beautiful depictions could be created only in the medium of wood. So the local people started calling this as Sutarka Jhopda, the hut of the carpenter. But there is nothing of wood over here, everything is carved in stone. And this shows us about the expertise of the ancient people, ancient craftsmen in carving things in stone. Now they had got the complete mastery over the medium, and now we can see that beautiful carvings, sculptures are decorated, are carved over here as decoration as well as for worship. So here we find the depiction of Buddha in the Dharmachakra Pravartan Mudra, and we also see this shloka, Ye dharma hetu prabhava hetu tesham tathagato yavadat tesham chayo nirodha evam vadi mahashraman. So this is a meritorious shloka again, and writing it over there would have given some merit to the person who had caused that donation, to that inscription to be written. In the inside of the Chaitya Gruha, we see that these are the ribs, copying the earlier, the oldest tradition of having ribs in the structural monuments, or even having put wooden ribs in the early rock cut caves like Bhaja Karla. But here we see them in stone, and then every rib has got the, or the end of a Nagi, a female Naga, and who is shown in Anjali Mudra worshipping the Buddha here. So there is a stupa at the back, and in front of it we see Buddha seated in a cave. There is a Bodhi tree also carved over here. Buddha, being the Dharma Chakravartin, is also always shown sitting on a throne. We move to the next caves number 11 and 12. Both of them are huge viharas. We should also note the protection that was given to these viharas. These are three-storied viharas having many cells for the monks to live in, as well as there are many sanctums. There are many, there are sanctums at each level of the vihara, and then there are many images of various gods and goddesses, Buddhist gods and goddesses. Professor Jerry Malandra has worked on these Buddhist caves at Ellora, and she has suggested that every floor of this cave, like cave number 11 as well as cave number 12, is actually imagined or conceived as a mandala, and wherein the devotee, especially the monks, would sit and invoke their own deities for the sake of getting the siddhi. That was the aim of the Vajrayana phase. So we see here the beginning of Vajrayana in Maharashtra, in especially in these two caves, cave number 11, cave number 12. And now you see whatever the practices, whatever the rituals they were following were secret rituals, they were esoteric rituals, and they were not to be shared with other people. And that is why we find that once you are inside, the whole complex was locked. Here is a doorway, a huge fortification wall was created, and everything was kept secret inside. Even when you go to the caves, you'll find that when you climb to the first story, you'll find that the staircase is locked, can be locked, and there is no access to go to the first story for the people who are there on the ground floor. And even when you go to the second floor, there is the doorway can be locked, the staircase entrance can be locked, and then people would not ever know whatever was happening over here in this floor also. So these are the evidences of the practice of the Vajrayana Buddhism in western parts of the country, especially Maharashtra. And then these are very important evidences to show us the devotion or the sadhana that was made, that was practiced by the monks in ancient days and their deities also. So, such an evidence hardly exists anywhere in the country, especially of this particular period of the 7th, 8th centuries AD. So, here also you can see the three-storied monastery in the form of cave number 12. And on the top floor, we have these 7 Manushi Buddhas along with many other deities carved on the walls. So then we move on to the Hindu caves, which were also created in around 6 7 centuries AD. But then generally going when we go from the Buddhist caves to Hindu caves, we do not see this view. This is a view of the Ganesh Leni group, which is supposed to be the earliest creation of the earliest Hindu caves created at this particular site, and which is there at a higher level from cave number 21. You have an access to go to this particular region, which actually has a waterfall, a stream of water which converts itself into a waterfall near cave number 29. So here we find that there are very small shrines. In some of the shrines we have huge images of Ganesh, and that is why this whole group is called as Ganesh Leni. Beyond this, we also have the Zogeshwari group or Yogeshwari group, where we have the image of Mahishasura but they are also very small caves and in a very bad condition. But these caves, of especially of the Ganesh Leni group, are very important because these are the caves created basically for the sadhakas of the Pashupata sect, and that is why we find that in these caves there is this image of Sadashiva at the back, on the back wall, and then there is this Shivalinga in the front. And this is such a small shrine or such a small cave that only one sadhaka could be accommodated over there. And that is why we find that this was made especially for the sadhana of the Pashupata monks who were living at Ellora. See, all these caves have got such a feature where you have the Sadashiva like that, like the image at Elephanta at the back, and then this is the shrine. Then in one of the caves we have remains of beautiful paintings. If you see properly, you will find that this is the Lingodbhava image of Shiva, where you have Vishnu going, uh, Brahma going to the topmost level of the Shivalinga to find the origin, and then Vishnu going to the Patala Loka to see the base of the Shivalinga. Many other paintings were here, but they are in a bad shape. But this one is actually in a good shape. Again, when we come down and after the Buddhist caves, we find that cave number 13 is a featureless cave, and this is cave number 14, the first Hindu cave that we come across on the ground level. This probably was a Shakta cave, and because we find that uh, there are guardians in the female form of the females, and then there is no name as such. Some people say that this is Ravan ki Khai, but then there is no mention of there is no connection of Ravana with this. Only the Ravan shaking Kailas is there, image is there inside. But then this cave has the images of various gods and goddesses like Gajalakshmi, Durga, Mahishasura. We also have Saptamatrukas inside, Nataraja, and various incarnations of Vishnu also over here. But this cave, that is cave number 15, is very unique. This is the only cave which is placed at a very high level. And again, when we climb this one, we reach this level where this is the Nandi Mandapa, and this is the general view of the cave where this is the Mandapa, and beyond this we see this double-storied cave. This is the Nandi Mandapa, but there is no Nandi inside. This is the window, and above this window from the other side, we find that there is an inscription of the period of Danti Durga, who was the Rashtrakuta king. We know that the Hindu caves at Ellora were created with the patronage of the Rashtrakuta kings, for some caves at least, and we have the evidence in the form of this particular inscription for this particular cave, where this is cave number 15, where Danti Durga has written this inscription when he was camping in this region. He mentions that he had taken the holy bath in the holy water of the river Aila over there, the river nearby, which was in fact the waterfall which converts itself into a river near cave number 29. It is suggested by some scholars like Brahmananda Deshpande that today when people go there in the cave in the water to the river, they take a bath and they consider this because Ellora is considered as a Tirtha Kshetra. So the people believe that if you take bath in that holy water, then those people who do not have children might get children. And then it is also believed that Danti Durga didn't have any child, he didn't have any son. So, Brahmananda Deshpande has suggested that this particular belief can be traced back to 8th century AD, when even in those days this belief was popular among people, and that is why he had taken his holy bath in the that particular river. We don't know the actual case, anyways. But then this inscription is very very important because this is the only political inscription or the inscription giving political information about the creation or the donation patronage of the caves at Ellora. So Danti Durga, this inscription of Danti Durga helps us in associating these caves with the Rashtrakuta rulers. Further, in the case of Kailas, we have got a copper plate coming from Baroda, which tells us about the creation of Kailas by Rashtrakuta king Krishna. So these two, other than these two inscriptions or copper plates, this inscription and the other copper plate, we hardly have any connection of the royal dynasty with the caves at Ellora. When we see carefully the sculptures over here and on the exterior of the other pillars, we find that there are some images of Buddha carved over there. So why, what is Buddha doing in this Hindu cave? So it has been suggested by scholars that the cave actually, here we see the similarity between cave number 11, 12 and 15. So it is believed that initially when this cave was carved, this was also going to be a Buddhist monument. But then somehow when the earliest level was created, because we know that the caves are created from top to bottom, all the Chaityagrahas and Viharas, monasteries, when you start carving a cave, excavating a cave, you go to the topmost level and from there you come down. You come down excavating the whole rock. So when the first story and even the topmost level of the pillars was created, at that time they had this intention of making a Buddhist monastery over here. So in the images of Buddha were carved over there. But later on, we don't know what happened and they had to leave the site. The cave remained unfinished, and probably when Danti Durga came there, he saw the unfinished cave and he converted it into a Hindu monument, a Shaiva monument. And that is why we find that there are various sculptures inside showing us the Leelas of Shiva on one side, and on the other side we find the incarnations of Vishnu. In the sanctum, of course, there is Shiva. So this is a very interesting evidence at Ellora where we see a Buddhist cave converted into a Hindu cave later on. Similarly, in the same range, a mountain range, we find the creation of Kailas over here. So this is cave number 16, which is also called as the Kailasa temple. And then this is how we see it. It is known for the creation from top to bottom. In fact, when the temples are constructed, they are constructed from base to top or bottom to top. This is also a temple, a Hindu temple, a double-storied Shiva temple, but then it was created from the other way, from the other method, with the other method. It is starting from the top and coming to the bottom. This was the necessary technology, or this was a necessary method of creation for this particular temple, because this is also a rock cut cave but carved from both the sides, from the interior as well as from the exterior. So, and technically speaking, this is a sculpture because the the creation has been made out of carving a single rock. And then so this is a, but this is functionally an architecture. So this is an architectural sculpture or sculptural architecture that we have in front of us. Many myths and stories, legends were created because of the technique of creating this particular temple from top to bottom. And then there is an association of the Rashtrakuta king and his attack over the Chalukyas of Badami. And then when the Rashtrakutas defeated the Chalukya rulers, the queens of the Chalukya kings, they probably told the Rashtrakuta queens that even though you have defeated us, you should note that we have beautiful temples like the temples at Pattadakal and Aihole, etc. But you don't have anything like this. So the Rashtrakuta queens became very jealous, and then they told the king probably the queen herself, she told the king that unless and until I see the top or the kalasha of the temple, I won't take a morsel, I won't eat food. And then the king was, got tensed, and he called for the architects and all. And then the architects were very clever. They told the king that she wants to see the top of the shikhara or the kalasha of the temple, so we'll show it to her first, and then we'll create the rest of the temple. And that is why the topmost part was created first, and then the temple was created later on. So this is the local legend, which is very popular, which doesn't have any textual evidence also. But this legend seems to have been created because of the technique that was followed while creating this particular temple. This is the famous Kailashi temple of the Dravida variety, of the Dravida style, and wherein we have this Gopura, which is the entrance, which is also a double storied Gopura, and we have many the Ashtadikpalas and other incarnations of Vishnu carved at the entrance. When we see the plan of the of the temple, we have this at the base, and the upper story looks like this. So here we have the main temple. There are staircases which bring you to this particular story, this level, and then on the other side, on the other side of the rock and the mountain, we have many such halls created over here. This is But at the entrance, when you enter the complex, you come across this huge sculpture of Gajalakshmi. Gajalakshmi is, we know, a very important symbol of prosperity in Indian tradition, right from the Vedic period, wherein we have the Shri Sukta in the Vedic tradition. We find her we find her mentioned as Hasti Nada Prabodhini. So here the metaphor is she is Lakshmi, is Mother Earth, and these elephants are in fact clouds who are pouring water on her. So here this uh, pouring of water indicates the rains on the Mother Earth, which would give fertility, which would give lot of grains, and there won't be any shortage of food, and there will be of course prosperity in the among the people. So this is why people were invoking her in this particular form, where the Mother Earth should be showered with rains. India, having monsoon over here, doesn't get rains all over the year. So only those 3 4 months of the year are very crucial for us to get the rains and to get the water. Today have a lot, we have so much progress, we have made so much progress in the field of technology. Still we face droughts in the summer, in the months of April, May, etc. So we can imagine the conditions in those days, that is in 8th century or even prior to that, when there were no dams, there were no collection of water except the rivers or lakes or even wells or tanks. So in those days, this was very important for the people to have water all over the year. And that is why, and if in case you don't get rains, if there is a drought and you don't get rains in the rainy season, then there will be no water throughout the year. So water or the rains was a very important factor in the life of the people in India. And that is why this invocation was made by all the people of all the religions or all the sects. And that is why we find the depiction of Gajalakshmi in Buddhist context, like at Bharut and Sanchi, even in the caves in Western India, plus in the case of Hindu temples, and even in the Jain temples. So all these three important religions have had Gajalakshmi as a very important deity in their pantheon. But here at Ellora, this particular deity is a very interesting one and a very important one, because she is shown in the city seated on a lotus, which is there in the pond of lotus. Then there are two elephants on one side. This this level of elephants is providing water or giving kalasha to the upper level elephants, and who are pouring them over her head. But here at the base we have a very important inscription over here, which can be considered as a contemporary inscription when the Kailasa temple was created. There are very few inscriptions in Kailas. If we think of the inscriptions or the inscriptional data coming from Ellora, we find that there are very few contemporary inscriptions in the caves at Ellora. There is a possibility, which can also of course be conjectured, that there were the whole cave or all these caves were painted, and they might have had painted inscriptions in them in those days. Over the period of time, the plaster has gone, paintings have gone, and we find that only those stone inscriptions which were carved over there have remained. But this inscription, like Shri Radhe Kula Bhadrankurasya Shri Jalakkrida Jalakkrida Udadi Chanda. Jalakkrida Udadi Chanda. This inscription records the date of the not the date but the donation of the creation of the image of Lakshmi. So the gift of Lakshmi sporting in water and Udadi Chanda, and then earlier scholars interpreted this Udadi Chanda as one of the guardians over here. But then I suggest that instead of these guardians, Udadi Chanda would be these elephants. Udadi is water. So these are the huge water bearers. And then this sculpture of Udadi Chanda, that is the elephants as well as Lakshmi, where it was donated by a person called as Bhadrankura from the Radha family. So this is a very important inscription. And then there were some inscriptions over here, but then they are worn out where they're born today. Anyways, so when we enter the campus of Kailas, we see an explosion of sculptures. Everywhere we find that sculptures were created of various sizes. On both the sides of the temple, we have the whole Ramayana as well as Mahabharata carved on both the sides. I'm sure that many of you must have visited this site, but then you should have noticed. I don't know whether you have or not. This is Tripurantaka Vadha, Tripurantaka Shiva, which is depicted over here, and we see these three Puras carved over here, and Shiva shown in the Ratha, and who is holding a Dhanusha in his hand. Plus, there are some beautiful Tandava sculptures, and this is Ramayana, which is shown on the other side of the temple. The uh, ground level is complete solid rock, and it is suggested that the whole superstructure is being borne by these elephants. So this Gajathara is very important. This Gajathara is mixed with Vyalathara, with Vyalas also. You can see the scale of the people and the scale of the shrine over here. Then you find that there are some Vyalas, and then there is a possibility that this is the first story where we have side wings of the temple, which were probably connected with the halls over here. And we don't know when they were broken, but then you can see that there is a passage to go somewhere, even though the bridge is not intact today. Even on this side, there are two Dvajastambhas which bear the symbols of Shiva. So here you see the Trishula, and the top portion of the other pillar is missing. There are two life-size elephants also in the courtyard of the temple, and this is the lower story and this is the upper story. These are the staircases to go to the upper story, which actually is the temple. And here again, there are huge sculptures of Mahayogi Shiva and Andhakasura.
Gajasura.
Gajasura, not Andhakasura, Gajasura. So, and this is the Nandi Mandap. Then there is again this bridge which takes you to the Gopura. So this is a clearly Dravida temple, which is a beautifully executed plan and beautifully decorated with beautiful sculptures. So you can see various sculptures. We should note that all the sculptures were not created in one go. They were probably created later on, and then the whole temple was completely painted. That is why locally it is known as Ranga Mahal. Even though, and that is why probably Ahilyabai Holkar also, the paint that you see over here was given by during the times of Ahilyabai Holkar. And constant conservation activities are going on over here. You can see people climbing the staircase, and this is actually the rock, the mountain from which a separate rock was separated, and then it was converted into a temple. An unimaginable activity was carried out by the artisans, architects in those days, and only with the help of chisel and hammer, nothing else. They did not have any other electric equipment or nothing like that. And still, this is an unimaginable fact. Our Professor Dr. Deglurkar generally says that this should have been included in the wonders of the world. In fact, it is wonderful that we don't see this listed in the seven wonders of the world. It deserves a place in the wonders of the world because even conceiving this activity or conceiving this architecture is a very difficult thing. Just forget about executing it. And these people have made it successfully, did that in 8th century AD is again a very unique thing, and which is hardly seen anywhere else in the world. You can see the sheer fall and see the rock that was cleared, and then this was the whole temple was created out of that. You can see the superstructure or the roof of the mandapa, where you can have a small stupi like structure, a huge lotus, and these are the lions. This is the shrine where you have the Shivalinga. You have beautiful images of Ganga and Yamuna and sculptures of the family of Shiva on both the sides in the Antaraya. And this is the Shivalinga itself. Plus, at the entrance, when we circumambulate the whole thing, we have this Mahishasuramardini, which of course has the influence of the sculpture from Mahabalipuram or the sculpture from Patadakal, which is a very small one at Patadakal, but the Mahabalipuram Mahishasuramardini cave has a huge sculpture similar with similar depiction, and this thing seems to be a copy of that. Plus, we have Rati and Madana and many other things. Unique thing showing Ravana abducting Sita and Jatayu coming and biting Ravana. Beautiful sculpture which is shown over here. Brahma is there, and there are many other sculptures. Beautiful Tandava is also Shiva's Tandava is also shown, and the most noteworthy is this Ravan shaking Kailas. The artist has put in everything that he had in showing the story in this particular sculpture, and our predecessors, veteran archaeologists M.N. Deshpande, Dr. M.K. Dhavikar, Dr. Deglurkar, everybody has been explaining these things to us, and then showing the beauty of the sculpture, the feelings, the bhavana or the rasas that the sculpture is giving out. So here we see, we know the story when Ravana was a great devotee of Shiva, and when he was going to Lanka after defeating his brother Kubera, on the way when he crossed Kailas, he wanted to take the darshan of Shiva. But here we find that Shiva was in his private room with Parvati, probably playing Chausar or Saripat. And then generally it used to happen in those, that is what is told to us through the Puranas, that Shiva used to cheat Parvati in the game, and she always used to get angry. So that's what had happened in those in that at that particular time. But when Ravana went to see Shiva, the guardians of the palace, they told him not to enter the shrine because Shiva was busy with Parvati. But then Ravana considered himself as a great devotee, so he said, "Why? Who are you to obstruct me from taking the darshan of my beloved God?" So he started shaking the whole mountain of Kailas. This is a wonderful sculpture that the artist had created in those days. We can't even imagine how they had carved the 3D sculpture without breaking the front portion of the rock, and having cleared the rock at the back, and having all these separate hands of Ravana. So this is a magic which the artisans had in their hand and which they have displayed over here. So here Ravana is shown shaking the mountain Kailas. Everybody on Kailas is frightened because they think that this earthquake is happening. And then Shiva is very calm, but then Parvati also gets afraid because the whole earth or the whole floor was shaking. But then if you see the position of Shiva and Parvati, we find that they were seated at two separate corners of the seat. So when she wanted to take the support of Shiva, she had to stretch herself unnaturally to take his support or to hold his hand. Unfortunately, the photograph is not very clear, but if you go there and see that the grip that she has over the hand of Shiva or over the arm of Shiva is not forceful or not very firm. It is just in her mind she is shaky whether to take his help or not, because her ego was obstructing her from taking his help, because he had cheated her earlier and she was angry with him. But now there is no one to take help of, and being her husband, she had to take his help. But reluctantly, she stretches herself to Shiva and holds his arm to take for the support. Her Dasi is also there at the back, who is running away because she is also afraid of the earthquake. And she is running with such a motion, so fast that even her hairdo is getting loosened. Her hairdo, the bun of her hair is getting loosened. But even though she is frightened, even though she is running away from the scene, she is interested to know what happens with Parvati, whether she takes the help of her husband or not, because she knew that Parvati was very angry with Shiva. So while running also, she turns her head and tries to see what is happening over here. So that is the basic nature of a woman or this maid of Parvati who would want to know what happens in this whole scenario. Only Shiva is very calm and quiet, and he has his Vitarka Mudra or Vismay Mudra, and he's asking what has happened, why is everybody is panicking. But then when he comes to know that Ravana is there, he just presses his big toe on the ground, and Ravana's power is gone. Somebody's mic is on. Can you please put them on mute mode? So that is how we see that this is a very interesting and very beautifully executed sculpture in Kailas and a masterpiece of Kailas. Along with that, there are many sculptures showing the narratives of the Puranas, stories of Lingodbhava and other things. Again, there is one Ravan shaking Kailas over here. Then this beautiful execution of the Yajna which is here, which is called as Yajna by the local people. There is no inscription evidence as such to call this as Yajna, but here we have two ritual kundas or the two fireplaces probably carved out of stone. And if they had to perform some rituals, they probably performed it here. But then there are depictions of the queens of the Rashtrakuta dynasty or the king. And that is why we find that probably this was created for the ritual performance by the ladies. And that is why we find that these guardians are also ladies. And then there are Saptamatrukas inside. These are two kundas. This is the queen of the Rashtrakuta king probably, and her two attendants. And these are the Saptamatrukas. Unfortunately, they and then we have beautifully all the sculptures in this particular cave are very beautifully carved, and they show their different style altogether. We have here Kala, who is shown. See, this is also a wonderful sculpture. Kala, the god of death, is shown seated on the heap of dead bodies. All these are naked dead bodies. We can see the number of dead bodies on which he is seated, and then there is this dog who is eating the flesh of this particular dead body. He has kept his feet on the head of this body, dead person. And how we know that this is life and this is death that is balancing the universe. And here again are some goddesses like this, Durga, etc. Then we move on to the next cave. There are some in between, but then the most noteworthy is cave number 21. So actually, cave number 21 has the number 21, but then it was probably created before the creation of Kailas. This is considered as the earliest cave at Ellora, where we have a complete shrine with Shivalinga inside, Nandi Mandapa at the exterior, the image of Lajja Gauri over here, and then there are narrative sculptures and the row of Saptamatrukas on the other side in this particular cave. The entrance of this is also a very, very beautiful cave. Beautiful in the sense the sculptures in this particular cave are all of them are noteworthy. They are exceptionally beautiful. Master artists must have been working in this particular case. We see here one of the best sculptures made in India, which is that of Ganga. This is the personification of river Ganga, and this is the Makara, the vehicle of Ganga, which is shown at her feet. This is a river, a sacred river, and when you cross that river, when you take bath in the river, all the sins are washed. We know through Ganga, the river Ganga is sacred, and that is why it is always said in the text also. When you take a dip in the water of river Ganga, all the sins are washed. And then that is why at the entrance of the temples we have these personifications of the rivers, the most sacred rivers of India, Ganga, and on the other side we have Yamuna standing on the turtle. So here Ganga is shown standing on the Makara, and as she is the river Ganga, she has changed clothes. Probably her clothes are shown wet, and that is why they are stuck to her body. The depiction, the face in she had a chauri, it is broken actually, is also beautifully carved, and these are her attendants who are shown in the Hasta Swastika Mudra over here. Inside, we have beautiful sculptures of Mahishasuramardini. Then there is this guardian woman, the female guardian holding a chauri bearer. She is also a beautifully carved female over here. She also has her own attendant here. You can see the decoration of the ornaments that she is holding. Again, there is a scene of this Aripata or the Chaucer playing, and where Shiva is has cheated again Parvati, and then she is angry with the Vismaya Mudra, and he's saying that just only one more game, and then we'll be over it, etc. And the paraphernalia of Shiva and Parvati at the base, we have this Nandi being troubled by the Ganas of Shiva, and then in the Saptamatruka shrine, we have this Kala, which again balances the life and death, and the balance is shown through the this Samakatitala dance of Shiva. So, this symbolically, philosophically, architecturally, or sculpturally, this cave is a wonderful cave and a must visit at Ellora. On the other hand side, we have this depiction of the Kalyana Sundara Murti of Shiva, where the wedding procession, etc., is shown. So, with the short of time, I won't go into those details. It's already 12:15. So, after that, we come directly to cave number 29, where we have this huge waterfall converting itself into a river. Because of the waterfall, people call this as Sitaki Nahani locally. But then there is this very important Pashupata cave at Ellora, where you have the exact plan being followed here, like that of the great cave at Elephanta. Here we have these Leela Murtis of Shiva, where we see the Andhakasura Vadha, then we also have Ravan shaking on the opposite side, and other things like this. And there are some other beautiful sculptures. This one is very important, Lakulisha, who is the Shiva, or the personification of Shiva himself, who is considered as the mortal incarnation of Shiva, holding the Lakula in his hand, and very important for the Pashupata Sadhaka. We have this central shrine, which is Sarvatobhadra, can be entered from all the four sides, and having huge Dwarapalas, reminding us of the plan of the Jogeshwari cave in Mumbai, as well as the cave at Elephanta. Then we move on to the Jain caves. These Jain caves, the group of the Jain caves, is generally called as the Charanadri in the inscription also. It is believed that the Charanas are the Siddhas who could fly. So they would come here, worship the gods, and because this was the representation of the Kailasa itself, that is the abode of the Tirthankaras who have got the salvation. And here we have this Sarvatobhadra shrine also. This is generally called as Chota Kailas by the local people, but the real Chota Kailas is there at a higher level. I'm not going into that detail, but here we see the depiction of elephant and other things like in the Kailas complex. But then this is unique for the Jain cave, because this is a Jain concept which has been depicted over here. This is the Sarvatobhadra shrine, a shrine which can be entered from all the sides, even though it has the staircase is only from one side. You can see the image from all the four sides. This particular shrine was created for the Samavacharana. The concept of Samavacharana in Jainism is very peculiar, and where we find that after the enlightenment, the Tirthankaras are supposed to give a lecture, and Indra himself creates or constructs a huge palace for this particular event of Samavasarana. That is the first sermon, the first lecture of the Tirthankara, in which he addresses to all the sentient beings in the world, to all the living beings in the world, not only human beings but also the animals, birds, etc. And it is told to us through the Jain tradition that this lecture of this Tirthankara is understood by every living being in his own language. Plus, they can see the Tirthankara giving the lecture from where they are standing. So, for this Samavasarana, people and animals are supposed to gather at one place, and wherever they stood, they could see the person who is giving the lecture, that is the Tirthankara, and they could understand his lecture in their own language. So this is a unique concept that we see being followed in the tradition of Jainas. Similar to somewhat we have in Buddhism, where the first sermon, the Dharma Chakra Pravartana, similarly, that was also the first lecture after the enlightenment of Buddha, and here we have this first lecture of the Tirthankar. And for that we have this uh, Sarvatobhadra shrine and Sarvatobhadra image inside, which shows the Tirthankaras from all the four sides. So this is how we see this Sarvatobhadra shrine over there. In this cave, we have an inscription, a very important one, where we see the devotee, and then there is an image carved over here of Shanti Bhattaraka, and the inscription says that Sohila Brahmacharina Shanti Bhattaraka Pratimeyam. He has made this image of Shanti Bhattaraka was made by Sohila, a brahmacharin, and here this Sohila is also depicted in this particular sculpture. So this is a peculiarity of the Jain sculptures, where we find that the image which has to be worshipped is also carved over here, plus the devotees who donates money for the creation of the image is also carved in the same frame. So we start seeing such things from Ajanta onwards, or even at Karla also, we find that the devotees are also carved along with the image of the deities in the same panel. And here we also have an inscription telling us the name of this particular devotee, and this is very important for the evidence coming from the Jain caves. Another inscription over here is Shri Nagavarma Kruta Pratima. So this image was made by Nagavarma. Along with these donative image in sculpture, the donative inscriptions, there are some visitors inscriptions in some caves, including Kailas itself, where we have a Kannada inscription written by a devotee, a visitor who had come to see Kailas or visit Kailas in around 13th century. So there are some other inscriptions, Modi inscriptions are also there in the Buddhist caves and all. So here, as we go ahead, we find beautifully depicted Siddhaika or Kushmandini. This is Amra Kushmandini, the Yakshi, and the Yaksha, her pair is Matanga, who is shown above in the same cave. Here we have a depiction of various Tirthankaras like Pashwanatha, and then we also have a depiction of Bahubali, and the shrine itself having the image of Tirthankara. But when we see this shrine, this broken image in the mandapa, we find that this also was an image, a Sarvatobhadra image, probably showing the standing Tirthankaras from all the four sides. A Chaumukhi. And then this was probably worshipped also because there is water shoot created over here at the base. Unfortunately, everything is broken, but whatever remains suggests the grandeur of the Jain caves in those days. We can see huge lotus carved on the ceiling. Plus, we also see remains of beautiful paintings on the ceiling and in the side aisles, and on the ceiling over here also. Even though the faces are broken, we can see the proportionate sculptures plus the Dwara Shakha and all are very well carved. This Siddhaika is also there. This Bahubali, about which I mentioned. And then there are some donors or some divine figures which are painted on the in between the pillars also. And this is the image of Matanga or Sarvanubhuti, who actually is sort of Kubera, who is shown seated on an elephant, and opposite him we find Amra Kushmandini or Ambika, popularly known as Ambika. But here, even though she is shown seated underneath a mango tree, we should also note the Kushmanda, Kohala over here. And that is very important thing because this Kushmanda represents a human being. Even today, in some traditions, we have this Kushmanda cutting ceremony during Navratra, which again suggests the human sacrifice. So here, why is she shown with Amra and Kushmanda together? Because she is here as the protector of children as well as the goddess of fertility. So for those women who do not have children, if they worship her, they would get the prasada of prasad in the form of the children, and as well as those women who have young children, their children will be protected by her if they worship her. So that is why we have her image, huge image, in this particular shrine as a very important one. So the again an interesting thing about this particular cave is that you enter from one cave and exit from other cave. There is an internal connection. There is a pathway created connecting both the caves from internally. So this is a very unique thing about the caves, Jain caves at Ellora. And then again, when we go ahead in a separate hill, which is also connected with a pathway from the hills as well as from the base, the road takes you, and there are steps to go to this Parshvanath hill, which is a bit far away from the original context of the Ellora caves. And then there is a huge image of Parshvanatha, and then there is an inscription also recording the donation by Chakreshwara, a resident of Vardhamanapura in 12th century AD or 13th century AD, Shaka 1156. So this is a very important evidence suggesting that the Jainas were living here till around 13th 14th centuries AD, and then they were getting patronage from the rich devotees also. So this is how we have had a very brief tour of the caves at Ellora. And then I thank you all for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for listening to me also in this particular presentation. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Are there any questions?
With such rendering, they are spellbound.
Okay, thank you.
So,
But I'm sure that many people know about Ellora a lot because they have been visiting these caves.
narrator differs, ma'am.
Yeah.
The narrator makes one held to their seats. And I would start when I went to these great caves with Dr. Raja Ramanna, Professor late Raja Ramanna.
Yeah.
He stood in front of Kailasa and asked me, Keshav, what is this? Then I told him, sir, it is the frozen gods of the soul of India. That's how I would start. Because traveling from Ellora to Ajanta is like transporting one from earth to heaven.
Yeah.
K. Munshiji, in his Soul of Indian History, writes, traveling from Ellora to Ajanta is transporting from earth to heaven. A simple expression of telling that you are very earthly when you are at Ellora.
Yes.
You reach the highest peak when you go to Ajanta. So I would always tell frozen gods of Indian South. And I would prefer to use the terminology of Brahminism. The moment
of course. Of course.
The moment you say Hinduism, everything comes in. Brahminism comes, Jainism comes, and
Yes.
this Jainism,
Buddhism.
Brahmanism, Buddhism comes into the picture. So
that's why I explained at the beginning that the word Brahminism is
the present younger generation are to be impressed upon that Hinduism is embodiment of Brahminism, Jainism, and Buddhism. So they are a little bit confused lot in that regard. So was a very nice rendering. It was a very nice rendering. Nice to revisit the place after 42 years.
Yes.
And it has, I felt as if I am at Kailasa, the great abode of Shiva. And you have explained it very nicely. The bit of Ravana shaking Kailasa, there the audacity of a man is very well expressed.
Yes.
Wherein he wants to keep the Mount Kailasa away to allow his Pushpaka to fly above. When he asks a question, why he cannot fly above this mountain, they say it is the abode of Shiva. Then he says with audacity, who is this Shiva? Is he better than me? Let me pluck the mountain away and allow my Pushpaka to fly ahead. And such circumstances, he shakes Kailasa. Parvati, scared, embraces Shiva. Shiva is imbalanced. He holds himself to the ground by touching his left hand taut. The servant of Parvati runs away in fright. The Ganas, amused, at this stupid Ravana tries to throw a stone over his head to shake him off, and the force of Dashakanta Ravana, and he kneels. If people observe, he puts all the strength on his knees and he's trying to rise up with Kailasa. Such was the force, such is the rendering, such is the workmanship of Indian craftsmen.
Great.
And India, this need not be included in the wonder of the world. It is wonder of the universe. It is the creation of God Himself. Because there is a storytelling when the gods and goddesses sought permission from Indra to spend some time at Ellora. They came and they were performing in dance and music. The environment was such that they got lost themselves. They did not observe the dawn and they were frozen into stone.
Yes, yes.
That's what it is said.
Mm.
Because Ellora is something, it is beyond one man's imagination.
True.
When we go there only, we'll come to know we are minuscule, a speck of a dust in front of the efforts of those great artists. Because creating a Dravida monolithic Vimana out of a mountain, it is a Dravida monolithic Vimana with all architectural components of a plan of Pattadakal Virupaksha temple with a Garbhagriha, Sankara Garbhagriha, with a vestibule, then a Mahamandapa, Mukhamandapa on three sides, with a Nandi Mandapa, all structured in the same unit of rock. That is what we should say. It is not the question of hats off. You will fall at the feet of the temple and say, I am ant, you remain elephant. So that is the greatness of Kailasa. You have come out very well with the expressions of yours and the knowledge of yours. And those lodge system in the Vishwakarma cave or the Tintal cave, it was meant to keep away the wild animals, that latch system which you were explaining. And what should I say? You have once again worshipped with the flowers of words about the greatness of Buddhist rock architecture of our country, the Brahmanical architecture. Our salutation and prostration goes to those monuments which you have shown once again. May God bless you. Live long.
Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure is mine.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मंजरी मैडम, बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से आपने एलोरा को यहाँ पे बताया। हमारे सभी जो दर्शक हैं, आगे स्टूडेंट भी, ये इसका हमने यूट्यूब भी बनाया है और हम स्टूडेंट को जो अभी लाइव भी देख रहे हैं और इसको हम अपने पूरे स्टूडेंट भोपाल में भेजेंगे और वो हर जगह इसका यूट्यूब का प्रदर्शन होगा छात्रों के बीच में। और ये आप जैसा कि हमने आपको पहले से ही बताया था कि ये एक्चुअली एमपी हायर एजुकेशन की ओर से शैक्षणिक उत्कृष्टता के लिए ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित हैं, जिसमें हर मल्टीपल विषय लिए गए हैं और अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट इसमें जो है उनसे जानकारी ली जाती है और स्टूडेंट को जो है वो प्रोवाइड की जाती है, जिससे कि वो स्टूडेंट अलग अलग विषयों को नई शिक्षा नीति के तहत नई नई चीज़ों को समझें। तो आपने अपने, हालांकि आपकी तबीयत खराब थी, गला भी आपने बताया था कि काम नहीं कर रहा है, लेकिन दोनों चीज़ें हैं। आपने कहा कि 60 मिनट ज़्यादा है, लेकिन क्योंकि दर्शक भी थे, मैंने सुनने वाले भी थे और आपके बोलने का जब शुरू हुआ तो पूरा समय मिला आपका। और एक बार पुनः अपने ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं और चेयरपर्सन के लिए टीएम केशवा साहब ने जो समय दिया और इसके बाद अपने व्यूज शेयर किए, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत आभार और धन्यवाद प्रदर्शित
Thank
करते
you so much. Thank you
हैं।
so much. Yeah.
देखिए, आगे जब कभी अगली सीरीज में मौका मिला तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि एक बार जो रह गए हैं रिमेनिंग चीजें और साथ ही एलिफेंटा, क्योंकि अजंता जो आपसे चर्चा हुई थी, अजंता में सूरज पंडित साहब जो साहित्य कॉलेज के मुंबई के प्रोफेसर हैं और उनने पिछले वेबिनार में हमारे यहाँ समय दिया था और उनका टॉक हुआ था। ओके, ठीक, धन्यवाद। Now, next talk, eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Promila Pathak, Professor and Chair, Department of Botany, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Chairperson, Professor Purushottam Kaushik, formerly Professor and Head Botany Department, Gurukul, Kangri University, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. And co-chairperson Dr. D.N. Patil, Head of Department Botany, Bharati Jan Sangathan College, Bagholi, Pune. Welcome all of you, sir. And I am requesting to Dr. Professor Purushottam Kaushik, sir, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Pramila Pathak. Yes, sir. सर पुरुषोत्तम कौशिक सर।
यस सर।
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर आपको।
You are audible. You are audible, sir.
You are audible, sir. You are audible.
कौशिक साहब, कौशिक साहब, आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
आवाज, sir, it is he is audible, sir.
Sir, Mr. Ji, he is audible. Purushottam Ji is very much audible to us, and visible and audible.
अच्छा, ओके। पाठक मैडम, आवाज सर की आपको सुनाई दे रही है?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, very good afternoon to the chair of the session, Professor Kaushik, co-chair of the session, Dr. Patil, Professor Mishra, and organizing team and participants. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm highly thankful to Professors K. Mishra and the entire organizing team for inviting me to deliver talk during this present national webinar. I must pay my compliments to the dedicated team under the leadership of Professor Mishra, who had always been on the toes for the successful organization of the webinar. So many efforts. Really my great compliments to the entire team. So today the topic on which I'm going to speak is a fascinating word of orchids. Orchids are considered as the most beautiful flowers on this earth. So are my slides visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. So orchids are a wonderful creation on this earth. And I always say the orchids are Mother Nature's masterpiece. It's a wonderful word of orchids, a fantastic word. In fact, this lecture I have prepared especially for the youngsters so that they can be motivated for the scientific researches. As far as their strength is concerned, in the world, there are more than 600 genera and 30,000 species. In India, there are 155 genera and 1,256 species. Orchids are cosmopolitan, means found all over the world. They are highly diverse. They are evolved under active state of speciation. They are inherently slow growers and habitat specific. When I say this, that means they are orchids. And they take long time for the germination and after reaching up to seedling stage. The reasons why the orchid seeds are produced in large numbers in the capsule, and the seeds have very, very simple structure. Small globular embryos, and these seeds are non-endospermic because as compared to the other normal botanic seeds, they have endosperm. So whenever these seeds get germinated, so the endosperm provides nutrition to the developing embryo, and the sprouting is there. Plumule is there, radicle is there. But here, unfortunately, these seeds are non-endospermic, and whatever little nutrition is available within the seed's embryo, that is in the complex form, complex carbohydrates, which the cells themselves are not able to utilize themselves. So with the result, the seeds cannot germinate in nature. So less than 1% seed germinator, only those seeds, the lucky ones, which get in association with specific mycorrhizal association, mycorrhizal fungus association. Now, what does fungus do? Fungus enters through epiblema or through the root hair, and then it goes inside the cells. It's a full-fledged topic. Another lecture is required for that. But I'll just say that the fungus tries to convert the complex carbohydrates into simpler forms so that these become available to the growing embryo, so that they become into complete plantlets. Now, even these lucky seeds, which get a suitable mycorrhizal association for the germ, they come in association with suitable mycorrhizal fungus in the forest, they take from the germination till the seedling development, it takes 6 to 12 years. So you can say that how slow growers these plants are. Then post-pollination development of ovules. Now, in fact, this specific character leads to the vast life, the shelf life of these flowers, because they have the shelf life or vast life of these flowers is up to. Sir, are my slides moving? Is my slide moving?
Not moving. Only
Not moving.
first title slide is there.
Okay, I'll just try because I'm on another slide, so I was just checking.
Yeah. Now they are moving.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. So that means whenever like this shelf life 1 week to 3 months. Now this is like this, even if these days, many in marriage functions and all that, people go for like decoration by these flowers. The reason being they have long shelf life. Now what happens is, if you have ever got a chance to stay there for a longer time during that marriage, around 2 or 3 o'clock in the early morning, these florists try to collect these flowers pack them, and again try to use this in the another marriage functions and all that. So this is a reason, why they have now getting more and more floricultural importance as well, because of their long shelf life. Then pollination related floral complexities. Now these flowers are these plants, I would say they're very smart. They have designed the flowers in such a way so that, I mean, they try to mimic some insects, like, or there are some shapes they try to mimic the bees, wasp, spider, anything, and some other objects also. I am going to show those pictures as well in my presentation. But like by hook or crook, I mean, they're so smart. They by hook or crook, they would like to get themselves pollinated so that further generations are there. Then ill-defined barriers of reproductive isolation. Now here, when a speciation has to occur, normally morphological and reproductive barriers of isolation have to co-evolve. But what happens in these plants is, morphological barriers of isolation are there, but reproductive barriers of isolation do not co-evolve. With the result, there is a free flow of genes across, and up to even hexageneric hybrids have been reported. Now, how do these plants look like? They are epiphytic plants also. They are terrestrial also, like growing on the trees. Some of the plant orchids grow on the trees. Some of these are terrestrial. Some of these are lithophytic. And there are some species, where exceptions, where they stay throughout their life underground. Only during their flowering time they come out. So here, I just wanted to show you that this is one of the epiphytic species where the stem has thickened and nodal stem nodes and internodes have been compressed, and it is adaptation. And the stem has scissors called pseudobulbs. They have become thickened to absorb water from the air. And so these roots, epiphytic roots, have the aerial roots which have been covered by velamen. Now this velamen has a function, and this is again a characteristic feature, which it's like functions like a cork, absorbs water, from the air, so that for their survival. Now, as far as terrestrial orchids are concerned, they have tubers, in the ground. Whenever you have to uproot the terrestrial plant, you will find tubers, at the base. And these tubers are very, very important as far as medicinal importance is concerned. Now, these tubers are taken out, and then they are dried, they are powdered, and this powdered substance which is produced from their tubers, it is called salep. Now it is only the salep which is responsible for preparation of various medical formulations for curing various kind of diseases. I'll come to that also of the medicinal importance later on. Now, as I have just told you, they're terrestrial, they're lithophytic, they're epiphytic. There are a few which are subterranean also. So I'll come to the next slide. Here, this is a species, one of the terrestrial species. I wanted to show that in nature here is going in association with the lichens. Now we have been going to forest, for collection of these species. Sometimes we come to know like how in other association of some other plants they are going, but till now we have not been able to know what kind of association do these plants with some other plants. Now this plant is in common language, this is called Salampanja. This is Dactylorhiza hetaceria. Its early name was Orchis latifolia. Now this plant we found, in the down Manali hills, in the Himachal Pradesh, in the Kullu Manali area.
पाटिल साहब क्या नेटवर्क का इशू है क्या कुछ? हेलो
हेलो,
हाँ, मैडम की आवाज नहीं सुनाई दे रही।
हाँ ना, नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम है। Sir, I think. Okay, come, madam is there. I think no, Amita madam is there. Promila madam, I think.
मैं लगा रहा हूँ।
Madam is not. Okay. Madam is here now.
Okay, there is some network connectivity issue, going
Yes,
on.
yes.
Anyways, this is one of epiphytic orchid species which is on the so the orchids are found with the
Hello.
And of analysis are visiting and how insects are behaving and how many flowers get pollinated. So we are into all these details as well. Many interesting observations are coming out, and what papers are published on this aspect. Now, another thing is like another species is Dendrobium species. Is my slide visible, sir?
Madam, you are not. Your slide is not visible, madam. Please.
विजुअल पाठक सर दिखाई दे रही है? पाटिल सर दिखाई दे रही है स्लाइड?
स्लाइड इज नॉट.
स्लाइड दिखाई दे रही है सर?
नहीं दिखाई दे रही.
Not visible, madam.
So there is some electricity failure, here because of some sparking outside.
Okay.
Anyways, I'm just trying to get connected through some other device, some hotspot and all that. Just bear with me.
Slide not sharing.
Is it visible, sir, now?
No.
So the earlier session is still continue? Is not over? I'm Sharanapti speaking.
Species, epiphytic species which were found in association with growing with the ferns. This is like Oberonia species.
Yes.
So the orchid flowers are concerned, shapes, colors. In fact, one of the characteristic feature of plants of lip or lip. Now, what is lip? Is one of this flower lipper and resumes, these shapes to mimic insects and objects. The second feature is like this Asclepiadaceae में है, तो इस तरह से इसमें भी जो pollens है, they are recruited form to form the pollinia. Then there is a process of resupination. Resupination is rotation of a bunch more attract more. There are some non-restricted flowers also. So, as well floral structure is concerned, there is a flower, and then bisexual, its perianth is 3+3, and roscium is like fusion with the gynostegium, gynoecium to make a gynostegium, and 1 to 3 pollinia, and then tricarpillary, syncarpus, and inferior ovary. Now, resupination is evidence, in this photograph where resupination is shown, where ovary gets rotated at an angle of 180 degree. Now, here is a capsule where is a capsule of this capsule, and then it hardly used in. As structures where linear visible, and one of the fertile stigma in the gynostegium is visible, and there is one structure, when platform between the pollinia and the fertile stigma, so that the self-pollination may be avoided. Now, pollination may be by cleistogamy. Sometimes the cleistogamy is there when the flowers remain closed, and chasmogamy, where in this there most of the orchids. Then autogamy is also in the some terrestrial orchids, but allogamy, cross-pollination, is most of the orchids. Now, attractants. What could be the attractants in case of pollination in such wonderful, beautiful flowers? So they may provide nectar, and nectar may be in the form of nectar tubes or spars, and they provide nectar is like glucose, fructose, and sucrose. And the callus mass is also there, on the petals where unicellular trichomes, papillae scales are there, and they perform they provide starch, proteins, oil drops, and fragrance. Now, they are of various colors and pollinated by pollinators like bees, butterflies, birds, and so on. Now, there is one, used to be one plant, orchid plant, Angraecum sesquipedale, where the spur was 27 to 43 centimeter long. At that time, just protected that species. And it was later on in 1900, it was in 1800 something, 82. It was predicted it may be having some pollinator which may be having long proboscis. But then it was 1907 that the pollinator like Xanthopan morgani was discovered, which had really a long proboscis. Now, I am just coming to the various shapes of the flowers, variously beautiful flowers with various shapes of the lip or labellum. Here, the lip is in the form of a lady sleeper. So, lady sleeper orchid it is called. You can appreciate the red colored lady sleeper. Now, here the beautiful carnations, beautiful structures, on the lip. Here, this is called red venda, Rhinanthera shutiana. Now, there is IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Natural Resources, where is Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. In the Appendix 2, all the orchidaceae plants are listed in that. That means all are endangered. But in Appendix 2, there are certain few Paphibrillum species and Rhinanthera shutiana where it is listed, and the most rare plants. There is also SSC Species Survival Commission, especially for orchids, have also been designed for that. Now they again mimicry. Orchid flowers are such smart plants. They start sometimes mimicking the female partners of the male insects. Now, male insects come there, sit on the orchid flower, and just consider these flowers as the female partners. In return, they get themselves pollinated. So you can see here the color of the and shape of the insect and the flower, and the process is called pseudo copulation here. Now here you can appreciate the color, shape of the orchid flower and the male insect. So here is a traps. They also develop this mechanism of traps, just for pollination. Now, doesn't it look like it's a flying bird? Doesn't it look like a flying bird orchid? Now here, its name is Pterostylis barbata. So whenever insect comes, it goes inside the flower, they just trap it. when it struggles to come out of this flower structure, complex flower structure, it has to take the pollinia along, right? So that means they themselves get pollinated with this technique as well. Now this is very interesting. This is called one of the bucket orchid coryanthes. Now here 3/4 of this bucket, it's filled with the fluid, and whenever an insect comes, sits on the rim and just smear its legs in the fluid, enjoys, and in the process falls down, in the bucket. And whenever it has to come out of this, flower, it has to rub its head against the pollinia so that those pollinia get attached to its head and comes out. So again, facilitating the pollination process. So sometimes there are seeds like pseudonectaries, pseudopollination, and all that, but pseudocopulation and simulation of sexual partners is especially in the species Ophrys. Now here, the lip takes such a form that the whole flower looks like a dancing lady orchid. Doesn't it look like a dancing lady? Head, arms, frock, it's called oncidium. Now here the Paphiopedilum is again the lady slipper orchid. In a lady slipper orchid, the lip is like that. It looks like a cocoon. Now here, I took this photograph in one of the World Orchid Conference in the exhibition at Miami, USA, where a breeder has, bred the orchid in such a way that he had brought this flower, 2 lady sleepers. It was so exciting. I took this photograph to show my students and colleagues, just they can appreciate how people are working hard to make amazing orchid hybrids and species. 2 lady sleepers, in one orchid flower. Now here again, I wanted to show the population process. And this flower exactly mimicking the female partner of this male insect. You can appreciate, you can see the shape, the color, everything is so simulating. Here again, you can see the colors also. Now, sometimes they are also in association with some ants. Now, what is the kind of mutualistic association which may be possible? Sometimes we have been observing this feature, and ants are always, on these plants, and then later on came to know, I included that the ants help in dispersing the seeds and pollens, and they provide nutrition and water for herbivores. Orchids, in fact, provide shelter and extra floral nectar, but all visiting ants are not pollinators. Now, this is again a very, very interesting feature about one of the orchid species, which is Chambergia tibicinis. It is called one of the carnivorous orchid. No, it's now pseudobulbs, they then becomes hollow when the plants become dead. There's जो कुछ pseudobulbs हैं प्लांट में जब डेड हो जाते हैं, कुछ ठीक रहते हैं, बट जो डेड हो जाते हैं उनके अंदर जो है ये ants रहना शुरू कर देती हैं. And these hollow pseudobulbs, here they serve as domatia for many species of ants. And the ants pack many of the pseudobulbs with debris, including dead insects, even plant material and sand. Now, ants were, in this case, when the experiments were conducted to just prove, the ants were fed with carbon labeled, in the honey, and they were killed and placed in the pseudobulb for about 8 weeks. And when later on the samples of plant tissue were harvested and tested for radioactivity after 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 weeks, the labeled material had moved into various parts of the plant and demonstrated direct nutrient uptake. Now here the seeds, I wanted to show how simple the seeds, orchids have their simple seeds, simple structure, testa, and small globular, embryos with complex carbohydrate supply. No, they may get associated with some fungi like Rhizoctonia species, Armillaria, Marasimus, and so on. And it is considered that the mycorrhizal plants, like the orchids which germinate after getting in association with the mycorrhiza, they're healthier, they're higher net dry weight, and they're rich in nitrogen and other mineral contents. Basically, fungal symbiosis and microspermy, they help in expanding the reproductive latitude as well as adaptive opportunity. Now, coming to the medicinally important orchids. In fact, when the orchids were first discovered, they were discovered for their medicinal properties. At that time, it was said, I think our chair would appreciate that at that time there was a myth, or whether it was a truth, it was so prevalent, in the previous cultures, that when healthy tubers are fed to expecting mother, she is going to deliver a male baby. And when shriveled tubers, shriveled tubers are fed to a, the expecting mother going to deliver a female baby. And many of its uses, they are used in curing large number of ailments, like for example curing rheumatism. There are some of the species which are used. I have listed in the bracket. I have used the part which is used: roots, leaves, roots. Leaves are roots. Pseudobulbs are also used. Sometimes the whole plant is used. They are used as a tonic. For example, Dactylorhiza panja have used. And even the Chavanprash, which in our families, our grandfathers, our fathers, eat, species of, the Chavanprash as Riddhi, I'm coming to that also. And they're also used to this order. They're also used to cure digestive problems. They're also used to cure. I've just listed a few. They're also listed as an expectorant, and they're also used to even anti-cancers. Some of the and they have been discovered as the properties have been covering even anti-cancerous properties. And the most interesting is to enhance longevity. Ceropetalum maculosum is considered to enhance the longevity. In this case, one of our scientist, Professor Aditi, he made a survey amongst all the orchidologists, maybe growers, maybe exhibitors, maybe like nurserymen or leading scientists, and leading scientists, I would say. And then he finally concluded that those working in association with the orchids in any farm, they have their average life 10 to 12 years more than the other people. So this is giving a clear picture, I would say, and open invitation, I would say, to the youngsters to come to the orchid field for their researches and all that. They can take up many challenges which are still there in the orchids and start their orchid researches. Many of the papers have already been published in this regard. In fact, as far as these Chavanprash is concerned, there is Ashtavarga, group of there where 4 species I told you of the orchids: Cypripedium acuminatum, which is called Rishbhak, then Jivak, Riddhi, Vriddhi. These are all orchid species. And the other species like 3 from Liliaceae and 1 from Gingiberaceae, or Rosacea, Lilium, Polyphyllum, Polygonatum, Verticillium, Polygonatum, this Cerifolium, they are also used in the Chavanprash. Now, as far as their floricultural importance is concerned, I have already indicated, they are intricately fabricated, they are long-lasting, beautiful, fragrant. Even they have a lot of fragrance also. Various kinds of fragrances they do have. And then colorful of myriad shapes and sizes, amazing. Now, this picture I took in one of the Asia Pacific Orchid conference, and the word orchid, there's one person from, I think, China. He had brought this hybrid way. He had showed a beautiful texture of this orchid species. So this is creating it more floriculturally excellence plant. And then this is a floricultural excellence. Again, you can see the color combinations and the lip color. In fact, multi-million-dollar cut flower industries are there in many plants like Thailand, Netherlands, and Holland, and so on, Japan, are based on the trade, cut flower trade, and the plants trade in these countries. And basically, economy of these countries based on the trade of these plants. Even in India, whenever like we are getting some whatever orchids like cut flowers we are getting, mostly they are from Thailand, which are there in Delhi, and from Delhi they are transported, sometimes Bombay, they are transported to other places for the decoration programs and other purposes. And then epidendrum, you can appreciate the color combination, bright red, orange, and yellow combination, just to attract the pollinators. And here it is also called bottle brush orchid, Dendrobium smiley. It's also called smiling orchid. Now here is a white color, pure white colored orchid, moth orchid. And then here is a pineapple orchid. Doesn't it look like a pineapple? You can appreciate It's a shape, the color, flower, how they have arranged themselves to look like, you know, a structure which resembles exactly the pineapple. Now, I was in Ecuador, South America, where earlier we used to read in the books that there is a there's a toothbrush orchid and all that. But here I had visited the farm, you know, where you can see this the toothbrush orchid growing, lot of cultivation, where the bristles of the brush and then, you know, stalk is there. And here again you can appreciate the color of the orchid. Now the floral mimicry, how do they mimic other insects and other things, you know? Here it's called a wasp orchid. Doesn't look like a wasp? Here, you know, moth orchid. It's one of the offer species where they are resembling the female insect, female partner of one of the male insect. So that the male insect comes, sits on it, consider it's a female partner, and then there's a process of pseudocopulation. In the process, you know, they get themselves pollinated. Again, bird orchid, which I've already shown you. Now this is a moth orchid, Phalaenopsis, and they have not even left the shape of a helmet. They have started even resembling the helmet. This is the Corybas orchid. Flying duck orchid, you can see how they assume the shapes. It is just on the basis of the size, shape, and color of the this labellum. Now here is a monkey orchid. You can see its tail, you know, arms, legs, and all that. Even the Draculasemia, the monkey orchid, they have started resembling. This is called a monkey orchid. They have not even left the Punjabi jutti to resemble, you know. It's a Punjabi jutti is very popular, you know, here, very famous in this area, Patiala Punjabi jutti. So this is a Bulbophyllum frostii. And here is a ghost orchid with the, you know, stick in one's hand. Now value addition. Now value, you know, such mesmerizing. They are not only floricultural importance, they are medicinal importance as well. So how we have to add value addition in these orchids? So value in floriculture increases economic value and consumer appeal of any floral commodity. In floriculture, value addition is made through genetical changes, processing, or diversification. But here, you know, you can add, like, they can be used as local available sources like and they should look beautiful so that people come and you know, start purchasing these things. Orchid hybrids, you know, they are different color, you know, orchid hybrids, they are produced of various colors and shapes, and display and exhibits they can be used, and they can be used in as far as folk medicines. I think we had organized one conference in Nagaland also, where on the medicinal plants, where we had invited even the and just to know how they are using these forest plants from the forest to cure various ailments. Because the language problem was there, we had tried to, you know, connect with them through some translators, and of course they had some exhibition also put there, and they were selling the medicines prepared from those plants. And we tried to, you know, we tried to gather the information from there, that what kind of like they are deciding how many times one has medicine, how they decide of their own. So we just wanted, you know, the norms there, so policy is there. But what we came to know was that, like, they were, you know, they didn't want to hide the information available with them. They were just like saying कि हमें तो government job को हम बताएंगे, हमें private hospital को तब आपको information देंगे. So like that, they were of course giving some information. The entire information is not being provided by them, unless, you know, we have to, you know, take them in confidence, because trials have to, because we can't say वो use कर रहे हैं, इतना medicine खा रहे हैं तो वो ठीक हो रहे हैं. But exactly कितने dosage चाहिए उस person को, और कितने टाइम के बाद मेडिसिन लेनी है, that needs to be, you know, testing trials होने चाहिए उससे पहले. तो उसमें जो भी हमारा ये काम जो है कुछ एजेंसीज के साथ चल रहा है. Then, as you know, Noctocallis leaves are used as vegetables. Chyawanprash, I have already told you. Then tea, orchid tea is also being prepared. Now, such a wonderful orchid science, you know. New features they have designed in such a way they are the most most beautiful flowers. At the same time, now we're moving towards organic, you know, everybody this, you know, there's some it's the now here I just comfortable difference wearing a jacket with the embroidery of the government. They really love to have anything, you know, just anything which is orchidaceous with them. So here, even the sweaters which are designed, you know, they are designed with the orchid flowers, embroidered, you know, and even the crockery, you know, special crockery with orchid designs. Of course, is a very, very precious, but one really boasts of having such again flowers, orchid flowers, special and then paperweights here in this was in Singapore, you know, where these live flowers, you know, are embedded in such a way that they look like so fresh, and they are look so fresh flowers, you know. These are paperweights, and then even the then different pendants, gold plated orchid flower pendants in the on the sale in the exhibitions, and in the purses with orchid flower designs. And here this photograph I took in Singapore, you know, and this lady was selling some of the brooches, and as well as some of the brooches and some of the products, where she was saying you just take this, you'll have going to have a sound sleep. So there are a large number of products that are also being, you know, commercially produced from such these plants. And you can see here, you know, various products which are on sale in such exhibitions. But this is just emerging areas, you know, here. Even the keychains, you know, where with the orchid flower, and then plates, designer plates, t-shirts with orchid flowers. Then, you know, some cases where you can place some things, and even the small kits, you know, and the costals, even the table covers with orchid flower designs, and then the pendants, and then, you know, the sets, even for ladies, you know, with orchid designs. And she's a wife of a World Orchid Trust president. We met in China first time, and then she was wearing, you know, the shirt with orchid flowers. Even the flower, you know, they are so into it, you know. Even the food which is served, you know, that is decorated with the orchid flowers. Then I had opportunity to be the judge in many of the these World Orchid conferences and the Asia Pacific Orchid conferences as judge of the, you know, orchid exhibition. So I just would like to share some of the slides where different countries have exhibited their orchid diversity. You can see, you will really, you know, appreciate. It's so amazing. You can see here how they have decorated, how they are presenting their orchid diversity, how they know that they tell that how the orchids can be used in each and every corner of the house. Even the dress which you would like to sell out, you know, it has to be, you know, decorated with orchids, so that many people come and get attracted. When the dresses are decorated, so you can see how the diversity is being displayed in the orchid international, you know, orchid exhibitions. You can see here, and these are two of the judges from different countries, one from USA, one from South Africa, with me while judging the orchids. I think this was in Okinawa, Japan. So here from the very beginning, they start educating their school children about the orchid diversity in their country, and they start appreciating the conservation as well. So this sceneries was also in the competition, you know, many sceneries such displayed. These are not just a painting, you know. This is just a live flowers, you know, which have been pasted, and they have as colors as they had in the nature. So here the commercial orchid globe, they have to be produced through tissue culture. This is the only means by which we can mass propagate them and conserve them. So here the small children, you know, they're being educated while making drawings and all that of the orchids. So here in Japan, in Okinawa, there was a announcement before that. There is no blue colored orchid so far in the world. One has to produce anybody who is going to produce the blue colored hybrid, he'll be going to be awarded. Then there was a research team was there, Dr. Masahiro Miyai at the Shiba University, Japan. He, by using some gene, he had produced, this blue colored orchid, and they were present in the 11th Asia Pacific Orchid Conference. They were displayed, in 2013. And what was done in Comilino communis से वहां से उन्होंने जीन लिया था और उसको ट्रांसफर किया phalaenopsis में. तो बाद में delphinidin to produce delphinidin. तो delphinidin से anthocyanin pigment जो blue है उससे blue color orchid बना. So these are the two scientists, which claimed that they have produced this. But later on, through my information, I just tried to contact those judges who were in the query, but they later on they rejected their claim. They said whatever even gene has to be used for producing blue colored orchid, that has to be from orchidaceous in nature. So such wonderful plants, floricultural important, medicinally important. So they are on the, the populations are really on decline because commercially important है. Floriculture वो भी ले रहे हैं, students भी पढ़ने के लिए मतलब जा रहे हैं forest में, and some habitat destruction pressures are there. Herbal pressures हैं, medicinal collection pressures हैं, habitat pressure में natural calamities हैं, landslides हैं, soil erosions हैं, large biotic factors, grazing चल रही है, तो defense presents socio-economic factors हैं. जो slightly said that prohibits a trade of the orchid species by placing certain species in appendix 2. We have just explained in appendix 2. Now here the some of the sites which we usually went and surveyed in the first year, and the second or third year when we went to that place, the whole population was destroyed, because of some forest fires and some grazing, cutting of the grass, development of the roads, So conservation of orchids is really required. It's an urgent need these days. Of course, there is now a complete ban on the collection of orchids, in the wild. Of course, various steps have also been taken by the Indian government, like there are some biosphere reserves and some forest reserves, national parks, orchid sanctuaries, orchid area. But the tissue culture techniques really help in achieving desired genotypes and open up new possibilities for the mass propagation. So what we can select, large number of explants, we can select seeds, floral segments, roots, shoot apical meristem, axillary buds, leaves, flower stud cuttings, and so on. So here are the seeds where we have tried to bypass the fungal requirements of these seeds, which is a must, by providing them appropriate nutrition in vitro and under aseptic conditions. So we had been in our laboratory, we have been really successful, and protocols for such large number of species have already been, there more than 100 species have already been there, which are commercially important, medicinally as well as floriculturally important, and for medicinally important species as well as for terrestrially important species. And advantage, mass propagation, increased genetic diversity, disease-free seedling, increased vigor are already there. Now we have to also try to, check the cost efficacy of these media. One of my students, he did work on using some other alternating gelling agents. We got success, in this aspect also. And then even the acquired substratum was also used. And this, in fact, one of the poster was awarded in one of the international conference. So besides using seeds, we can use some other vegetative organs also for the vegetative propagation. For example, leaves, roots, stems, and so on. Here, we could get large number of regenerates even on the leaf. And from such a small size segment of the leaf, we could raise hundreds of plantlets, which were cloned in nature. And then when we cut the histological, we tried to check like what are the cells which are responsible in the leaf for these clones production. Then we could find that there are some epidermal and hypodermal cells. And later on, we checked even the possibility of using even dermal peels rather than taking a whole leaf. Even here, we were highly successful. And this poster was also, given the prize, And even the root segments, I told you. So leaf and root segments are really ideal micropropagation system in case we use. And mother plants are not endangered. Like there are monopodial, sympodial plant species. In case of monopodial, we can't use a shoot meristem. Here we can use the leaf and root explant successfully. So
Madam,
then germplasm, we really have a story
Madam,
of germplasm.
Pathak Madam, please conclude.
Okay. So we have also tried to perfect the synthetic seed technology also, and we are trying to develop some other techniques by which we can really get success for some limitations in this case. So we are trying to propagate them, harden them, and transfer into the nature. And with mycorrhizal association also, we're trying to infect them, and they are flowering, and nature. And there are some orchids which are named after famous dignitaries, Nelson Mandela, Margaret Thatcher, Princess Diana, and so on. And even the Jal Bidden and Jao Sunen, Bae Jung-jan, Narendra Modi ji, our Honorable Prime Minister ji, Shah Rukh Khan ji, Amitabh Bachchan ji. And more recently, I just would like to prize one of the orchid has been named. It's a big, I would say, I'm highly thankful. One of the orchid hybrid has been named after me. So there are some other national leaders, and the name of which they have been produced. Some orchids as national and state flowers as well in India. For example, in Colombia, Sikkim, Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram. And there's some promotional programs already going on. We are, as a, from the Orchid Society of India, which is a baby of this laboratory, we have been doing large number of activities to create awareness about these orchids at different places. Every year, we have been going to different places, organizing various programs. I have published these 2 books also on orchids, Orchid Science and Commerce and Commercial Orchids. And we are publishing the one international journal, the Journal of the Orchid Society of India. This is the only journal in India which is published on orchids. It's an international journal. This is in UGC care list, and this is NAS rating of 3.45. And also we are publishing. So I'll say that orchids are as flowers of healthcare, harmony, and prosperity. So whenever I do this orchid, it looks at, is smiling at me, still telling me that you are still ignorant about us, though have been associated with these orchid plants for the more than 35 years. So we strive to understand, popularize, conserve, and propagate orchids. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Pramila Pathak. A beautiful lecture, very fascinating lecture, telling almost all aspects of the science of orchidology, covering habitat, their therapeutic applications, micropropagation, horticultural value. And now I will request Dr. D.N. Patil if he give his comment. Co-chairman Dr. D.N. Patil of Wagholi. Patil Saab.
Patil sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Yes,
sir?
you are. You're audible, sir. Dr. Patil, yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Today's third session of conference, our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Pramila Pathak, Madam, Chairperson, Department of Botany, Punjab University, Chandigarh, delivered wonderful talk on orchids, a fascinating world. Orchids flowers are beautiful flowers because of shape, size and colors in the world. But madam, your knowledge presentation on orchids is also wonderful. Only 1% of orchids can germinate without mycorrhiza, association of mycorrhiza, but due to the new innovation and invention of the madam, it is possible to germinate the orchid seeds with high percentage. Really, his research, his dedication regarding the knowledge and for the study or survey of the orchids, that is the biodiversity study of the orchids, conservations and commercialization of the orchids. Such points are discussed by the madams. Habitats of the orchids, that is terrestrial, lithophytic, epiphytic, subterranean, also discuss the association of orchids with other plants with beautiful slides. And one more very important event in the life cycle of the orchids is the pollination mechanism. How the insect or various type of vectors are attracted toward the flowers because of the nectars, callus masses which are present on the orchids. These are the attractants present on the flowers of the orchids. Color, shape of orchids are also important in the life cycle. Traps in the orchids flowers, bucket flowers, dancing orchids, various Mycoecotropy in orchids are also discussed by the madam. Carnivorous nature of the orchids, mycorrhizal plants, association of orchids. Orchids are very wonderful flowers in the world, but not only in famous for the beautifulness, but orchids flowers are also, orchids plants are also used therapeutically for curing the various diseases like rheumatism as a tonic, to cure nervous disorders, to cure digestive problems, to cure cardiac problems, and expectorant and anti-cancer. Such a type of various medicinal importance of the orchids is also discussed and also used of the orchids for the preparation of the bouquet and various designs. It's parts of commercialization of the orchids, and madam also focused on the conservation of orchids. That is, it is very urgent needs to conserve the orchids in natural habitats. The government has taken various efforts by declaring various area, biodiversity area as a protected area like wildlife sanctuary, national park, tiger reserves, where the orchids are also growing in nature, and it is need to conserve such a type of beautiful type of plants, group of plants, which are very, very important in the nature. So I am very much thankful to the madam for this nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. D.N. Patel, for delivering a very constructive, positive, and summarizing the complete lecture of Madam Professor Pramila Pathak in such a nice way and simple way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Sakal Misra,
Yes,
I hand
sir.
over
Yes, sir. Yes.
to you.
धन्यवाद मैडम प्रमिला, डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर प्रमिला पाठक मैडम। और पूरी झांकी आपने यहाँ पर बहुत ही कम समय में, क्योंकि समय की थोड़ा सीमा है, आगे जो है कुछ लेक्चर्स और हैं, और निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही आपने गागर में सागर भर दिया है इसमें आर्किड के इस आपके व्याख्यान में अपने, और बहुत ही अच्छी और इंफॉर्मेटिव टॉक रही है, और निश्चित रूप से हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत ही एक ये ऑर्किड के संबंध में जानने का इससे बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलेगा, और निश्चित रूप से आगे भी हम आपसे जब भी समय मिलेगा इस पर चर्चा कराएंगे, और उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने जो व्याख्यान का समय दिया, और साथ ही मैं आज के सत्र के चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर पुरुषोत्तम कौशिक सर को धन्यवाद दूंगा कि उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में हमें समय दिया, और डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर D.N. पाटिल साहब को उन्होंने अपने समय निकाल करके अपने कॉलेज में भी के बीच का समय निकाल करके और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को जो उन्होंने दिया है उसके लिए हम सभी आप लोगों का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं, अपने महाविद्यालय की ओर से, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से, और अपने मध्य प्रदेश हायर एजुकेशन विभाग की ओर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद सर। थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू।
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving opportunity as a co-chairperson.
next session,
Thank you.
our eminent speaker, Mr. Sarad Apte, President World Song, Sangli, Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. Apte Saab? Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Our chairperson of the session, Dr. Jayant Vatatkar, President, Pakshi Mitra Sangathan, Amravati, Maharashtra.
Thank you, sir.
Young sir, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Co-chairperson, Dr. Amita Sharkar, Associate Professor, Zoology Department, Agra College, Agra. Welcome, madam. So I am requesting to Dr. Jayant sir, please preside the session, and Dr. Amita madam co-chair the session, and Dr. Jayant sir, please introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Sarad Apte sir.
धन्यवाद कंद मिश्रा सर. आपटे सर.
Hello.
आपटे सर. Okay,
Yes,
join
sir.
झालात. Okay.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
join. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome you all for today's fourth session. I am Jayant Vadatkar. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me opportunity to preside over this session. Let me first.
अमता मैडम थोड़ा आप म्यूट करिए. म्यूट करें.
Madam, please mute. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Let me first introduce today's speaker, Mr. Sharad Apte. He is a resident of Sangli in Maharashtra and was employed as a senior officer in ICICI Bank, and now voluntarily retired to devote time to his hobby. And now he devotes himself full time to birding as well as recording bird calls and bird song. He is a renowned bird sound expert in India and has recorded 433 bird call and songs of Indian birds till date. They know more bird sound than many have ever seen. 15 years ago, he released audio CD and DVD to make the audio recordings available to the scholars and researchers. And now he has created a website to make all audio available. He is the only Indian to do so. He has all the latest equipment to record bird calls. He is the founder of Bird Song Organization, and he is also the Joint Secretary of Maharashtra Pakshi Mitra Organization. I would like to say that Maharashtra Pakshi Mitra Organization has been functioning since 40 years in Maharashtra and organized Pakshi Mitra Sambelans, means birdwatcher meet every year. It is special that such sambelans are held only in Maharashtra state. Most importantly, he is working with Maculary Library and Cornell Lab for identifying birds in India by their calls. His today's topic is also similar. His topic is why, where, when, and how birds sings. I request to Mr. Sharad Apte sir to start his presentation. Apte sir, please unmute.
Thank you, Jayant, and thank you, Amita. I am thankful to the organizer for having given me this opportunity on this great dais to present my work. And now I am start my presentation.
Sir, there is no voice. Kindly unmute.
It is okay?
Yes, sir. Now it is audible.
Some error is occurring while sharing my screen.
Sir, please open your PPT first.
Yes, I did it.
Open and minimize, and then try to share.
So I need to share a full screen, your entire screen, no, or window. If I share a window, there will
Full
be
screen.
no full screen.
Full screen. Full screen.
Yes. Then I should click on the window or the big screen. Now I share it. So still it is a problem. I try this with window.
Okay, try.
Still again problem. Sorry, an error occurred when screen sharing. What would be the problem?
Minimize your Google Meet window and then try to share.
Okay. Let us try that. Oh. Anyone can guide me? What would be? Because yesterday I checked my everything with a meeting. Net connection is okay. Everything is okay.
Then, sir.
Hmm?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Please guide him.
Oh, I have no idea about Google Meet, sir. I always use Zoom.
Now, only yesterday I had one meeting with my friends on this issue because I want to confirm everything is okay.
I think you leave the meeting and then
Unless
the
again
PPT and again join.
Yes, I will do that.
पंचायत हो जाती है, ये आ रही है।
Yes, it is okay. Hello. Hello.
Sir.
Yes, I think it is okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Now
you
it
can hear. Yes, it is. You can hear. You can listen. See the slide. Okay, na?
yes. Now you can full screen.
Yes, I will going to.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, this is a line I present here by humans need nature, but nature doesn't need human by Jane Goodall. This is we all people know that, and we have to follow these things in our life. Why, where, how, and when bird sings. This is my title of this presentation. In my presentation, most of the slide has a bird sound, and sometimes they will get played automatically, or in some slide I will play from my side. My contribution with eBird. eBird is a platform many people know that it is available for the bird watchers all over the world, and they can contribute their observations. So far I have contributed 2,452 checklists from year 1995. Then my contribution towards the bird sound is that this is my contribution. I have contributed 3,511 sound files of almost 401 bird species. So if you want to check my contribution, if you want to listen the sound and read about the comments, you can visit the eBird site and view all these things. Now there is every living organism is necessary used to some type of language for the communication. The communication type of communication may be various. In respect of the bird, we are going to see what is this. When a flower blooms anywhere or in our garden, it attracts many insects or birds or animal to have the deposit of the nectar as a food, and with the help of that, the flower achieve the cross pollination. So the blooming of flower, its color, its fragrance is all about for the cross pollination. Then the language of sound. How many animals and birds use this language? Let us see. One of the oldest animal and one of the oldest sound on the earth is amphibians, and they communicate with their sound. Then animals, there is a pack of sambar, they are giving this alarm call. They might have seen some predator inside the jungle. So the animals communicate. Insect communicate with their types of sound. Then again human. Human is a one species that use sound system acoustic very effectively, and human always use many other sources very effectively than other any organism. Then comes bird. After human, bird is the only species use their sound, their voice very effectively. Now let us see how bird produce sound. At the left side, I have shown a cross section of the syrinx, and the red arrows indicate when the bird press the air through their lungs, it travels through the two bronchus and then passes brushing the thin membrane at the juncture of the joint, which atom get vibrated and the sound get produced. This is the general structure of the syrinx, but according to the species, it differs slightly. There are two cycles. Generally, we breathe in a one cycle. We take air inside and exhales. But when bird take air in his lungs, it travels direct back to the air sacs. It gets not stored in his lungs. Then he presses his air sacs. Then he pushes the air into the lungs. Then he pushes it through the bronchus to his windpipe. And in the second stage, he produces sound. Vocal signal, vocalization that influence the behavior of other individual. It is a definition of vocal signal. It is a general definition, and it is applied for all organisms who communicate with the vocal signal. Communication, sender need receiver. If the signal modifies the behavior of receiver, then we can infer the communication has taken place. This is again a general. When we communicate to some other, I am communicating with you. If you receive my signal and you modify your behavior, then I say that communication is done. Now, what is the bird sound? Any sound, vocal or non-vocal, made by the bird is called bird sound. In this sound clip, you might have heard a drumming sound made by a woodpecker hitting his beak on a hollow branch of tree and making some resonating sound. So this is also bird sound. And followed that drumming sound, you might have heard the bird sound made by his syrinx. The both are confirmed as a bird sound. Many birds use many types of instrument to make a sound other than their vocal system. Bird sounds are then divided into two categories. One is song and other is call. Song is long, complex, loud, generally produced by male in a breeding season. Let us hear what is the song is. Long, complex, and generally produced by male in the breeding season. When we say song, then it is referred to the breeding cycle. And when we say call, it is maybe related to the many other activities for which bird want to communicate. Let us take example. Call short, simple, and produced by both sexes throughout the year usually occur in a particular context. Now this is not a song, this is a call. It is a short and made by both sexes or even chicks. Now I will introduce you one by one types of songs and calls. Why sound? It is a poorly developed olfactory system. Very few species can smell. Otherwise, all other birds have no senses of smell. Audio signals are effective in all conditions. Day or night, it is effective. Ideal for long distance. Bird sound can reach 2 kilometers. Particularly, it depends on the species. In respect of the GIB, Great Indian Bustard, his sound can reach 2 kilometers away. Then fast and effective. Let us take one example. This is a very commonest sound all over India, and we refer it is when the Vasantratu comes, the koels start singing. In fact, the koels start singing in January in Kerala, and it keeps singing till August in India in various places. So the reason is that fast and effective. What she says, what the koel says about through his sound, he tells the other competitive male that this is my territory, I am owner of the territory. This is a plus place. Secondly, he tried to attract the female with his health of his sound. Third is that he know that there should be one nest of the house crow where the female is going to lay his eggs. So three things he tells to the other, that is the nest of the house crow in my territory is for me, my female. Then that this territory is mine, and with the health of my sound, I attract the female. Then transmission large information rapidly. Just I said about that. Very large information effectively bird can deliver through its song. Disadvantage high in cost. What is the cost about it? The cost is that when the koels sing for this moment, so he cannot rely about their song. The song is someone has heard it, my opponent male has heard it, and he will not enter my territory. This will not happen. So throughout the day, repeatedly he have to sing, come and sit on the same place and sing, keep singing hours together, and many times in a day from daybreak to dusk. So because of that, he had to spend lot of energy making sound, and this is why it is a costly. What are the function? Breeding and reproduction is a very important function. We all hear dayar and koel in our backyard. During the particular period of the year, they come there and start singing, and after that they stop. Asian quail, we know all this bird. In my place, it starts singing in the first week of March and continues to sing till mid-August. But if the song is more energetic during the month of May and June. Second function is contact. The male and female chicks and parents, then birds in a group, the bird those remain in a flock, they communicate. Alarm and mobbing call, distraction behavior, territorial birds need many territories, food begging call by chicks, rising and retiring. We are going to see every type of call and its example. Bidding song or song. When we call song, it is always refers to the breeding cycle of the bird. When anybody see there is a bird was singing, then it means that it has a intention to attract the female, mark the territory, and want to have a nest with partner. Now, when we say song, there are two types of birds. Order Passeriformes. The main feature of the Passeriformes are the feet arrangements of the bird, 3 toes in the front and 1 at the hind. They build nest. Their chicks are naked and blind. They learn their songs from the parents. Later we discuss about it. That is the order Passeriformes, which are known as a songbird. All other birds, though they sing, their sound, their calls are not always been a song. Then ocean Passeriformes, we saw that all the singing birds are belong to the Passeriformes, but all Passeriformes are not songbird. So the group oceans are songbirds and sub-oceans are not songbird. So the Passeriformes divided into the two suborders. Ocean singing birds, songbirds, successful birds contribute 3/5 of the total bird species. So what? Most of the bird we see in our backyard are the songbird, except Asian quail, greater cockle. These are not the songbird, but crow is a songbird, sparrow is a songbird, bulbul is a songbird, myna is a songbird. Then the sub-oceans. Sub-oceans are the non-songbird. Only within a Passeriformes, there are two groups. One is ocean and other is sub-ocean. Oceans are the songbirds and sub-oceans are non-song. Non-songbird are broadbill and pitta, though they are in a Passeriformes order, but they are not songbirds. How songbird learn their song? I said that every songbird has to learn his song. It is like as a human. If the human baby is kept born in a Marathi family and it is grown in a Hindi family or in a Kannada family, the baby will learn the language he hears. Particularly if it is in a Kannada family, he will learn Kannada. He will not learn Marathi. If he put into the family with when is a child, it is put with English family, then we start speaking English. Like that, the birds learn from the sound they hear in the early age of that birds. From whom they learn? They learn from the parents, from birds of the same species. These are the two ways of their learning. How non-songbird learn their song? Actually, non-songbirds and all other birds, their songs or their calls are encoded in their gene. They need not to learn. For example, if I take a juvenile of house sparrow, I remove it from his nest. When it is hatched, I remove it from his nest and put in a laboratory, and I did not allow him to listen the song of a sparrow or sound of a sparrow, but I playback the sound of Dayal. When he grown up, he tried to mimic song of Dayal, but not of his original species, sparrow. If I play back both the sound to the chick, Dayal and sparrow, he will sing like a sparrow. This is how I learned it. Song has to be learned. Song learned from parents and surrounding birds of own species. Design of sirens is another to identify the songbird. Song has to be practiced. Chatter in hot afternoon. It is called a riyaz or sub song. Before they give their full song, every songbird learn their song from parents, then he practice it, and only after he sings. Let us listen to that. Now this is a Brahmani starling. This is a first summer in his life. Now he is learning his song. Now he is practicing very subdued manner. The volume is very low. He sits thick in the bush, not on the exposed branch. In particularly after the feeding in the afternoon, they start practicing. You might have heard in the afternoon, many birds are chattering. All they are doing their practice of song. There are crows, there are mynas, there are bulbuls. All they are doing that thing. Now we see the cross section of the sightings of a songbird. Songbird, earlier we saw the cross section of the general bird. In the case of the songbird, you can see there are two bronchus, left and right. In the left, you can see the sky blue signal, and in the right, some pink signal. So the songbird can create a sound from the membrane which are available in a both membrane. Sorry, in a both bronchus, left and right. So at a time, he can produce a sound from a left and also from the right. So sometimes we feel that there is one bird, but we feel that there are many birds are giving calling or singing. This is the structure of the sirens of the songbird. Now, which we have many birds in a such type, but I give one example. This is our common bird. It is a, a white-browed wagtail. Now you look at the graph. This is the first phase, and in the second section, you can see there are two types of sound are made at the same time. In a upper frequency, there is a different sound, and in a lower frequency, there is a different sound. But both are made at same time. Now listen to the sound. So we cannot identify which is the left, which is right. But when we check the graph, we can see the clear picture how the two sounds are made at a time. Both has a different frequency. Now these are some examples of the song. This is a blackbird. Most of the songbirds sing melodiously, not everyone, particularly clamorous reed warbler is he sings, but his song is very rough. This is a oriental white-eye. beside Oriental white-eye, Oriental magpie robin, this is the one bird we can hear in our backyard. This is the season, but now it has stopped around 2 weeks ago. It has stopped singing. Otherwise, last 3 months he was singing in the early in the morning. This is another songster of our forest. It sings very nice. Listen to this. There are whistle, there are trills. Particularly when the bird is courting, it gives a lot of beautiful song. It has a lot of variation. But that time, uh, he is not always, he is always with female and it just to mount. He is not at the top of the tree. Now this is again common bird of our backyard, coppersmith. Intention of his song is a breeding and reproduction. He tried to say this is my territory and attack the female, but his call is not called as it is generally called as a song, but the bird is a non-song bird. Now listen to his song. In songbird, we heard that there is a lot of variation in pitch, in frequency, loudness. But in this case, you might have noticed that only one note is repeated after another. Again, the subject issue comes: why bird mimics? Many birds, all the mimic are generally songbird. Why they mimic? They mimic for the 3-4 reason. To restrict species mimicked. Suppose a one bird mimic a shikara, then the bird tells to the shikara bird in the surrounding area that here is a already one shikara, so you don't come here. Second reason, this is the most time used to enrich one's songs. Bird mix their other bird sound or other machine sound or any other sound they hear in their song. So they enrich the variety of song, they increase the repertoire of their song so that they can attract the female. Third is to drive away other birds and claim more food. Suppose the bird give a mimic call of a predator, then the other bird feel that there is a predator, so we shouldn't go there, and they all bird get afraid and fly away. Then the mimicker have a chance to get more food. Again, this type of the false alarm call to claim food. Again, bird gives alarm call to alert the other bird that some danger is coming. Sometimes some bird make a false alarm come. There is no raptor, there is no snake, there is no cat. Still they give the raptor is coming, the shikara is coming, or the hawk is coming. So, or all the birds and an animal left the territory. What they are eating, they drop there, and the mimicker get the food very easily. Now listen some mimics. I will play one by mimic, and you can. This is a one bird. One of the top mimicker in India is the shama. You can identify each species. This is common ayora. Nightjar. laughing. Study has not yet been done how many types of song each songbird gives. But in Europe and America, every songbird has been studied so deeply that they can say particular bird can give average 8 song, 10 song, 100 song like that. So we are in this field, we are still far away. Now our ornithologists and hobbyists are started recording this sound. Then it will, the generation coming should go in this field and at least define how many songs our songbird gives. Now this is a common tailor bird which is in my garden, and every day he starts singing from particular branch of the tree. Then he shifts his location. There are 4 locations he used to sit and sing, and you can see the graph type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. Every graph show a different picture of his song. And now listen how he sing. I have incorporated all types of song in a one small clip, so I can able to play back it with you. This is a type 1. This is 2, 3. Now I am following the male. While I am recording, I am following the male. Where he goes, I follow him and record him. So I can say this male has at least 4 types of the song. Then comes the issue of the regional dialect. Regional dialect occurs in a many species of the bird, particularly songbird. Every songbird has its own peculiar song. When you compare 2 crows or 2 magpie robin or 2 house sparrow, you will find there is a very difference in their song. Let us see examples. This is a oriental magpie robin. In my backyard, in my colony, there are 2 oriental magpie. I call one as a and I call in a lane number 4 as a B. Listen to their song, which has recently recorded. Now male A, then male E in a one area, but their songs are very different, but still they are the oriental magpie robin. You can infer that these both songs are oriental magpie robin, but both are very different. Like a human being, every songbird has a peculiar sound. Now regional dialect. I have 3 clips from various places. This is not a song, but communication call given by the red-vented bulbul. First call is from Sandoli in Maharashtra, district Satara. Second is from Eagle Nest. And third is in a south Silent Valley. Listen. All the 3 calls from the different region show the different dialects. Then comes the geographic variation. Across the India or across the world, one bird species has a little difference in their call or in their songs. Now the grey jungle fowl is a non-songbird, but still he has a geographic variation. Listen now. Now first is from Chandoli, Satara district. Then second is Sakon, Salim Ali Center in near Coimbatore. And third is Vendukupoil in Kerala. Listen to the bird species the same. It is a not songbird, but still has a geographic variation. This is district Satara. Then second. Last one is Kerala. Again, puff-throated babbler. It is a songbird, so it must have a variation. Now listen, the first is in Satara district of Maharashtra, and the second is Uttarakhand. Even in every district, the dialects slightly changed because of the learning process. This is Satara district. Same species. Now last bird is barred jungle owlet, very small owlet. In the Himalayan range it can be seen, not other parts of the India. I will tell the story about it and then I will proceed. We are doing bird watching in Uttarakhand. Then our guide play a call of a barred jungle owlet. When they play the call of the jungle owlet, what happens? The small birds on which the barred jungle owlet prey, like a tailor bird or minala or tisia, sunbirds, tits, all gather around the speaker to mob the barred jungle owlet, their enemy. So the bird watcher can attract these birds with a playback and we can see the birds. Then who mob the barred jungle out? All the small birds on whom the barred jungle owlet feeds, they mock him. One day what happened? He was playing the barred jungle owlet, but no bird was attracted his call. There was no mobbing to the speaker and he was surprised how it has happened. Then I asked him that where did you recorded this call? Then he said that I have taken it from the website. So when he has taken it from the website, he might have taken it from the even northeast or any part of the other where the barred jungle owlet is available. So the jungle owlet call, which is from northeast, is not identifiable to the bird species in Uttarakhand in a particular location where he was playing. Now you can listen how the difference. It is a one from the northeast and another from the first sound is from the northeast and second from Uttarakhand. So you can differ. We even can differ this difference between the two sounds. So the bird species can do it easily. Dawn chorus, we all attracted by this sound. Listener or viewer of this show, or maybe bird watcher, or even a common man, they can listen many sounds around their house, even though they are living in a metropolitan city. Every morning they listen some beautiful bird sound. Why the dawn chorus is about and why the birds sing early in the morning, that is we are going to discuss. Every first Sunday of the May is International Dawn Chorus Day. The European celebrates this day as a dawn chorus because the entire 7 month of period was a very silent in Europe because all the birds, singing birds, have migrated to their winter quarter in India or Africa. At the beginning of the spring, they go back to their breeding ground and they start singing to mark their territory and attract the female. So even in India, the dawn chorus is more peculiar from March to September. Thereafter, there is a dawn chorus, but not rich as from March to September. Now we learn about the dawn chorus. Why birds sings at dawn? Climate at the time of dawn is 20 times better than any other time of the day for sound transmission. Because the sun is not yet up, so the everything is cool. When the sun come up, it hits the area, it hits the land, and the cold weather near the ground start traveling up, and that time if the bird sings, his song may go uh, carried away by the current of the air. That's why this is a best time. Light is not sufficient to start feeding. When the night ends, bird is very hungry and he need to start feeding immediately. But there is not sufficient light, so he is not able to feed. Flowers are not yet in a bloom and no insects movement. So the main food of the many birds is the insect and nectar and fruits. So there is no chance in the darkness. And then very important that fertile period of the female is on peak at the dawn. At the time, if the male attract the female, he can copulate with her, and raise the chicks. But and then another important issue is that bird proclaim that I am alive and still possess my territory. What happens during the night? Many bird gets fell to the prey, to the owls, then cats, then many nocturnal raptors, then like a snake and other animals who kill the birds. When the day breaks, the bird claim that I am alive and I am possess my territory. If the bird didn't call that time, other bird will capture his territory and possess his right on that territory. Again, very important, all listeners are also present in this territory. When the bird gives a signal, there should be a listener. So the listener, all listeners, if the bird is red-vented bulbul is singing, then the female should be there. If if the day is out and there is a light, and if bird is start singing, then there will be no other birds to listen him. Again, there is a duet song. We all know that the human being are related with the duet song, जो कि दो गाना बोलते हैं हिंदी में, जिसमें एक मेल सिंगर होता है और दूसरा होता है वो फीमेल सिंगर होता है और दो मिल के गाते हैं. In the bird, this is also done, is being done, and male start sing, and generally male start and female then joins. Recently, I learned about it, and when I started looking how many duet song birds are here, then I find many species, and what is the main purpose of the duet song? Male and female sings together. Generally, male begin and female joins at the end to maintain pair bond. This is a very important. When the birds are get paired, most of the birds are paired for life. One partner is killed or died, then they select another pair. Otherwise, they maintain their pair bond. To maintain pair bond, they sing together. To maintain right over territory, this is very important. The male and female has a territory to build a nest. To maintain their right over the territory, the pair sing together. This behavior is seen particularly bird species in tropical area. Why this behavior in a tropical area? Because in a tropical area, the birds need not to travel or need not to migrate anywhere because of the climate. In temperate zone or in a cold area, in a winter, bird has to leave their territory and go other part of the bird for the survival. So the pair bond and singing together for the territory not needed. Duet song, how many species I observed? It is an Indian scimitar babbler, one which I first observed. Very common bird, greater kokan, then common myna, black-rubbed woodpecker are some example. I will tell some story about the Indian scimitar babbler. I was doing birding in the Western Ghat. Then there is a, I will not going to discuss about the types of the duet song, antiphony and psychrophony. This is a pair of Indian scimitar babbler. I heard him in a Western Ghat, and I didn't know which bird is singing that. Then I find that this song is from Indian scimitar babbler. But there is one question. From beginning, I used to believe that there should be two birds, one bird, and at the end of the other bird joins him or sings him. In this case, what happens? I couldn't see both the bird at the same time singing at the same place. I used to record them, and then I again start believing that this is one bird and he sings in a different way. Though I was very sure that there should be two birds. One day what happened? One male at the left of my sings, and then the female join at the end, which was at the right hand. So then I come to know that there are two birds. Then I read about that type, and I come to know that this is a duet song. Now listen and watch the graph actually eventually. This is the first song is by male, and at the end of female joins him with a slightly at higher frequency or higher pitch. Listen. Second sound is clear. This is the second sound, which is a female, and this is the duet song. After that, following these guidelines, I can identify many species, those who give sings together. It is obviously that both are close together, both should sing at the same time. This is again the white-bellied seagull is also a duet singer. Both the male and female close together. They were near, almost on their nest, and both were giving their call. Then again, another purpose of the call is contact call. There are various types of contacts bird makes. We shall go one by one. If you go in a jungle of the Western Ghat, you can listen these sounds regularly, particularly in a bushy area. This is the brown chicked falveta, very small bird, generally remain in a undergrowth and in a group. When the group forage through the undergrowth, they need to communicate to keep the pack close. So they keep singing, they keep calling, receiving reply, and in this way they proceed in their foraging practice. Another very common bird, spot-breasted pentel. In this style, pair keep calling and keep foraging. Now, communication with female is a very interesting feature. This is seen in a Prenia. Generally, when the chicks are out of the eggs and females start feeding, the male bird perch on the nearby tree and keep calling in a particular manner. This is a jungle pinya, and how he start when the female come with insect, as it reach in its uh, territory, the male bird start communicating, start singing, start calling. Then the female goes in the nest and feed the chick. As the female goes in the nest, the male stop calling. Every insect female fed, this type of call male gives sitting and on the top of the nesting tree or nearby tree. With the help of this sound, I nowadays easily locate the active nest of the yesterday. I locate the two nest with the help of this sound. Alarm calls to alert birds of the same species and other living organism. When the bird gives an alarm call, he alert the species of his own. On the same way, some other organism, other bird species or sometimes animals also listen to the alarm call and get alert and go to the safe place.
आपके सर हाँ प्लीज थोड़ा अंगली टाक होनी है, थोड़ा जल्दी करें, है ना?
How many minutes are there?
हाँ, yes.
Okay. This is alarm call. You might have heard. Listening to the alarm call, the other birds go away. There are mobbing calls bird gives to drive the enemy. This is a large game babbler. Many bird species come together to mob their common enemy. You can listen many bird species, but sometimes what happens, a particular bird has a nest and he is worried about his enemy. Now this is a call of the mobbing red-vented bulbul because he was having his nest and he was mobbing Asian quail. Now this time no other bird join him. Now the distracting behavior of the laughing. Another very distracting call you may listen of the rock pigeon. When the rock pigeon fly away, sometimes we listen clapping sound of the wings. Not every time, but when the bird, suppose he has a threat, he want to distract his enemy and he makes a clapping sound. Listen very carefully. This is a clapping sound. Again, food begging call of the species. This is the Indian robin. When the bird is out of the nest, they beg for food, so the parents can find their chicks and give them food. But that time, if you try to locate the bird by their call, you will not able to locate it because they use the frequency in such a way that no one can locate the bird by their sound. It is a very peculiarity of the all song of the chicks. Now this is a very quail begging call to the crow. Then again territory, bird need territory for many reasons. For nesting, this is jungle pinia. March onward you can listen it. Long-tailed strike. When long-tailed strike, some birds migrate from the north area. And they arrive, they give this call early in the morning to mark their territory. You can listen it in the end of this month. Rising call is another important aspect. Early in the morning, at the daybreak, the bird leaves his night roost, and before leaving his night roost, some bird species give such types of call, telling other bird, "This is my night roost." Retiring call, some bird, when they retire, they give some types of call to proclaim that this is my night roost. Rising and retiring, then habitat of, and I will discuss it later. Great Indian bustard. Both the birds are in a same location, same habitat, but one is small as a sparrow and one is large as a peacock. The large bird has a very small frequency, very low frequency. Low frequency wise always travels long, and high pitch sound travels very less. So the lark on the same grassland sings in high pitch sound. Then proof of presence. Actually, owls, we can nightjar. Identification of the species is very important when. Now these are the all four migratory warblers, which are difficult to identify by only seeing. But if we look at their call graph, we can see that there is a lot of difference in their call. So every bird, though they morphologically match altogether, but the calls are very different. This is a bliss-red warbler. Again, booted warbler. There is a chuck sound, but some resonance is different. Paddy field. They are all in some one territory, but all have a different sound. Now this is the last few slides. Recording equipment. This is my recording equipment. It is called as a parabolic microphone. This is how parabolic microphone works. This is a diagram shows the sound waves coming in the parabola from where we have focus get reflected at the point where we have fixed our microphone. This is overall kit. This is mic kit, parabolic dish and recorder. Then another microphone is used shotgun or directional microphone. The shotgun microphone has a peculiarity, it accepts sound in a particular angle. So when we focus our microphone to the particular bird, the microphone receive in a particular angle, so 30 degree or 40 degree or 15 degree like that, only receive from that angle. It is a peculiarity, but it this is my kit. This is my equipment. First I use cassette recorder. Again cassette recorder. Field visits are very important. Select location in within radius 50 km. Visit the site at least once in a fortnight. Visits all around the year. These are the very important notes. Field notes are important. Note down the type of call, date and time, location, season and climate. All these incorporated with sound. This is a field card. I use it to write down all details. This is the data which still guide me at what time the owl will going to sing. I am ending my with the thanks to all for listening.
Again, sir, please. Jen, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think it's ready. Is there any questions from participant?
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You also ठीक है, okay. Ask question.
I am not able to listen your question because there is a lot of noise.
आवाज आ रही है अमिता मैडम आपके उसमें
बहुत disturbance आ रही है.
Now it is okay?
हाँ, now okay.
Sir, I often think about the IQ level of the birds, the intelligence of the birds. Do they have a real language like human beings or
No, they
exactly
like not a human being, because we can learn many languages. I speak in Marathi, so I can learn Hindi, and I can even learn English and so on. But this is not in a case of bird. They have a language. They know their sound and their small variation better than us. At a very small variation, then can segregate, which we do not. But there is a language, but not reach as we supposed to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Jen, sir,
Thank you, sir.
conclude, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for very interesting, informative presentation, sir. It's very nice presentation.
Oh, thanks to all.
I would like to say Mr. Sharad Apte and I have been working together in Maharashtra Pakshi Mitra since from many years. So far, he has given many speeches on topic of bird sound in our Sambelans. But today's topic was again very different and very interesting. He starts his lecture from basic things, that how animal produce, how frog produce sound and when they produce, how insect and birds produce their sound. He also explained purpose of calls and their periods. What is bird song and what is bird call, etc. He also gave information about sound recording instruments. We know birds are difficult to identify, but Sharad Apte sir knows them by their calls only. He also knows what the sound was made for, what is purpose of call. To put it simply, I would say that Apte sir know the language of birds. Apte sir have given very nice information today. Thank you, Apte sir.
Thanks to all.
And thanks to
Co-chairperson
Madam Amita madam.
and all the
Madam,
organizers.
can you say something?
अमिता मैडम कुछ कहना चाहती हैं?
I would like to. Yes, sir. I'm there. Good afternoon, everyone. And I express my thanks to Professor Stan Mishra and the organizers for providing me in such an opportunity to be here and listen to such an informative and interesting the lecture about the birds. And it was very eye-opening also. And Dr. Sharad Apte has provided much knowledge about the birds, and so many untouched fields have opened before the listener, and we can think about them. And birds are the most beautiful creatures on the earth, and their songs are even more beautiful. And someone who can understand them and identify the songs, it is very remarkable indeed. I really can say that we are honored to have an Apteji here as an speaker, and we were really very much enlightened. Everyone was enlightened by his lecture. He has given the vocal signal can affect the behavior of other. Even in human beings or other animals, if we study the behavior, we see that the signals are in the sense organs are responsible for the behavior, and the vocal signal is one of them. He has given an elaborated account of the songs of the birds called by both sexes throughout the year, sharp and simple, and also said that birds has no smelling sense. Exceptional cases are there, but birds have no smell senses. Olfactory system is poor. Functions were about breeding, contact, alarm, mobile territory, food begging, rising and retiring. He talked about passeriform birds, and they are the main song birds. The
मैडम
passeriform
ब्रीफ करें, अगला सेशन कराना है। हाँ, संक्षिप्त। हाँ
जी sir, I was just elaborating the contents, whatever were obtained by us. So I would like to conclude by thank note to the speaker Sharad Apteji, and I would also like to thank Professor Skan Mishra and the organizers. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर आपे जी। और आपका जो ये व्याख्यान है, ये विशेष रूप से हमारे जो स्टूडेंट जो वर्ड्स पर रिसर्च करते हैं उनके लिए एक यूनिक है, क्योंकि इस तरह की रिसर्च सामान्यतया लेबोरेटरी में नहीं हो रही है। ऑपरेटर्स तो अब हम लोगों को पर्याप्त मिल रहे हैं, लेकिन इस तरह के मार्गदर्शन निश्चित रूप से, और आपका ये काम और भी अधिक सराहनीय है, क्योंकि ये आपके पैसे से लगा हुआ नहीं है, बल्कि ये आपका शौक है और इसको रिसर्च के रूप में आपने लिया है। और ये धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं, क्योंकि ठीक है हम लोग जो है जहाँ इंस्टीट्यूट में और विषय पे काम कर रहे हैं वो तो बात है, लेकिन आपने अपने जॉब से हट करके और ये जॉब को चुना, और निश्चित रूप से ये आपका ये रिसर्च है हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, पूरे इंडिया के स्टूडेंट के लिए ये यूनिक वर्क है। जैसा कि जैन सर ने बताया कि आप हर बार जो नया चीज मैंने लाते हैं रिसर्चर के बीच में, और निश्चित रूप से आगे भी हम आपसे समय लेंगे जब भी मौका मिलेगा। और मैं चाहूँगा कि इस तरह की बातें जो आप यहाँ पे रिसर्च के रूप में किए हैं ये सामने आए, और नए स्टूडेंट जो न्यू रिसर्चर हैं उनके लिए भी ये बहुत अच्छा मौका है, और आगे भी वो लोग भी इससे जुड़ेंगे इस तरह से कामों से। और अंत मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ और जैन सर को, उन्होंने चेयरपर्सन के लिए समय दिया, अमिता मैडम को चेयरपर्सन नहीं, सब लोगों का और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ।
Thank you to all.
Thank you.
Let me stop this presentation.
Now next session, पहले मैं अपने आदरणीय मनीष साहब से थोड़ा माफी चाहूंगा क्योंकि ये बहुत ही यूनिक विषय था और हमें लगा था कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा जानकारी आपके साहब के द्वारा स्टूडेंट को मिल सके। थोड़ा समय वक्त लगा है, थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल भी डिस्टर्बेंसेस थे।
नहीं कोई बात नहीं, मैंने खुद बहुत एंजॉय किया इस लेक्चर।
हाँ, मैंने आपको मैसेज भी किया था कि यदि आप बर्ड सॉन्ग के लिए इंटरेस्टेड हैं तो अच्छा रहेगा। और ये यूनिक विषय है सर, और खासकर रिसर्च के लिए हमारे बायोलॉजी साइड के जो स्टूडेंट हैं, खासकर जूलॉजी के, उनके लिए बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल है ये। और एक बार वो पहचान गए हैं आपके साहब को लेक्चर के द्वारा, तो अब उनसे वो डायरेक्ट मिलेंगे, संपर्क करेंगे। तो इसी के लिए
एट एंड मैं कुछ दो चीजें कहना चाहूँगा। ये करीब करीब मैं 25 साल हो गए मैं रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहा हूँ और 30 more years I am doing bird watching and I have visited many states and almost 12 states I visited and collected a sound. But now I just shifted to my new home. This is outskirts of my city. And now I feel that this is my destination because the few birds, only 15 or 20 songbirds are in the area. So now I am really realizing what is the bird sound is and what is the purpose is. Now this is the time I could go further in my research because last 3 weeks I am seeing one house sparrow coming and sitting on the nest box artificial which I fixed. Before achieving the female, the male is singing last 3 weeks every morning, almost 4 to 5 hours. So this is the way I could learn more about the bird song, and I need not to go any further traveling, or this is my destination. My backyard is my destination. I feel. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, sir. So next session, our eminent speaker, Mr. Babji Rao, sir, Deputy Superintendent, retired, Archaeology, retired from Hyderabad. Our session chairperson, Dr. B.R. Mani Saab, former Director General and Vice Chancellor, NMI, New Delhi. And co-chairperson, Dr. Manjari Bhalerao, Associate Professor of Indology, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune. So, welcome all of you, sir, and I am request to Dr. B.R. Mani, sir, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Babji Rao.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Chair Kuri Babji Rao, he had been an excellent colleague of ours in the Archaeological Survey of India.
So nice, sir.
And today he is going to present his paper titled Contribution of Salvage Archaeology in the Protection and Preservation of Monumental Heritage. This is a subject in which I am very much interested, and definitely at the end of the lecture, I'll give some details about our efforts in this regard. Now, so far as our old colleague Babji Rao is concerned, he, after passing his master's degree in archaeology, he joined Institute of Archaeology and did his 2 years postgraduate diploma from Institute of Archaeology, New Delhi. He had been always interested in getting professional trainings, and which he received at many institutions and places. I'm not going into the details
Yes,
of
sir. Not necessary.
places and institutions, but I must tell that from 1987 to 1992, he initially worked as curator for the Archaeological Site Museum at Hampi, Srirangapatnam, Aihole and Badami in Karnataka, and contributed for museum organization, exhibitions, security, and comprehensive documentation of the museums where he worked. For a research project and taken active part in the surface explorations and excavations at Hampi National Project. From 1992 to 2002, he worked in the Archaeological Survey of India in the excavation branch at Nagpur for about 10 years. And he participated in many important excavations like Adam, Pawnee, Bhawad, Pachkheda, and Mansar. Now, besides that, he had taken part in excavations at Thanesar, Kurukshetra in Haryana. He conducted excavations at Sannapi in Karnataka, participated and carried explorations in the lower and upper Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh. Besides, independently carried out archaeological explorations at and around Sirpur region of Chhattisgarh, and comprehensive technical report highlighting the potentiality of the site was contributed, which was followed by the large-scale excavation at the site.
Yes, sir.
He worked in the Gosikur project-related archaeological fieldwork. Then after that, from 2002 to 2016, before his retirement, he worked in the Hyderabad Circle, independently carried out explorations at Warangal Fort for 2 successive seasons, at Ghantashal for 1 season, and overall technically guided the scientific clearance work at Alampur, Kotur, Kodwali, and other places, including Jaggaipet and Allur Buddhist sites. He also headed the Archaeological Museum of Amravati, Nagarjunikond, and Kondapur. Besides serving as a registering officer for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana states. He participated in various conferences, seminars, and served as member in several technical committees. He had been a life member in the Indian Society for Prehistoric and Quaternary Studies, Indian Archaeological Society, the Rock Art Society of India, and he has contributed 1 book on monumental heritage of unified Hyderabad Circle, and 29 standard research articles on the subject were published, besides presentation of several research papers at seminars and workshops. So with this brief introduction about Mr. Babji Rao, I know that in the later part of his career, he was not having good health, but in spite of that, he carried out very excellent work. And now I request him to go through and offer and contribute his paper.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a momentous moment for me to be in a session where you have chaired. I have always have great respect for you. And sir, today's and Professor Misraji and all of the team for inviting me to deliver the talk. And today's my talk is on the Salvage archaeological contribution towards the preservation and protection of the monumental heritage. And interestingly, this year is the centenary birth year of the great Professor R. Subramaniam Garu, who had carried out the major archaeological excavations in the entire Krishna Valley that was submerged. So I am dedicating this talk to the great soul. And then archaeological survey, actually this is aimed at educating the younger generation students and the younger generations and the general public alike about what the archaeological survey, or for that matter all archaeological investigating or research departments in India will do in the event of any threat to the existing monuments or cultural heritage or some valley in the civilization or anything. So here I am trying to present all the sites so far I have known and the recent one and all of this. Along with that, I will have the discussions more. This is for the information of the general public as well as our researchers and as well as our senior colleagues and all of this. So thank you very much, sir. I am now presenting actually, yeah. This is the thing. Okay. Yeah. Sir, this is my topic of the thing, and we know very well when the salvage archaeology, the word salvage archaeology is heard, means many people first think about the Egyptian transplantation process that took place at the Nile River while constructing Aswan Dam around the thing, wherein the pharaohs, statues of the pharaohs have been shifted to the placer higher safer zones. But whereas for the information of our own people, when that was going on there in 1968, 67, 68 by the international expertise at Nile, Egypt, in India, much prior to that, in India, the indigenously, the Archaeological Survey of India, the team of great team of our archaeological surveys, experts, engineers, technicians, technical persons, and archaeologists, they have extensively and very systematically carried out a sustained work of transplanting all the archaeological remains and historic part of the Nagarjunakonda Valley, that is Krishna River Valley, which was submerged due to the construction of the Nagarjuna Sagar River. So, just to say about the archaeology, when the archaeology is the study of the past, the salvage archaeology we can term it as the efforts to safeguard any endangered area or any endangered territory, to safeguard and to preserve and to protect and to make entire systematic study of the thing, systematic documentation of the past, and then make a solid reference for the future. That is one of the greatest things. And the process will be always extensive explorations of the area going to be submitted. That is one of the things. And another most important part is the documentation of the evidence of the human past, right from the prehistoric time down to the recent past, in different forms of the human activity. And after making all these things, conducting excavations at the potential sites and comprehensive record of all the finds, then safeguarding efforts for transporting and transplanting the identified significant material culture into the safer zones. But while doing so, always there is a time factor. Time is the most constrained one. Wherever there is a irrigation project or anything, you are the archaeological expeditions or excavations or archaeological field operations should be always it will be running against a time sort of thing. So I will begin with this Nagarjuna Sagar project, Nagarjuna Kunda. Every one of us knows what is the Nagarjuna Sagar project. This is the second largest one of the project's initiation in India immediately after independence, and the first one with 215 square kilometers reservoir area, and completed within 12 years, and it was the highest what's called man-made earthen dam of its time. At that time, it was the world's highest earthen dam. That is the record of its time at that time. So there are so many villages going to be submerged under this area when after completion of the once the completion of the dam occurs. So all the villages, there are different organizations were made to look after the thing, and there was a project, Nagarjuna Saga project was high level project was established, and then the members of that project were chief minister of president of the chairman of the committee was honorable governor of that time, and the members were chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, the then undivided Andhra Pradesh, and then that central secretary. Those were the members, and that secretary was the superintending archaeologist, that the great Dr. R. Subramanian. That was such a important, significant committee, which was taken part for the first time in the history of archaeological endeavors of this kind, that is salvaging archaeology at that time. So what happened? Near about 134 sites were excavated, and prior to the construction of the thing, the Krishna Valley, there were excavations carried out during the British regime in the early 30s, late 20s and early 30s, wherein because it's a large-scale Buddhist establishment was there right from the 3rd century to down to the medieval period, that Buddhist establishment, then subsequent evidence of subsequent dynasties were there. But mostly that Buddhism was spread so extensively into it spread into the entire valley, Krishna Valley, and that was taken care. And then prior to that, the explorations and excavations meticulously documented the evidence of the human past in the Krishna River Valley, the human civilization of the Krishna River Valley, right from the prehistoric period, that is early Paleolithic period down up to the medieval period in different states, and then that was documented, and all excavated sites which have been excavated and exposed much before the submergence construction of the dam, those were the models of those were made, and most significant and important objects of the nature, they have been shifted to the safer zones. So the upper one was this was the Krishna River Valley prior to the construction of the dam. See all the villages, and then our archaeological sites are there spread over to different parts here and there, and all of the here. This is such a large area. This was the entire thing, and then Krishna River was passing like this at this place. That was the thing. Once the dam was constructed, the entire area has been submerged. And interestingly, the photograph which was taken from this hill, the present hill, the place where from these photograph, the panoramic photograph of serious photos were taken, that was the present Nandikonda. In fact, it was a hill fort of medieval with medieval fortification of 14th century, 14th, 15th centuries. That one, and then once the construction was done, and this is the Nagarjuna Sagar Dam. So this entire area got submerged totally. This is the thing. Such a large area catchment and reservoir area, so much so 250 square kilometer. And then this Nandikonda, it has become the artificial island, wherein the archaeological museum, earlier museum of 1930s, that museum has been shifted, and then apart from that, all the all the finds, significant and important finds, all finds were shifted over to this place. This place, that is Nagarjunakonda Hill. And this is the close view of Nagarjuna, present Nagarjunakonda Hill, island. This is the island. And then this is the museum building. All transplanted, important transplanted structures were preserved at different parts of the thing. These are all the transplanted ones here, and then here, and then here. So this was one of the major what's called efforts of the human efforts of the Archaeological Survey of India to safeguard entire thing, brick by brick and bit by bit. At that time, climbing the hill itself is a pretty big thing, and there were no this thing, only tractors with a difficulty. Tractors also can go up to one height of the level. So those were the things. Such a beautiful one was taken. Yeah, and this was again the entire Krishna Valley while excavating the different finds and all of this, and then the entire valley, all the major villages were covered with without the trenching. Not a single village was left over, and these and then these Buddhist establishments, they are well documented, and their models were prepared, and they have shifted. And now all the models, whatever the finds were found there, those structures were found, all the models are available at the Island Museum. And then these very colossal pillars, these pillars were from the site. They had retrieved and presented in the museum. Right now they can be seen in the third gallery of the museum. That's the thing. And then evidence of the human past in various forms and various levels has been thoroughly documented. Thoroughly documented. That, like, for example, this slide shows about the early prehistoric burial pattern of the thing. And then here, this is the ancient times. This river edge of the river with the steps, and this is the Govt of the ancient times. That's the thing. And then while preserving or safeguarding or transporting the cultural material, because the evidence is so much so that all the things cannot be transplanted into their original form, but only the significant finds and the characteristic types can be preserved and safeguarded to the safer zones. And like that, we have n number of stupas. N number of stupas, Voti stupas were encountered, that is been reported in our excavation reports of Nagarjunakonda 2 volumes. So, but this one is this swastika in the form swastika stupa is indeed a unique find of that period. Until this time, there were no such reports, no such finds were reported from anywhere in the early start Buddhist architectural excavation and explorations and excavations. So that has been from the valley, that has been shifted and placed and reconstructed there over the hilltop. That is Nagarjunakonda, now island. This is the thing. And then setting is also like earlier setting, the geographical setting also stays there. And this is about the Mahastupa. Mahastupa, when after exploration, that stupa site has been cleared, and then it was excavated and also conserved in situ much before the construction of the dam. So once the construction of the dam was taken place, those were shifted again, precariously shifted, all the material, and reconstructed at a right significant place in the island. That is the thing. And this is after this thing. Okay. And again, another important components of the things are this Simhala Vihara. Simhala Vihara is a pretty big complex wherein you have both the Buddha Chaitya on the left side and the the stupa church on the right side in the entrance, and then there are so many, these chambers are there all around for the studies and all of this. Then there is a hall for the congregation hall around, and again there is some kitchen on this side, and kitchen related material all are there for here. And again, these two are meant for maybe in all probability, because of their size and dimension, these can be attributed to the big gurus. That's the thing. And this is another significant one, that is Govt, that bathing Govt. It is made in that local Palnad store. This Govt is also been shifted from the lower levels into the top one, and this is a very interesting one. And if one happens to visit and see the thing, how engineeringly, how the engineering and architectural levels were there during the 3rd century AD. That's the thing. And then, apart from shifting the important material into the island, other significant materials were also shifted into mainland, that is Anupu mainland. And this is the university, and then Mahastupa. These were here, it is reverse, in the reverse pattern. Mahastupa has come, because of the photography reverse this thing, but and then these are the things. And all the transplantations were done as per their original directions and original locations. Whatever is placed by the side of another one, this has precariously followed by the, and this is another beautiful one of the splendid significant structure of Nagarjunakonda Ikshvaku cultural affinity, that is amphitheater. An amphitheater which resembles the Roman Roman arena. This is the stadium, and then this one is the theater where it's said to be all the competitions taken place, and then these are the galleries for the visitors to sit and watch the thing. This is also steps on the side. So this such a huge complex. It was meticulously planned, and then that was again transplanted into the Anupu main job. This is the thing, and see the view, the two different views, and then this is the view overlooking the Krishna River. This stadium, this was done. So it's also one of the very interesting and very tedious task. And then regular maintenance conservation is doing very well by the Archaeological Survey of India. It's a team of experts and this thing. This one stupa, because of its significance, this has been Oti stupa again in the Chaitya, Stupa Chaitya part of the thing. This was again taken from the submergible area, and then transplanted and relocated over the Nagarjuna. Oh, okay. Sorry. So much of things have come. Okay, and then after that we have Sri Salem irrigation project. Even though the Sri Salem irrigation project started in 1960s, but due to some reasons or something like that, the completion of the project took a lot of time, more than 2 decades. And meanwhile, different agencies started salvaging operations in the form of conducting explorations and excavations wherever probable, and the documentation of the temples were done in the both sides. Now presently, part is on the Telangana, part comes on the Telangana, and part in the Andhra Pradesh side. So on both the sides, different organizations like Archaeological Survey of India and then universities, all they have worked together, including Pondicherry, all they worked together, Indology, Institute of Indology, all they worked, and then they have documented the evidence of right from the prehistoric period up to the recent past, and then after making the reports and all that, subsequent call was taken to what to move and where to move and what to select for the thing, because, and especially the temples were they were very much associated with the local lives of the local peoples in the villages. So in the event of any construction of any dam or any deluge or the submergence, the population won't accept to leave their living temples behind that. That is one of the reasons. And then again, based on the archaeological significance, the temples of earliest archaeological values, and then their styles and their gradual evolution based on all those things, the stylish grounds and all of that, and also their geographical setting. Different temples were taken for the transplantation by the State Department of Archaeology, the then Government of Andhra Pradesh, Archaeological Survey of India, and then universities, Nagarjuna University, and the other universities here on the both sides of the river. And that itself was a very big process. And near about 20 temples have been shifted to different localities, and some of them were even shifted to the museums. One or two are shifted to the museums. And but one thing is that all the material, all the archaeological material, artifacts, all ones, not a single one was left for the deluge or to submerge. Only the immovable cultural properties such as huge structures, which are of the repetitive nature, those were the best one were selected, and the other ones were recorded and left over there. And but one thing is that because of this greatest what's called exercise of transplanting these temples, the great advantage for many of the temples is that first time majority of them came into existence. They were unearthed for the first time, and majority of the temples which are in a dilapidated conditions, those were very well preserved and conserved and preserved at their new places of transportation for the posterity. That was also one of the things. And then this is Somashila project. The entire Andhra Pradesh State Archaeology Department, they worked for years together, and also endowment departments also joined there in the transplantation of near about 70 temples. And amongst them, one of the things is Somashila group of temples which are very significant and which are very distinct. Like I was telling, when the original temple at its place will be in different shapes, see a person's manually, all the things were manually carried out. This was before at their original place, before the thing. After clearance and documentation, they removed the thing, and then and then while reconstructing at the newer locations, that's the thing. See, this was the entire temple group, Somashila group of temple after transplantation, the same one when you look from the satellite image, all the 14, 15 temples will be there. That's the thing. And then apart from Somashila, on the other side, we have the Papanasi group of temples also. Now it is in the Nagar Kurnool district of present Telangana. There were 23 temples datable to 9th to 12th centuries AD. Amongst them, one is even a Shiva temple, a beautifully ornamented Shiva temple under worship. Those were shifted over to the Papanasi group of temples, 2 kilometers away from the Alampur, where the Alampur was the place wherein majority of the temples identified, exposed and excavated and identified by the Archaeological Survey of India were shifted to this place. And this is 2 kilometers away from the Alampur Navabrahma group of temple. And the other view of the panoramic view of the thing, it is in a recent photograph. This is a recent photograph. But only thing is that despite all the care and taken and all of this, when there was a deluge sort of floods in the Krishna, whenever it happens, when the entire area submerged, villages present villages and even towns get submerged. Water comes and then that comes, and then even the mud will be deposited up to this much level, and then again to remove that one, the entire mud, a process. It's a continuous process, but it's a continuous process wherein floods occur in a frequent way. And this is the aerial view of the Papanasi group of temple. And then the Navabrahma group of temple is also very, very, very interesting one, and they are architecturally, they are of a great significance. All are of Chalukyan period. And then this Navabrahma, actually, it is suffixed, Brahma is suffixed from the Shiva temple. These are all Shiva temples. So these were called as with suffixion of the Brahma, like Arka Brahma, Vera Brahma, Bala Brahma, Sarga Brahma, Garuda Brahma, Vishwa Brahma, Padma Brahma, and Tharaka Brahma, like that. So these temples are the earliest of the temples, and then one of the temples, inscriptions, their inscription speaks of the 7th century origin, and then all are of a great this thing. And these are the temples. These are the temples: Arka Brahma, Bal Brahma, and then Garuda Brahma, and then yeah, these are the things. These are all been transplanted, and then it is a place of attraction over the period of years. It is one of the significant and important, not only tourist but devotion also. It is for both the pilgrims and the tourists. It's a very attracting place. That's the thing. And then that Sangameswara temple is another important one. Of all these temples, this is in the size and the height and its dimensions. It's a pretty high one, like something like 68 feet by 42 feet dimensions, and then located at the confluence of Krishna and Tungabhadra in the Kodavalli village. And because of its important archaeological, historical, and architectural values, that temple was decided, selected for the transplantation to the Shefajur, and all the way 20 kilometers southwest of its original place, again near to the say some more than half kilometer from the Navabrahma group of temples in Alampur that was transplanted. So this is the thing, and originally this was the place where the just at the confluence. This is a confluence of the Tungabhadra, because the photograph is taken from yeah, this is the confluence of Tungabhadra, and this was the Sangameswara temple. And then see, for erection, before erection of scaffolding at those period itself is a pretty time-taking task. Despite that, it has been done very well, and then documented all the, for whatever temple you need to remove or anything, the documentation starts from the top, and then documentation starts from the bottom, and then it will be removed from the top, and then the same one will be transported when it is the time for the reconstruction. Again, from the bottom it starts. That's the thing. So this is after scaffolding, entire thing. Then the entire temple has been systematically dismantled. Dismantle means not that damaging, removing bit by bit, systematically. That is the term we use as dismantling, is removing the total this thing. So after that, again at a given place, that is in the Alampur, big foundation trench has been made. Then the pillar foundation, rubble pillar foundation was made with the masons and engineers, and then the foundation was strongly conformed to the its strength. After that, gradually the lower portion, Adhisthana and the Bhopavita, all the things are gradually they have raised, and then this is Sikara, and this is after the Sikara, and during it has one shrine on its side, but shrine while constructing that shrine, this was the temple. Then see background, it is present satellite image. So this is after completion of the thing. And the ASA meticulously takes care of the environs of any monument. So as a result, a beautiful garden has been made. This is all garden area. It's a larger area, garden area. Temple proper is this one, and its mandapa is this one. And it takes a larger area has been taken for the growing the environs. Then after that, in the recent past, Pulchintala project was taken up. Now under Pulchintala project, the entire area has been submerged on both the sides of the thing. And in fact, 2004 and 2005, both the sites on both the sides, going to be submerged villages have been extensively been surveyed and documented by the Archaeological Survey of India, especially now Director Madam Sri Lakshmi and then WVS Nadsimham. They have with facing very difficult tasks. They went into inside interior of the things which are till that moment. Rather, some of the pockets were held by the Naxalites and all of that. Despite all the things, they made very great efforts and prepared a report, an exploratory report, and then based on the thing, the areas were identified where, because here it is all prehistoric, especially prehistoric means Neolithic period stray tools were found in the affecting district, that the banks of the river, and then after that, after those things, most important significance of this area was innumerable number of megaliths. Many of the villages were dotted with many megaliths. So those megaliths were excavated, especially on the other side, on the left side of the river, that at Vajanapalli and Nemalpuri and Velaturu, that is located in the Malacheru Mandal of Nalgonda district. Now it is Suryapet district. 2008-9 field session by the excavation branch, headed by Dr. Nandini Bhattacharya and then the team, Dr. Sahu and all others. So this is the place. This is the place of Vajanapalli, where the burials were spread over to a larger area. Wherever you go, it's all there. In fact, Nemalpuri is much more. It was altogether 526 megaliths of different types were found at Nemalpuri, and Velaturu 44 megaliths, and 360 megaliths were found at this Vajanapalli. So all those are systematically documented by the excavation branch, and the reports were made for the posterity. So even now, people can, if you want to glean into the past, what was there behind the thing, it gives a very clear picture of the past. That's the thing. And then these are some of them were systematically excavated. Selective ones were 4 or 5 megaliths were excavated. And then of all the things, this one is a very unique of the things so far. A significant one of this architecture never been come across, and wherein the boundary stones were made with orthostars all around, and then cover stones, and you have a central pit covered with the capstone, and then orthostars were there in the burial pit. This is the thing. And here another form of burial was also found, wherein the pit was dug into the natural rock and the covered with capstones. Some of them with capstones, some of them were without capstones, some of them were with boulders, and some of them are with burial within the burial, like that. It's a very interesting feature of megalithic studies. That's the thing. And then after that, altogether 13 temples were identified from both the sides of Andhra Pradesh and present Telangana. Even then, it was the unified Andhra Pradesh. Now in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So accordingly, some nine temples were assigned to the right side Amravati circle, and then rest are this side looking at Hyderabad circle. So out of those one, now what we are presenting here, I'm going to present is the completed one. So one temple, in fact, the 3 temples were under active process of transplantation, but one is completed. That is from the Gundlupalli Suryapet district. This has been shifted from there to the area, Vajnepalli area, that was shifted, and from the Andhra Pradesh side, Guntur side, 2 temples, one Shiva and Vishnu temple, those were transplanted at Tangadu, Dachapalli Mandal. And out of these one, the Shiva temple is again brought from another village, some 8 kilometers sort of distance, and this was transplanted. So this is about the same thing, how the temple are there, and the Shiva temple especially at this thing. It has a Garbhagruha on plan, it has a Garbhagruha, Antarala, Mukhamandapa. Very simple in the thing, but datable to the 12th century this thing. And divide of any decorations, that is the thing. That was, yeah, this is the thing before, and documented, entire thing has been documented, thoroughly documented, and then that was shifted over and made the thing, because the documented drawings and all of this are not about. So this is the thing. This is while removing those one, and at a given place, this was done, erection of the thing, and now gradually these things will be. This is the area given by the government, present government of some 84 cents or something like that is given, some cents, some area, a limited area within there. It has been done. Then that Shiva temple, Shiva temple at Tangedavu, that as I told you earlier, it was Eliampat. Eliampat was the thing. It was dismantled. All these things were dismantled. The temple, as per the dismantle, means not that smashing, but removed all the things. And then subsequently they were stocked at the earmarked stockyard for the thing, and after that reconstruction work was started, commenced. It all depends, because it requires a lot of funding and all of this, allocations funding and all of this. So manpower and the technical competency and to do the thing in a proper way. So for all these precautions, it takes its own time. In fact, transplantation itself is a thing wherein even 3 decades also or be there in some other cases like that. So this has been done, and this is the Shiva temple. Shiva temple there. This is with the vegetation. Even before making documentation, the area will be made clear of the vegetation first, and then again its plans were 3-dimensional plans were made, sectional, and you have ceiling plan of the ceiling, and then this is ceiling of plan of the ceiling, and then plan of the ground plan. This is the wherein you have a Garbhagruha and Antarala and then Mukhamandapa. These are the things, but datable to the 12th, 13th century ADs. Very good one. So that was yeah. Again, wherein as informed that earmarked place, that entire material architectural members will be stacked, and then after giving the time, the place, one trench, foundation trench, and then it will be consolidated, because taking into consideration its future existence, the foundation will always be of very sturdy in nature. After that, gradually things will be arranged in that thing, and this is mandapa, and outside it's there after raising the pillars in the mandapa pillars, that within the inside view, and this is the exterior during the this thing. And then again it's from the top again after putting the beams, because here they have I didn't put that here. They have followed the traditional method of doweling the stones with steel dowels. They followed, and wherever missing was there, the new granite has been replaced in the world. These are the new places, and that is why the total here. This is the old one, how missing and all of that. This is the new. This is the transplanted one in its fullest form. So people also will feel very happy. That's the thing. And then this is the another that Vishnu temple, Tengedu Rewu. Here it is transplanted from not to a longer distance, but from a lower levels to the upper level of the same village. And then this is the sectional elevation drawings, which speaks about the, and which ultimately helps us after removing the thing while resetting. These documents are of great help. That's the thing. And again here on plan it is a Garbhaguha, and then Mandapa. It's a 16 pillar Mandapa all along. Then it's entrance. This is the thing. That has been again the processes. First foundation, after digging out the foundation, consolidation of the foundation with the boulders and the lime concrete. After that, laying down all around, the granite stone flooring. Then after rising, it's after erecting the original Adhisthana exterior, this thing up to Upopana type. Then rising the pillars, erecting the pillars. This is the thing. And then as per the this is the ceiling documentation of the ceiling. So this is done as per the ceiling, and then it's very easy to show and explain within seconds, but each aspect takes a lot of time, lot of patience, lot of energy. This is the thing. And while just before completion of the total ceiling and inside, from the inside, and once the ceiling is completed, even it will be all the top will be made waterproofing and left for the posterity. This is after the transplantation. And then another important major these archaeological salvaging operations were carried out in the Narmada River Valley, Indira Sagar, both Indira Sagar and Sardar Sarovar project. A large tax of villages, n number of villages, hundreds and hundreds of villages were going to be affected due to the construction of the dam. Teams of Archaeological Survey of India and then Deccan College, but it has done a lot of excavations branch and then and prehistory branch, excavation branch from Nagpur, and then excavation branch of Vadodara in the downstream, and prehistory branch, and then universities and state of archaeology, Madhya Pradesh, all different agencies, they have carried out exploratory service in the different parts, and then that also gives a chance to make a complete picture of missing temples, even though like that. So it happened, and quite interesting and quite important, significant. One of the events of this larger exploratory surveys are there is that excavation of a prehistoric site of Acheulean period by the prehistory branch under Dr. Ota Saab at Balwada. That was an extensive excavation carried out for more than 2 years, and then documented all the details, and which gives a very fair picture about the prehistoric man of Narmada Valley. That's one of the important ones. Then apart from that, the Chalcolithic period, evidence of Chalcolithic period in its full form was found in the Chichili, again in the excavation. And then the prehistoric sites like Balwada, Pipli, and Uthava, and all these were exploration and excavations and study of all those things have given a great picture of the entire chronological stratigraphy of the human past in the Narmada Valley. That's the thing. And while exploring, and then excavations were also carried out at Mandhata, the temple previously. Then that was subsequently been been transplanted by Dr. K.K. Muhammad Saab in 2006 or something like that. But after a lot of time of its this thing, that was also very well transplanted and within the same setting, within around the same setting. That's the thing. Provided. That's the thing. And then while exploring some of that parts, temple parts, gave an idea of making a conjectural view of the temple, how it would be, and that itself is like Balkeshwar and Chamundi temple of Chandel. They have given the thing. Yeah, this is the Balkeshwar. Only few things were found, and some of the found were found based on those things. A complete picture. That's so. This is like a document. So this is a document how this was there. This could have been there. That's the thing. And this is the Chamundi temple. This is the entire plan of the thing. And again here also conjectural views were made, drawings were made. That's the thing. And then this is Chobis Avatar Temple Mandata, which was transplanted from the area to in the Khandwa district itself. So this is about this thing, the Chobis Avatar Temple. Yeah, it is datable to the 11th, 12th centuries and originally located Mandala location is protected monument of ASI. Yeah, that was a protected monument of ASI prior to the construction of the dam. And then it was transplanted within the Khandwa district only by the side of Siddhakota temple complex and 5 kilometers away from its original place. So this was the documenting history, and this is before the ASI, this one, before removing the thing, and its conditions, this, and then yeah, its drawings, thorough drawings of its plan, sectional elevations and exterior and surfaces, and also the elevations on east different sides. Those were meticulously being drawn, and based on these measurements, these documents, they will help in the relocating while transplanting the monuments at the desired destination. Yeah, these are all the plans of very thoroughly done documentation of Chobis Avatar Temple Mandata. So after that, yeah, this shows how the temple was there at its time, and then during removing, it's during removing all, and then yeah, this is the place given for this. This was the new place of this thing, and the removal material has been stocked, and then stocked is a different view. And then after that, yeah, the trench is systematically done for the foundation trench, and then after filling the foundation with a solid material, the raft foundation. Here it is given a raft foundation. Raft foundation makes the structure sustainable for centuries and centuries. That's the thing. So after the completion of the raft foundation, this was the Upapita was given, Upana was given. Then gradually the other one. Then yeah, this is all during the thing, and penultimate stage of completion of the area up to objective portion, and then after erecting the pillars, and then yeah, this is while putting the ceiling slab, and this is after erection of the pillars and the walls. See all the numbered ones, those were numbered before their removal, and that documentation, as per the documentation, those things were reset exactly, appropriately, very precisely at their original place without deviation of even centimeters, so that as the foundation comes onto the top, the structure will be more steady and more rather together. Otherwise, if there is a gaps in the very foundation level or a very lower level, as you raise the thing, superstructure, there will be deviation of the thing. That's the thing. And then this is after completion of the thing, just before completion and after completion. and water tightening. And then surroundings were, as usual, surroundings were developed, environs were developed. That's the thing. This is another temple's basement there. And then this is about Mahadeva temple, the Kuridi Goa. That was also because due to construction of that dam, this was shifted to some 17 kilometers away from the original place. So this was the thing, and it has another structure here. This is the Shiva temple, Kuridi, and then the Shivalinga was kept in other one. This is the place. This is the place. This is the place where it's been removed. It's been removed. That's the thing. After removal, the entire temple. That's the thing. And then, yeah, again, it's documentation, as informed earlier. The documentation standards and the patterns and the systems to be followed, and the engineering to estimate the engineering skills of the structure, engineering capacity of the structure. The document also will help us in a great way, and also helps in conserving the structure further while doing its relocation work. So these are the thing, and while the construction was going on there, this was up to here, and then this is the upper part when it is comes to the upper part, the entire thing nearing completion, and then it is within the thing that Garbhaguha entrance, this one, and before completion of the laying the ceiling stones, the Sikhara stones, that's the thing. And this is the after completion of the thing, after completion of the thing, and because of the Goa's environs, here in the reconstruction, yeah, in the reconstruction, slightly this material also, dolerite is also been made, used wherever it is missing. Dolerite is also used. So this is after completion, and then environs development as usual. Yeah, this is this is the other basement which was seen in the earlier picture. That was also been transplanted systematically and beautifully, and resetting of the same environmental resetting. It was restored, rather reconstructed at such a place. It doesn't show that it has lost its environmental setting around. So that's the thing. And these are the this is the aerial view of the picture. And then, yeah, apart from that, see, we have talked about all the government organized or the salvage archaeological operations taken due to the construction of any dam or irrigation dam or any water danger or anything. But here there will be in the recent past, due to the involvement of individual, that private partnership or anything, even it is not salvaging, but it is transplanting from one area to another area. Here, the monument, the Shiva temple, Naganur Shiva temple in the Telangana, Karimnagar, Telangana, it's originally under the control and custodianship of even to this day, Telangana Heritage Department, or the Archaeological State Department here in Telangana is known as Heritage Department of Heritage. So from there, this is the thing before and all. It is in a dilapidated condition, and by virtue of its all archaeological these architectural features, this can comfortably be termed as a Kakatiyan style. And this was from 5 kilometers. The same thing has been resetted, that is transplanted. This is the old one at the old place, and then at 5 kilometers, its foundation they made beautifully, and then everything systematically following the additional ancient system in toto. This has been raised and constructed at such a height that it sustains any in the event of any future this thing all around. So this is and I'm thankful to the former DVSC who has done this work and who shared this one, these photographs to me. Thank you very much to all of you, sir, and I thank Director General of Archaeological Survey of India and all the superintending archaeologists and superintending archaeologists of all these circles, and I am highly thankful. I express my gratitude to Dr. Mani sir because he made my day like anything. This is one of the things because we, while working, I know personally with how much reverence I used to follow his expertise. So it is a great opportunity for me to be on this day to be with this, and I thank many people for sharing information and giving this thing like Dr. Shivanag Reddy, CEO, Flitch Foundation, Dr. Saibhakta Keshwa, and yes, Dr. K.K. Mohammed sir. I am highly thankful when I said I wanted to present this one in respect of late R. Subramanian sir. He immediately shared his work and all the slides, all those things he has given to me. That's the thing. And I am also thankful to Dr. Rawat sir because he also had given some advices and all of this while preparing. Keeping in the view the requirement of the younger generation and knowledge dissemination to the younger generation, I made this attempt of comprehending the thing. I may miss some of the things, but I will be very happy to face the questions. I expect questions and all of that. Sir, thank you very much, Mani sir. And above all, I thank Dr. Skankumar Mishraji and the entire his team for inviting me to this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Babji Rao. Very interesting illustrated lecture.
Thank you, sir.
And now the floor is open for questions. If anybody has got some suggestions or queries, he is free to ask. But considering the time limit, we have to be very short.
Sir, was my time was within or I exceeded the time? Because already
a little bit exceeded, but it's fine.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, any questions?
Oh, thank you. No questions means more thanks. So, sir, actually what happens when the time is lapsed means automatically interest of the people will be diminished because time
In
is
fact,
the most
you have
important.
made your all the points very clear.
Thank you, sir. So nice, sir.
So I think there may not be any further question because people are quite satisfied with this.
Thank
but
you,
again, last time, I would request if there is any query or suggestion, you can come forward. Otherwise, I'll give my presentation to Madhav.
Next speakers are waiting, sir.
Okay. I think everyone is satisfied, and we all thank you very much. But before concluding this session, I must tell something about your lecture.
Sure.
Your lecture has been basically on the contribution of salvage archaeology in the protection and preservation of monumental heritage. And it is more or less related to the transplantation work which ASI and other agencies have conducted in the past. And very rightly, you have remembered R. Subramaniam because this is his birth centenary, and he had contributed a lot in the Krishna Valley.
Yes, sir.
In 1967-68, we all know that in Egypt, in the Nile Valley, transplantation works had taken place. Even the Indian scholars were also asked, Professor B.B. Lal and others, they had gone to Egypt for certain exploratory surveys and excavations, etc. And simultaneously in India also, the Nagarjuni Konda project was taken up in the Krishna Valley. And as you mentioned, the time factor is very important, particularly when there is any irrigation project is involved. Like the in Nagarjuni Kond, the Nagarjun Sagar project was there. So from 1954 to 1960, excavations were carried out. And then the transplantation work was planned, and it was shifted to Nandikond and Anupu, which are nearby upper regions in the area, and 134 sites were excavated. And the excavated material, particularly the antiquities, smaller material, they were shifted in a museum which was created on the hill.
Yes.
And the structures, particularly the Buddhist structures, they were shifted to the island and Anupu, where they are still there and people go and visit them.
Yes.
You have described various structures which have been excavated and then later transplanted. After that, after Nagarjuni Kond, you mentioned about the Sri Shailam irrigation project, which was taken up in 1960, and ASI and other institutions were involved in it. You mentioned about Kudli Sangameshwar, Alampur, Malleshwaram, Somashila, Jataprolu, and the 70 temples of 7th, 8th century and of Western Chalukyas, and then of Rashtrakoot period 8th, 9th century. They were shifted. You mentioned about the Papanashi group in Nagar Kurnool district. Sangameshwar temple on the confluence of Krishna and Tungabhadra is very important. And after that, you mentioned about the Puli Chintala irrigation project, comparatively, which was taken up at a later stage.
Yes, sir. Only last year, one of the temple completed, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And in Andhra and Telangana from 2004-5 onwards, and both the sites of Krishna, the Neolithic and megalithic sites were discovered, and 13 temples, as you mentioned, they were identified.
For the transplant.
And some of them have been transplanted, some are under the process.
Yes, sir.
So then you mentioned about the Narmada Sagar and Indira Sagar project. Various organizations have worked there, and excavations at Balwada, Pipri, Chichli, and Mandata and certain temples at Mandata and other sites, they were taken up. Interestingly, I was very happy to know that you have mentioned the Kurdi temple
Goa.
Goa.
Yes, sir.
And initially, I was posted there in the 80s.
Okay, sir. Good, good, good.
98.
That I know. Beautiful.
And at that time, this planning was done. And we stayed there in the Ponda Taluk of Kurdi, where the Kurdi temple is located. And I discovered certain megaliths and also some certain huge figures and there, which are already published in the Indian Archaeology Review in 1984-85. Then, interestingly, the Karimnagar, Telangana transplantation work you also mentioned about the documentation of each and every stone. That is very important. You know, when a transplantation is taken place, I'm only referring for the benefit of the students and researchers if they are present.
Yes, sir.
That the transplantation work is taken up only in case there is some urgency, and the area is mainly either under submergence of some dam or river irrigation project. So then it is decided how the temple has to be shifted. So government gives some space, some better space in the nearby area, and the documentation work of each and every stone bit by bit is taken up, and then it is dismantled and stocked at one place, and then it is shifted and re-erected at the new place. Some scholars and conservators have some different opinion about the transplantation work also, but now the international charters on preservation of monuments and sites, they have also allowed such transplantation work. And now another aspect of salvage operation is to find out those sites which are under threat of present day expanding population, expanding the modern construction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I have noticed particularly the early Harappan sites and Harappan sites in Haryana,
they are under
part of UP, and even in other places. They are slowly and gradually disappearing day by day. And in 1968, the site of Mitathal was excavated. Mitathal was excavated in a limited way, but then somewhere in 2013-14, we allowed the Rohtak University to go for further excavations, and interestingly, we found that the site is fortified site.
Okay.
So, and it has yielded very important material. We are waiting for the results to come. Similarly, I was also involved for certain excavations, like in Rohtak district, there is a site, a mint site.
Yes, sir.
Called Bhor Majra, which was under the threat of expanding residential colonies. So I requested the district magistrate to wait for some time and let us allow some time to go for excavations. We did it, and we found that it's a very important early medieval mint site. Similarly, at Mohammadnagar and Harnol in Gurgaon district, the site was damaged by PWD itself
Oh.
to take out the earth and to fill it up at certain places where the roads had already disappeared. So there also we had to request the district authorities, and we excavated the sites, found very important evidence. So this salvage operation has got different dimensions, and you have very rightly and elaborated on the aspect of monuments, how particularly from irrigation projects and submergence areas, the monuments can be retrieved and they can be transported. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Over to Mishra ji.
Dr. Manjari?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Please. Yes. Give your brief view.
There's hardly any time left, I know, but then I have already put my comment in the comment box. I thank the presenter for his wonderful presentation, and this was really eye-opening, especially for the students of archaeology and even those who are interested in heritage sites, because people see the monuments in good conditions, but they don't know the efforts taken by the Archaeological Survey of India, especially to conserve and preserve the monuments in the condition that they are today. So thank you very much, sir, for doing the work and also informing us about this important work done by the Government of India. Thank you so much. We are waiting for the next speaker and to start his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. B.R. Mani, sir. Please are given time and chair the session, and Dr. Manjari Bhale Rao co-chair the session, and Mr. Babji Rao, sir, given a nice talk on salvage archaeology. Thank you, all of you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next session. Next session, eminent speaker, Madam M.N. Puspa, Education Officer, Government Museum, Chennai. Madam M.N. Puspa, welcome, Madam M.N. Puspa. Welcome. Dr. A. Malar Viji, CAS in Botany, University of Madras, Gundi Campus, Chennai, and co-chair Dr. R. Aruna, Assistant Professor of Botany, Yaga Rajar College, Madurai. So welcome all of you, and I am requesting to Madam Malar Viji, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam M.N. Puspa.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all present here. And I must thank the convener of the conference for giving me this opportunity to introduce the speaker, Pushpa Madam. And it's an honor for me to introduce today's speaker for this session. And M.N. Pushpa, she was a retired education officer from Government of Museum and Tamil Nadu. Madam has obtained his MSc degree from Botany, MA from Social Anthropology, and she has also done diploma in journalism. She also held various positions in the Government Museum as a curator of botany, and curator of anthropology section, and she later promoted as an education officer in the Government of Museum Salem in Tamil Nadu itself. So overall, she was having a 37 years of experience in the museum. So during this time, she has attended various conferences and seminars to build up her career and build up her knowledge. So in this regard, she has attended a conference related to the conservation aspects of museum objects, and in the conference organized in the Lucknow, Chennai, Hyderabad, and she also learned about the preservation of the palm manuscripts. Apart from this, she has nearly attended and exhibited more than 50 exhibitions in the botany related objects. Apart from this, she has conducted training program to the students, school students, college students, research scholars, and teachers how to preserve the biological specimens. Even the college and university of Chennai, the colleges of Chennai and southern districts have participated and developed the knowledge. And apart from this, she has also given a training on museology and for the history and the science students. And apart from this, she has also taken up the job of cataloging the textile and textile blocks in the collection of Government of Museum in Tamil Nadu. And she has published many articles in medicinal plants, Siddha plants, and about she has published a catalog on the timber collections and textile blocks. Apart from this, she has also published more than 10 articles in the museum journals. And besides all this, she has published 2 books on biodiversity and conservation and Siddha Marthuvathin Tavarangal. And she has a vast knowledge on botany and museum and also an anthropology. And because of this, she has got specialized in tree walking. And she has given a training to the students about the various plants that are present on the nature. And she created the awareness to the school children and the colleges how to preserve the tree and how to preserve the plants for the public utility and to preserve the nature. And with this brief introduction, I don't want to take much time. Now I would like to invite Madam Pushpa to give a talk. Over to ma'am.
Okay. Welcome, ma'am. I welcome all the distinguished audience, chairperson and co-chairperson, eminent speakers, lead speakers, research scholars, students, and all the distinguished audience. A very good evening to all. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay. So let us go fastly because already the time is up and my time is over. So I start with my PowerPoint presentation. So we are starting with the Government Museum, Chennai. It is situated in the Pantheon Road, Egmore. So I am going to present you some of the slides and I'll share my knowledge with
Botany department. மேம் ஆக்சுவலாக D1 செக்ஷன்லேருந்து எனக்கு கால் வந்தது. அப்போ நான் ஒரு செமினாரில் இருந்தேன், அதான் கால் அட்டன் பண்ண முடியும். இப்போதான் ஆமாம், ஒரு 2 minutes இருக்கும்.
So let us start with how the Government Museum Chennai has been organized. See, it is a Chennai Museum is the second largest.
Ma'am, make it the presentation mode.
Yeah. I am making it as a
full screen.
Full screen. Full screen. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, now fine.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome. So Government Museum Chennai is the second largest and the first museum in the independent India. See how it was started was in the year 1828, the Madras Literary Society and Auxiliary of the Asiatic Society of London started its campaign to start a museum of economic geology. Its first officer, honorary officer in charge was Surgeon Edward Green Balfour, and the museum was thrown open to the public in 1851 with 1,100 geological specimens. And the contributions were mainly from the members of the then European community and from our Indian origin, Rajas of Cochin and Travancore, Nawabs of Jamindars were the Indian donors. So let us move to the Botany galleries, which can be reached through a flight of staircase in the first floor next to the Jain Sculpture Gallery. See, we have arranged the systematic botany gallery according to the lineage system of classification. So here we have got all the plants added according to the time. So all the plant collections, it was started with Bedom's collection. So here you can see the another view of polypetalae, and we have made it as a herbarium presentation according to the different families. And now we have updated some of the families also. You can see how the visitors are entering, and on the side you can see the classification of the plants. We use different methods of displaying the classification. Now we have got the letter cutouts and we have pasted here, and we have arranged the plants accordingly. That is the thallophytes, which comprises of the bacteria, algae, fungi and lichens. This I am giving for the purpose of the students. So the students will be well versed in this bacteria or unicellular and microscopic organs. Algae are either aquatic, marine or terrestrial. And fungi, it is the microscopic, parasitic or saprophytes. So, and lichens are a combination of algae and fungi. Next, we have displayed the bryophytes. I am showing the slides, only I am saying about the classification, how we have arranged the specimens. So the bryophytes comprises of the liverworts and masses. And as you all know, there is no differentiation of this into root, stem and the leaves. And the best example are the Markantia and Rixia. In next classification, we have got it on display is the pteridophytes. And we all know simply the club moss, horsetail and ferns, which are used in floral decoration. And here they are differentiated into the stem, and within the soil it is called as a rhizome. And the young leaves are coiled like a wasp spring, and the spores are arranged in the margin. Next classification, we have gymnosperms. So gymnosperms, we all know, they are all having the naked seeds, and cycas spines are the best example, trees with exposed ovules and pollen grains. And again, coming to the angiosperms, we have got two divisions, dicotyledons and monocotyledons. So how we have arranged in the gallery, in the starting, we had the dry specimens. Dry means that is the herbarium specimens. And then the wet preservation in formalin. Next, we displayed the specimens as models, plaster of Paris clay models and wax models. And we had also the inclined drawing, watercolor, oil paint, photographs, everything. So this was the, initially they had the classification like that. And I'll just explain about the section. The botany section has got a curator, an assistant curator, and a technical assistant to assist. So these are the works, different types of algae we have given, and these are all the line drawings done by our technical assistants. So here you can see the wallwork, Pseudogonium, all the things displayed, and the display methods we change once in 2 years or 3 years, depending upon the needs. And here, regarding the collections, we go to the Kanyakumari and Rameshwaram for collection of the algal specimens. So here you can see the Halimeda specimens which are collected right on the field, and we have pressed it and we brought it here and get it displayed on the exhibits as exhibits. So next is the fungus. See, this is one of the interesting specimens we are having. This is called as a bracket fungus, and this is one of the ancient collections. This is more than 150 years old. So when the students come here, they are able to handle with a specimen to see all the interior details for the school students. Here again, this toadstool. Say, I'm just rushing through my slides because I have to complete it in time. This is the toadstool, which is a very poisonous mushroom. And this has taken a lot of effort by the technical assistants. They were called the botanical assistant in those days. To preserve such a huge specimen, they had taken almost 6 months for preservation in the formalin. So 1:7 is the wet preservation. 1 portion of formalin preserved in 7 portion of water. So this is one of the ancient specimen of this botany section. Again, here you can see the live specimen of lichens, and here we display it through the models. So lichens, they are only a combination of algae and fungi together. Next, this is the lineage system of classification we have displayed, and we update the binomial classification as and when it gets changed. So we give the details about the plants. So this is the Michaelia champaka. We get all the details, class, subclass, series, like that. And here it is the line drawing done by the botanical assistant, and these are the herbarium specimen. This is again all this display techniques you can see. This is all very early period. We got our own press and we get all the labels printed over there, and all this are done by the curator, assistant curator and the technical assistants. And the job of the technical assistant is to preserve these specimens, and even a fungus is seen on one sheet, they have to change all the things and preserve it and conserve it in the saturated solution of rectified spirit with mercury chloride. Here again you can see some of the specimens which are very old, and almost all the specimens in the botany galleries are more than 100 years old. And here again you can see the representation of the herbaria with wet specimen, and this is for the children. Morphology, how the plants, that is the flowers, inflorescence, racemose, cymose, and then the insect pollination, and how the insect pollination occurs. These are all by the models, and when the school children comes, they are very much interested in seeing the models, and they take down the notes and even they draw the diagrams. So here again the plant morphology you can see. This is the vivipary specimen. It's the original specimen of mangrove, and how the saplings are arising from the plant. And this is a Nepenthes pitcher plant. This was done during our training course on plant modeling, and one of the student has done it. So we have displayed it in our gallery also. So as people know, the insectivorous plants, it is one of the interesting plants. Why the plants eats insects? That is the question. See, these plants, they are having nitrogen deficiency and they grow in the damp soil. So just to get rid of it, they have developed different trapping mechanism. Here you can see the sundews. They are only fly paper plants, and they have long tentacles on their leaves, and these stalks are tipped with glands which are very brightly colored to attract their prey, and they have attractive nectar. So once the prey gets into that, it cannot go outside, and it is thoroughly digested and it is sent to the various parts of the plant. So it is called as a dead trap. So even the bladder words. Next slide, you can see the specimen itself. They appear so small and delicate, and they grow in the pond. These are known as the fastest killers of the plant kingdom because they swallow a mosquito larva in 1/50 of a second. You can just imagine 1/50th of a second using a trapdoor. And once the insect gets into that and the trapdoor closes on the victim, they digest with the digestive enzymes. And for the example is Drosera vermani. And you can see the tentacle motion is faster. They can just bend over 180 degree. Just imagine 180 degree in just 10 seconds. That is one of the interesting features. Here again, this is about the places where these insectivorous plants grow with soil with nitrogen deficiency, and they grow mostly in wet areas rising from the sea level to the mountains. And they have evolved different techniques over thousands of years, and to fool the insect, they have developed the traps and bladder-like structures, sundew-like structures. So here you can see the pitcher plant, and this is the nephanthus you can see, and here again it is the bladder plant, and you can see one monkey drinking the digestive enzyme of the insectivorous plants. So here you can see this is a nephanthus bladder plant, and here again you can see the Diania Venus flytrap. See, when measuring these pictures, they are large enough to hold 7.5 liters. Just imagine these small pitchers, they are able to store 2 gallons of water. Like nephanthus, they trap frogs in this. And these pitcher plants have 2 different types of pitchers. That is, some pitchers have the pitchers lying low to the ground to attract the crawling insects, and some higher up to catch those that fly. For example, the Asian pitcher plant, it has got a very brightly colored rim and an enriching half-closed lid, so that when the curious insects, they are tempted by the color, they come close to sip the drink. They gradually slide down the slippery slope to their deaths. And even hair-like growths along the pitcher walls ensure that nothing can come out, and the digestive enzymes will thoroughly digest the prey. And even a tiny insect like a midge might be digested in a few hours, but a housefly takes a couple of days. That is the interesting fact of the insectivorous plants. Here you can see, these are all another method of display. We have got the hydrophytes and xerophytes. These are all the vinyl plants along with the original specimens, cactus and other things, so that the students, when they come over here, they know the atmosphere or the ecological habits of the plants in which they live. Here, it is one of the painting by the famous artist of those days in 1950s by S.N. Rao. You can see the giant water lily. It is able to support a girl weighing 65 kg. It is because of the multi-reticulate venation on the underside of this giant water lily. And some of the wet preservation, this is Musa paradisaica, and all these specimens can be collected from the field itself. And regarding the collection, I want to say, even now, people doesn't know how the museum collections are augmented. Say, actually, we publicize in the papers that those objects which are of antique value, which cannot be preserved from their home, they can donate to the museum. So we are properly making it accessioned, and we will also be acknowledging the person. So this through this lecture, I want to emphasize that those things, that is not the unwanted things, which are really deserving, and people's value should be placed here, and those objects can be given to the museum. See, here again, it is the Triassic period. You can see the painting very nicely drawn by the artist S.N. Rao. And this also attracts most of the foreigners because they are interested in the paintings. They just look at it almost for 2 to 3 minutes. Then they make a note and they ask about this also. Here again, you can see the rainforest painting and the different types of flora and fauna, which is seen within the rainforest. You can see the snake here and the lateral roots, and here you can see the mushrooms, and here you can see the cannonball tree. So this is some of the interesting pictures in the gallery. So coming to the plant fossils, we have got the original specimens. Almost the museum specimens are all original specimens. We are not making any models which are not wanted in that. Okay, here you can see most of the plant fossils are from Ariyalur, and most of the leaf specimens, they get easily fossilized by various methods like compression, impression, and then there are also the petrified fossils, and we have got the cast and mold system also. And here this particular plant fossils case, the specimens has been donated by the Madras Christian College Botany Department, and we are very happy to say that we have been conducting so many exhibitions, and throughout the city, most of the colleges have participated and collaborated with the botany section in organizing such exhibitions, and they give the excess materials collected by the students, which we properly acknowledge. So this is one of such case wherein the our contribution and students' contributions go together. So this is one of the interesting part. This is the rosewood tree, and this has been donated by the Raja of Travancore. And here you can see this is almost 200 years old. That is at the time of collection, that is in 1860s. So now it is almost 200 years, more than 200 years old. And this has been kept on display for showing the tree ring dating. Yeah, this is a wonderful specimen, and it attracts most of the students, research scholars, public, and the foreigners. Here you can see it is about 500 years old at the time of collection. That is, it has got the historical background, which has been marked along the growth rings. See, every year, all of you know that the tree produces a ring called as an annual growth ring. See, this annual growth ring, this tree has started growing in the year 1400, and it has completed its growth in 1900. So what are the historical events that has taken place has been marked along the growth ring. So you can see the foundation of Pondicherry, and then the fall of beginning of the Fort St. George, fall of Vijayanagar Kingdom, and then the landing of Vasco da Gama. This has been done pretty well in those periods that it has been kept on display in 1860s itself. So here you can see the death of Tipu Sultan. Another thing is this tree ring dating is a very, very important source for many things to determine the ecology or the climatic feature of a region. See, for a flora, the flora and fauna, climatic factors determines the type of flora. So you can see whether there was ample rain when you see the closed tree rings, and when they are sparsely arranged, you can know very well there was some drought condition. Like that, it was also able to analyze in the shipwreck how old it was and what is the age. So the tree ring analysis forms a basis, a very important basis for these things. So this is one of the interesting specimens here. So we have got more than 300 timber specimens. As you all know, almost all the trees, they are put to timber use based on the softness or the hardness. They are put to various uses like decorative purpose, temple architecture, or building purpose, or for making furnitures like that. So we have got this. So here you can see the temple architecture specimens, mostly this Tectona grandis, that is the teak, rosewood, and then lebbak, that is in Tamil it is called as a vagai tree. Most of them are put to economical use. So what is the need for preservation? Why the botanical specimens should be preserved? That is to preserve the color and prevent insect and fungal attack. We are preserving the specimens. I want to say the flora almost in all the places are getting slowly, what to say, what we have seen the flora some 100 years back, most of them are not to be seen now. See, the Britishers, when they come over here, they planted most of the ornamental trees, avenue trees, and whichever is giving peace of mind to the people, they have planted. But now, due to various reasons, the trees are fell down or cut down, and due to cyclone, like heavy rains, they are all going. Even in the Government Museum, Chennai, when I was a curator, I was able to identify more than 65 species of trees. But now, due to various galleries expansion and to various things, some of the trees normally fell down and some of the trees had to be cut down. So there is a need to preserve all this. How to preserve and how to collect the plants, that is the thing I have given here. This is for the use of students. And when you make the herbaria, that is the dry specimens, they are arranged according to the system of classification. And when you make a collection of plants, it is called as a herbaria. And I am very proud to say Government Museum Herbaria, it has got more than 5,000 specimens, and it is the best next to the Madras herbaria at Coimbatore. So there, why I am saying this is we have got a very beautiful collections of Bedom, Biddi, and our predecessors, Dr. Mayurnathan, he has collected almost all the plants of Tamil Nadu in 1930s itself. So, and we have made the herbaria and kept it displayed in the herbarium drawers. And these herbaria are the major sources of information about the plants and vegetation. What are the plants which were available in the 19th century and which were not available now? The students can easily go through. And they are very useful in the taxonomic research. And all species of the genera or whichever is available, they have been collected. And we have got a reserve collection also in our Government Museum, Chennai, wherein more than 4,500 specimens are there. And based on that, we can classify the world's flora also. And now I would like to say how the museum herbarium was built up by pioneers, like contributions from Colonel Bedom and Biddi also. Biddi was a very nice man in the field to say. He was dealing with pharmacologist. So he was growing such plants which can be put to use, and he himself has studied in the museum compound itself. And even the queue, they used to refer Dr. Biddi for making the vegetable dyes, how to make the vegetable dyes. He has actually suggested some plants for soil reclamation also. That is the Casuarina equisetifolia, that is the chaukumaram. And in recent times also, you can know, during tsunami period, how bad the situation was. And in Nahapatnam, they have planted more than 5,000 specimens of casuarina to prevent the soil erosion. So next we can see who all contributed to the collections. In 1861, Robert Brucefoot from Geological Survey of India, all prehistoric tools were collected and displayed in the Anthropology Gallery. So we are coming to the Economic Botany Gallery, which can be reached through the Systematic Botany Gallery. Here, all the economically important plants are put to use and they are classified basically on the needs. So all this case, cereals, oils, and everybody knows oil is extracted from almost all the plants yield oils, and they are based on the medicinal properties. And nowadays people are going after the plant products rather than the English medicines. As it is said in Siddha medicine, everybody is interested in taking the plant products, and when they come to this Economic Botany Gallery, they sit in front of all these showcases and they take their own time to see how various plants yield the oils. So now here you can see the narcotics case and these gums case. This is also another interesting showcase wherein people from the suburban areas or from the interior districts, they come, and we also collect some of the local names from them also. So when we are putting here one name, they will suggest another name. So for example, Nitya Kalyani, we used to say, then they say Sudugat Malli, like that. And we interact with the public also in getting some materials or information regarding this economically important plants. So here you can see the bamboo showcase. The diorama has been painted by our artist modeler. You can see the rhizomes, dendrocalamus, and the toy dogs which are put to use. Another thing is the bamboo rice, which is a very important source, and this is eaten during the time of famine by the people, and which is very rich in almost all the things and vitamins, minerals, and it is also very useful in preventing diabetic. And now almost all the people are suffering from type 1, type 2 diabetes, like that. So Moongil arisi in Tamil it is called, and it is also even suggested by the doctors, instead of the normal rice they can take this. So here you can see the fibers. Fibers is normally extracted from the bast, from the leaf, from the stalk, like that. So depending on the type of plants, this is the hibiscus sabdarifa, and how the fiber is extracted, we have displayed in different panels. So here you can see the eucalyptus and cinchona. This we collected from. See, one thing I want to say is the collections are made by the curators. They go to the field and they collect it, they preserve it on the field and bring it and display according to the theme of the display. So in this, another interesting thing is, this is a beggar's bowl, and this fancy bag is made of Acacia poinciana. That is Sihakai, it is called in Tamil. And this is a very famous Pattabanai mat from Tirunelveli. And they used to say this can be folded and kept even in a mash box and brought here. And here you can see the beggar's bowl. And this is again the gums showcase, which we already seen in a lateral view. Here, the beverages, this we collected from the Ooty, Nilgiris and Kunnur, and teas of different grades, grade 1, grade 2. And what are the adulterants? See, sometimes the tea dust is adulterated with sawdust and other materials. This we display here, and people are interested in seeing this in adulterant also. And this is a cocoa seeds, cocoa field, and cocoa seed preserved in formalin. And this is again another view of coconut and palmyra palm. This is one of the interesting showcase here. Here you can see the cannabis sativa, that is the ganja plant. This was collected. This is a prohibited plant that we should not grow anywhere. So this is used as a narcotics. So this is the original plant. Here you can see, and some of the mushrooms which produces the halogenic effects. The tribals mostly use this type of Amanita muscaria. This is one of the type of mushroom. This is the tobacco leaves, and these are the cigars. So we give the photography and the classification and the original specimens put together, which will be very useful for the students. Here again, you can see the various types of oils extracted from the plants. For example, the sunflower oil, castor oil, like that. We have got more than 50 specimens displayed here, along with the bilingual labels and the classification, so that there is a scholars who are doing research on that. They are very much benefited by this. Here again, this millets and pulses. As you all know, this is a rice ear head. And you can see the various varieties of Maplai, Samba, Ponni, and almost 50 plants. And I would like to say, during the 150th year of the celebration of Madras Museum, when the former president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, visited our government museum, the agriculture department, they have also given various varieties of paddy, which we put it on display for the benefit of the public. So here again, you can see the sugarcane case. This is the inflorescence, and what are the byproducts we got it from here. And the final extract of the fibers, the bagasse, it is put to use for paper and paper manufacture mainly. And the different types of disease by which the sugarcane is affected, that is the red rot disease, pink rot, like that. So these are all preserved in formalin, and when the farmers come, they enjoy this case also along with the paddy case. This is one of the interesting specimens. This is the skeleton of the sandalwood skeleton, which has been collected almost in the year 1870s. And from that time onwards, we are able to preserve it and put to use. And most of the public who are coming from the district areas, they used to say, and this is a sandalwood skeleton. Is it a real, or you are putting the models? Because we preserve it so much, it makes them to talk like that.
Madam Pushpa, please conclude.
Yeah, this is one interesting case, sir. I'll see. You have not given me the right time. Okay, sir. That is why I'm rushing through the slides. I am sorry to say that, sir. And kindly give me another 5 minutes because you said this is for the students and scholars. I am giving this. See, this is the plants and engineering case. If you are not able to allot me time, you could have told me in the beginning itself, just 10 minutes is sufficient. I could have concluded. Okay, sir? Kindly.
Yes.
Are you allowing, or shall I close?
Allow.
Okay, sir. Because I find it disturbing when I want to convey some message to the students. Okay, sir. This is the tip of needle. You can see the plants and the engineering showcase is a very, very important showcase. How the plants are very helpful in the architecture. See, here you can see a needle with so many bifurcations. Where you see a cactus spine, you see the smooth structure. Okay. Here again, you can see, I told you about the giant water lily on which a girl is sitting, no? Here you can see the multi-reticulate venation. And from the cactus, the ferroconcrete structure, it has been developed. Okay, this is the first flight that has been made on the use of the seeds, Xenonia seed. So based on that, they have made the first flight. And here the corrugation technology of the palm leaf corrugation technology has developed. So these are all the diagrams which shows the background of the plants. Okay, these are all some of the important flora. I am just rushing through. This is the Adenanthera pavonina, it is called as a coral wood. And Coropita guyanensis, I am showing the photos along with this. And this is called as a cannon ball tree, and it is native to South America. Here you can see it is one of the interesting plants. This is called as a Caryota urens, and it has been made mentioned in the Sangam literature plants. And here you can see the inflorescence. And then is the Ficus glomerata. It is again the cluster fig, Atti. Okay. Here you can see the Mimosops LNG. It is called as a Magillum poo, Magillum. I am only showing the, and here you can see some of the important collections of Dr. P.V. Mayuranathan. These are all the collections. We have got more than 100 specimens collected by P.V. Mayuranathan throughout Tamil Nadu. So these are some of the important collections. And this is one of the interesting trees which are found within the museum compound. This is called as a babo or monkey bread tree because the monkeys used to feed on this. And here you can see this is the original tree which is inside the Government Museum at the back side of the bronze gallery. You can see the trunk resembles the elephant. So this is called as the Aanai Puliyamaram in Tamil, and it is a native of Africa. So during the tree census, students, you can see 5 or 6 students. So the overall circumferences is about 31 feet. So 4 or 5 students, they just put their hands together. So you can see the girth of the tree, and here the water is stored very nicely. And when the age is coming near, it makes a shallow hole and people are accommodating as a dwelling place. So here again, you can see the cannonball tree. That is the Nagalingabiram. Coropita guyanensis it is called. This is one of the timber yielding plants. That is Swartenia mahogany. And here again, you can see the Kygelia pinnata, and this fruit, it is specially designed for the pollination by the bats. And this is the Adenanthera pavonina, which is used as a dweller's bait. And this is very often confused with Abrus precatorius. That is Kundumani, wherein a black color will be there. This is used during the Vinayakar Chaturthi for putting the eyes for player, Vinayakar. Okay, this is again, you all know the Dalanax regia, flamboyant tree, gulmohe tree, and this is the bael fruit. And this is the vagai tree. This is again mentioned in the Sangam literature plants, wherein the king, after a victorious return to the palace, they all welcome him with this vagai flower. Vagai means victory. Okay, this is a Polyalthea longifolia. This is called as the Ashoka tree, but actually this is not the original Ashoka tree. The actual specimen is Saraka indica, wherein it is mentioned in Ramayana as Sita used to sit under this tree. And this is used as an ornamental tree. Okay, this is a Peltophorum chirocarpum. These are all the trees within the museum campus. And this is a Ficus religiosa. And this is again the biodiesel tree. And Tabibia rosea, it is only ornamental tree producing pink trumpet flowers. And here again, you can see the Ravanella, and this is called as a traveler's palm. And the stalk stores so much water, and it is used by the travelers, and hence the name traveler's palm. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have completed my topic.
Yes. Dr. Aruna, madam, please conclude.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And give your view.
Madam, thank you so much for taking us visually to the museum. It was like holding our hands with you and taking us to the museum walk and the tree walk in the museum campus.
Thank you.
Really, we feel like we should take our students to the museum and learn. So your talk actually kindled a lot of interest to the audience about all the galleries that are in the museum. Very, very useful lecture given by you, ma'am. And the pictures, we can see the dedication that you have given for this program. You have took a lot of efforts for sharing all the galleries, because I visited the museum, so I can understand the galleries that are present there. So you have took a lot of immense efforts to showcase all the galleries of the museum, that is especially in botany. Thank you so much for your sharing your wise knowledge and experience to all the participants. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna. And is there any questions, sir, or are you winding up the session? Let me know. Is there any
Are there
questions?
any questions, dear participants?
Please. Okay, madam. Thank you, Dr. Pushpa, madam, for giving a nice talk and so the museum gallery, plants and other herbaria, all things is very fruitful for our audience and student. Our college made YouTube also of his lecture, all lectures. We will share just after ending the webinar. Thank you, Pushpa madam, and thank you, Dr. Aruna madam, for giving time and deliver talk and co-chair the session. Thank you. And now next
Thank you,
session.
sir. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to co-chair the session.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sir, thank you, sir, for having given me a chance to take your students as a virtual tour to my galleries.
Yes, yes.
Thanks a lot, and all my best wishes to you people who organized this wonderful seminar. And I congratulate all of you for your hard efforts, sir. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Good evening. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste. So next session, our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. G. Ramaswamy, formerly Professor Zoology and advisor Dhana Palakam College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Our eminent speaker, Dr. Shankar Narayana, head and in charge, Tamil Sangpala Lagai, University of Madhav, and co-chairperson, Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee, head Botany Department, KMM College, Pakhur, Jharkhand. So I am request to Dr. Satyanarayana, Dr. Shankar Narayana and Dr. Prasenjit, please chair and co-chair the session, and please Dr. Shankar Narayana, please introduce our eminent speaker, Professor G. Ramaswamy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Shall I start now, sir?
Yes, sir. Dr. Shankar Narayan actually is a Tamil expert of Tamil literature. Actually, this talk going on Tamil plant and animal on Tamil literature. So Dr. Shankar Narayana actually expert of Tamil literature chair the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, good evening to all. First of all, my sincere thanks to Government MS Golvalkar College Principal and College Management. My special sincere thanks to convener of this seminar for giving me this chairperson opportunity. Today, our resource person, Dr. G. Professor Senior Professor Dr. G. Ramaswamy of Zoology and Wildlife Whiteside. Now current working advisor and administrative officer of Professor Tanabalan College located at Kelambakam from Chennai. The topic is very different from what our resource person has to deliver us today. As a Tamil professor, I am also looking forward to what today's resource person has to say this research paper. This research paper, which combines science with Tamil literature, is very, very difficult and different topic. Today, our research person, Professor G. Ramasamy sir, has 33 years of outstanding work in education and research sector. He has excellent experience of working in education sector at all levels, including administrative work. He has guided 75 employed research scholars and 5 PhD scholars, received of the best guide by Tamil Nadu Science and Technology Award, Government of Tamil Nadu, Chennai. He got several projects, including University Grant Commission project. Published 15 above papers in UGC care list and peer-reviewed journal and etc. So many articles published in our major disciplinary. He got Vidya Ratna Award and American Man of the Millennium Award. He says, "My students are my property." He says, "My students are my property." It is a great that a professor with so much experience in the field of education is going to present a research paper in today's session. I invite the professor to come right on the topic of plants and animals of Thirukural, Tamil literature of world now work. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Now handing over the session to Dr. G. Ramasamy, sir.
Okay.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. 22 participants. Now the time is 5:19 and I will be taking just 10 to 15 minutes. As Mr. Ji has taken this third important seminar on heritage site, museum, other things, I wanted to present this one, though I am promoting only my students to participate in this particular program. Mine is something different. Why? Because I am taking this issue next month with international organizations to UNESCO. It's because UNESCO has given what is the heritage site. And it is heritage consists of 3 important criteria: cultural, natural, and mixed. And there they have given an excellent definition. Archaeological sites and works of monumental sculpture or painting, outstanding universal value. The criteria 1, to represent a masterpiece of human creative genius. This point we are taking. The second criteria, to exhibit an important interchange of human values over a span of time or within a cultural area of the world. We are talking about museum, we are talking about so many archaeological things. And everyone has accepted that Thirukural is 2000 years back, a Tamil literature work. And I am going to my PPT very fastly as I am knowing the value of time. And my own professor, Dr. R. Kanagasabai, my mentor is there. Salutations to him. My own students are attending to them and they are my assets, and I will be taking up very fastly to my ideas. I hope everyone is seeing my PPT. My PPT is available.
It is not on the screen.
No, sir, no.
It's not coming?
No, sir, not yet.
It's coming?
Not yet, sir.
1 minute.
Sir,
It's not coming?
sir, you are saying your side or our side?
I am seeing it.
It is not in our screen, sir.
Okay, I have sent it to the organizers. Whether they can share it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, first slide, please. Now visible? Okay, the first slide that I am presenting is very important, and please organize this. It's not coming up. It's coming.
Okay, sir.
1 minute, sir. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Dear John.
So I wanted to present this only because I have two important discussions on this. I sent it. It's because everyone is quoting Tirukkural, whether it is in Tamil Nadu or India or elsewhere.
Sir, can you share in your side, sir?
I am doing it.
Please, Dr. Prasenjit.
Yeah.
Please give tip, sir, for sharing the slide.
It's coming.
Right, it is actually, sir. It is the presentation is not with us, but not with me, in fact. So
it's not coming.
Not it, sir.
I'm saying it.
एक्चुअली जिसमें हमने डाउनलोड किया था वो कंप्यूटर भी गड़बड़ हो गया था, तो फिर निकालना पड़ेगा। सर का लेक्चर शुरू करवाओ संजीव जी, बोलिए।
I am saying it.
You may continue without.
Professor,
Yes.
sir, kindly listen,
Yes.
sir. You got on your
Yes.
laptop 4th option. One
Yes.
arrow mark is there, sir. You just click on that.
Yes.
Present now it will come. Okay.
It's
4th symbol,
where it
sir,
is?
arrow mark. Arrow mark is there. You click on that.
Which place?
That is
Bottom.
yes, in the bottom, 4th symbol. One arrow mark is there, sir. Arrow mark is there.
No.
கீழ ஒரு 3 புள்ளி இருக்கும் பாருங்க சார், ராமசாமி சார். 3 புள்ளி இருக்குதா?
இல்லையே சார்.
சார் நடுவுல பாட்டத்துல நடுவுல பாருங்க. ஒரு
ஸ்கிரீன்ல பாருங்க
arrow இருக்கும் பாருங்க. arrow இருக்குங்க.
arrow இல்லையே சார். PPT ல தான் இருக்கு.
உங்க
சார் நீங்க
லேப்டாப்ல
PPT போங்கடா. சார் நீங்க அங்க போங்க, PPT போங்கடா, நீங்க அங்க போங்க, கூகுள் மீட் போங்க.
ஓகே, 1 minute. கூகுள் மீட் இருக்கேன். 3 புள்ளி இருக்கு.
கூகுள் மீட்ல கீழ பாட்டத்துல ஒரு 3 புள்ளி இருக்கும் பாருங்கல்ல, ஒரு arrow மாதிரி இருக்கு.
எஸ் எஸ்.
அத கிளிக் பண்ணிட்டு ஷேர்னு ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கும் பாருங்க. ஷேர் யுவர் ஸ்கிரீன் இருக்கும் பாருங்க.
அதுல வந்து ரிப்போர்ட் ப்ராப்ளம் ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் அந்த 3 புள்ளி
ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் போட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களோட PPT ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன்ல வரும்.
அதுல சார் கீழ ஒரு arrow மாதிரி இருக்கும் பாருங்க, இல்லீங்களா? நடுவுல இருக்கும் பாருங்க.
4வது ஐகான் இருக்கும் சார், அது
ஷேர்
பிரசன்ட்
ஸ்கிரீன் இருக்கும் பாருங்க சார். ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் இருக்கும் பாருங்க. ஷேர் ஸ்கிரீன் இருக்கும் பாருங்க சார். நீங்க கூகுள் மீட்ல கரெக்டா உங்க சிஸ்டத்துல நடுவுல பாருங்க, கீழ பாட்டத்துல.
எஸ்.
அதுகிட்ட ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கும் பாருங்க. அதுல என்னென்ன ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கு சொல்லுங்க சார்.
ஒயிட் போர்ட், சேஞ்ச் லேஅவுட், எக்ஸிட் ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன், ஓபன் பிக்சர், அப்ளை
சார்
விஷுவல்.
அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஆப்ஷன்ல வாங்க. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஆப்ஷன் ஒரு ஏரோ மார்க் இருக்கு பாருங்க சார், அதுல வாங்க.
ஏரோ மார்க் அதுல இல்லையே. ரிப்போர்ட் ப்ராப்ளம்.
நீங்க மோர் ஆப்ஷன்ஸ்ல சொல்றீங்க, ஒயிட் போர்ட், சேஞ்ச் லேஅவுட், ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் எல்லாம் சார்.
ஓகே.
அது இல்லீங்க சார். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி 4th
யுவர் என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன்
சார் என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன். அத நமக்கு என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன் பண்ணுங்க.
பண்ணிட்டேன்.
பண்ணிட்டு இப்ப அங்க வாங்க சார். இப்ப அங்க போங்க.
எஸ். பண்ணிட்டு நான் இப்போ PPT ஓபன் பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. அது மேல வச்சு ஷேர்னு கீழ இருக்கு பாருங்க சார். கேன்சல் பக்கத்துல ஷேர்னு ஒரு பட்டன் இருக்கா?
ரைட் ஷோவா?
சார் அங்க போங்க. கூகுள் மீட்ல போங்க. அங்க போங்க. அந்த சைடு போங்க.
அதுல ஷேர்னு இருக்கு பாருங்க, லெஃப்ட் சைடு.
ஷேர் யுவர் அட்ரஸ்.
ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
அது கூட அத கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க சார். அத கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க. ஷேர் யுவர் எண்ட் ஸ்கிரீன் அதை கிளிக் பண்ண மேல
கேன்சல் தான் இருக்குது.
சார் அதுக்கு மேல
ஷேர் இருக்கு பாருங்க.
அது மேல ஒண்ணு இருக்கு பாருங்க, ஷேர் யுவர் ஸ்கிரீன் இருக்கு பாருங்க, அதுக்கு மேல
அது
அதை டச் பண்ணுங்க. அதை கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க, அதை கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க.
இல்ல இட்ஸ் நாட் கோயிங்.
கீழ பாட்டத்துல இருக்கு பாருங்க சார், ஷேர் நீட்.
அது போகல மேடம், கேன்சல்ல தான் இட்ஸ் த ஒன்லி இன் கேன்சல். இட்ஸ் நாட் டேக்கிங் அப் ஷேர்.
இது ஸ்லைட் ஷோல வச்சு கிளிக் பண்ணிட்டு அப்ப வந்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஷேர்னு வரும்.
1 minute.
நீங்க அந்த ஸ்லைட் வருது பாருங்க. யூ ஆர் பிரசன்டிங்.
வந்துட்டு
நான் ஷேர் பண்ணியிருக்கிறது அது வருது பாருங்க உங்களுக்கு.
மேம் ஷேர் பண்றாங்க பாருங்க.
ஓகே
மேடம்
நீங்க கேன்சல். ஓகே, அதுல
ஸ்டாப் பிரசன்டிங் நான் போடுறேன், நீங்க ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே
ஓகே, ஐ ஹவ் ஸ்டாப்ட். நவ யூ ஷேர். சார் வருதா
சார்? இப்போ கூகுள் மீட் போங்க சார்.
கூகுள் மீட்ல தான் இருக்கேன்.
அதுல கீழே ஷேர்னு இருக்கு பாருங்க, ஷேர்னு இருக்கா? அதை ஷேர்னு போடுங்க. அதை கிளிக் பண்ண உடனே யூ என்ட்ரி ஆன் ஸ்கிரீன் ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் வரும் பாருங்க மேல.
சார் நீங்க உங்களுடைய ஐகான் மேல வச்சு கிளிக் பண்ணிட்டு கீழே ஷேர்னு வருது பாருங்க சார், ப்ளூ கலர்ல வருது ஷேர். அதை கிளிக் பண்ணீங்கன்னா வந்துரும் உங்களுக்கு. இங்க யூ ஆர் பிரசன்டிங் யுவர் ஸ்கிரீன் வருது பாருங்க.
யார் பண்றா? வந்துருச்சு. யார் பண்றா மேடம்? நீங்க பண்றீங்களா?
இல்லைங்க சார், அவர் தான் பண்றாரு, அவருக்கு சொல்றேன் நான்.
வந்துருச்சு சார். அது நீங்க அதை அப்படியே மினிமைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க பிபிடி ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. ஒண்ணும் இல்ல, பிபிடி ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க இப்போ, அவ்வளவுதான். ஸ்டாப் பண்ணாதீங்க சார். கீழே பிபிடி ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க, ஸ்டாப் பண்ணாதீங்க. கீழே பிபிடி ஸ்டாப் பண்ணாதீங்க. கீழே பிபிடி இருக்கு பாருங்க, அதை ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. கீழே இருக்கு பாருங்க.
அப்புறமா இதை ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிடலாம்.
மேடம் இப்ப நீங்க தான் ஷேர் பண்றீங்களா?
இல்ல சார், அவர் தான் பண்றாரு. நான் அவருக்கு பண்றதுன்னு தான் சொல்றேன்.
நோ ப்ராப்ளம் மேடம்.
மைக் ப்ளீஸ் மீட் யுவர்செல்ஃப். ரத்ன சபாபதி சார், ப்ளீஸ் மீட் யுவர்செல்ஃப். சார் இப்ப பண்ணதே திருப்பி பண்ணுங்க சார். இப்ப பண்ணீங்கல்ல.
Here I'm telling that most of us we are quoting Tirukkural, but Tirukkural is just only 2 lines consisting of 7 words, and this is often quoted and people are not ready to read, or they are okay. Ratna Subhadi is also trying.
Yeah, I'm online, sir.
Okay, you are online.
Okay, sir, is there. Okay, sir.
PowerPoint is there, but it's not coming up. Present now. Arrow mark is there that I have to press.
போயிட்டு என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன் வரும் பாருங்க உங்களுக்கு.
Yes, share your entire screen is there.
ஆமாங்க சார், அதுல ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. your entire screenல கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க.
It's not taking up. It's coming, message is coming.
இல்லைங்க சார், இப்ப
அந்த மெசேஜ் மேல கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க. மெசேஜ் மேல டச் பண்ணலாம்.
நீங்க மேல இருக்கு பாருங்க, உங்க கர்சர் அதுல வச்சிட்டு பண்ணீங்கன்னா கீழே ப்ளூல ஷேர் வரும்.
ப்ளூல கேன்சலுக்கு தான் போகுது, ஷேருக்கு இட்ஸ் நாட் டேக்கிங் அப்.
நீங்க சார் நீங்க உங்க மேல உள்ள ஐகான்ல கிளிக் பண்ணுங்களேன், உங்களுக்கு ஷேர் யுவர் என்டையர் ஸ்கிரீன்ல ஸ்கிரீன் வருது வித் ஐகான்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, ஒவ்வொருத்தர் பேசுறது அதுல வச்சு பண்ணுங்க, மேல வச்சு கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க.
Yes, I have done it.
ரைட், அவ்வளவுதான் சார். வந்துச்சு சார். இப்ப பிபிடி கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க. இப்ப பிபிடி கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க. அவ்வளவுதான், டன்.
ஓகே
visible sir, visible.
Okay, I have given it as it's a monumental moral book, or as GUPERP has called it, it is the universal holy book. It's coming.
Yeah.
Yes
Okay.
sir.
Yes sir, yes sir. நீங்க ஒண்ணும் பண்ண வேண்டாம். அப்படியே ஸ்லைட மட்டும் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
It is talking about all these things you are knowing. Virtue, wealth, love, and it is 1330 verses or couplets. Thiruvallur, first one is invocation, and no God is identified. And though at that time people were there with so many religious attachments, but this one is not giving any God identity. The second chapter is on anything?
Nothing, sir. Forward. Nothing, sir.
Second chapter is on rain, and it is the worship of nature. And I'm coming to a very important topic. I don't want to talk more about this. Only two flowers are mentioned in Tirukural. One is Anicham, and I have consulted all my botany professors, museum people. What is this Anicham? It is considered a tender flower, a small petiole, and some. If you go to Google, it says it is scarlet pimpernel, but it is a weed, and some say it is snake jasmine. I wanted to present this only because some botanists may clarify my doubt on Anicham. Anicham, Annapum, அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. அது அன்னத்தூவியும் ரொம்ப அனிச்சப்பு கால்களையால் பெய்தால் நுசுப்பிற்கு நல்ல படாப்பறை. It's having a small petiole, and people are not ready to give what is this Anicham. Then second one, about this Kualai, cup flower. According to, I went through Google, I consulted all the people. People are telling it may be due to some lily family, and we are not very sure. Then Kotupu, I just mentioned just some of the flowers. It may be a flowers as in hibiscus. I have given, but some people helped me, but they are not very sure about what was there in 2000 years ago. I am going fast. And why it is unique, written in language, at that time Saivism, Vaishnavism was there, but author's identity is not relieved, and it is not portraying any religion, any god, or any philosophy. All these things. Then there was much talk about agriculture. There is one Uravu, 10 couplets, and also about soil. Then I am going to the plants, where he was telling about the bamboo, the thorn tree, mul maram. Then what may be, I'm asking all these things, only botanists or some of the experts can clarify this one to me. Then he is telling about most about a poison tree, nachu maram, and people are not ready to say what it is. And then I am coming to biodiversity concepts, and I am going to very important one about the fauna, where he is giving about tortoise, he is telling about the crocodiles, he was telling about the birds like crow, peacock, barn owl, egrets, etc. And very important thing is, it tells about the universal morals. That is one important thing. It may be as like good decorum, compassion, possession of wisdom, manly effort likewise. Then finally I am coming. In UNESCO, we can say that universal morals are listed, easy, acceptable, and practical, and everlasting. The verses are easy to learn and memorization often quotable. Book cost is cheap. Worldwide acceptance and international conferences are held. Several e-magazines are there. We are also working with it. And Tamil Nadu government has declared 17th January of every year as Thiruvallur Day. And mammoth, 133 feet Thiruvallur statue was erected in Bay of Bengal. And finally, I'm coming, G.U. Pope rightly called Thiruvallur as universal bard. And in accordance, I am stating that Thirukkural is an universal holy book or moral book or a monumental book. That's all about it. I want to stick to time. So thank you all. And I want clarification on two things. One about Anicham, another one about that Kavariman. And it is not a deer. Mayurnipin, Vada, Kavariman, I have not covered all these things. And if any expert is there, I am ready to accept. And now we are having a very big project. And our literature is mainly what we say is, our literature is data, a big data, and we are trying to have a data mining, and we are scientists who are working on this, whether that animal existed, that plant existed, whether it is now existing, what is it? Scientifically, we want to say. So as Thirukkural is a world literature, people are making data mining on it. As a scientist, I'm also trying, and if any experts are giving clarification to me, I am welcome. so that I will be taking this to other level. Thank you all for patiently listening. And if any doubts, I am ready to clarify. Over to my chairperson or my co-chair.
Yes. Thank you, sir. This is Dr. Prashanjit.
Okay.
Sir, thank you for the yes, thank you for the wonderful presentation, sir. Although this is in Tamil literature, but I have seen that I am experiencing last 1.5 year.
Okay.
That now this kind of work is going on. So I'm very happy to see the first time like plants and animals in Ramayana, plants and animals in your by Rabindranath Tagore.
Yes.
So, sir, really just this kind of thing in our literature, our ancient literature, the people are this way. The people will are reading at least, and mining data. You were told that the data mining are going on, and the wonderful things are certainly just you people are actually trying to get Anicham. You told Anicham, yeah. So still that is not yet discovered. Which plant is that?
But people are still telling that it is there. Even the Pushpa madam I have consulted, nothing is there in my government museum, and everyone is knowing it.
Oh, right. So this is fine, sir. With the literature, at least we are knowing which plant are 3,000 years back. Actually, so at least whatever the plant which were present during that period, whether this is present or not. So really, it's a wonderful kind of thing that through the plants, either we are going to find out the plants, we are reading at least, we are going through the literature, or ancient literature. So this is a wonderful thing, sir. And thank you for the excellent presentation and a very short span you have presented all your slides. So really, sir, it's thanks a lot for this.
Okay, thank you.
Actually,
my own person is there. Salutations to him, Dr. R. Kanakaswamy is there. My own students are there. I used to say my students are my assets, and they are the speakers. And here we are doing a very big project on Tamil literature, which is 2,000 years. This is worldwide, and we are taking it to UNESCO. And this presentation, I hope that will also help me, but no experts are there. The last session was given with time duration. And thank you all for patiently hearing it, and no experts to clarify my own doubts. Thank you all.
Yes. So, Dr. Sankar Narayana, hello. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
About Thirukural and some
okay,
Thirukural.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, it's a very nice, wonderful session. I have no word about explanation SAR session. சார் உண்மையிலே நல்லா இருந்தது சார். உண்மையிலே நிறைய ஆச்சரியமா இருந்தது. தமிழ்ல நிறைய ஆய்வு பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க, பூக்களை பத்தி நிறைய பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. இருந்தாலும் நீங்க உங்க ரிலேட்டடா பண்ணது ரொம்ப இதா இருந்தது. டைம் இல்ல சார், அது ஒண்ணுதான் பெரிய டிராபேக். டைம் இருந்தனா நீங்க கிட்டத்தட்ட 76 ஸ்லைடு ஏதோ போட்டிருக்கீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி தான் மிஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. பட் நீங்க கொண்டு சொல்ல வந்த
கிளாரிஃபிகேஷன் சொல்றதுக்கு யாரும் இல்ல. எனக்கு கிளாரிஃபிகேஷன் சொல்றதுக்கு யாரும் இல்ல.
சார் once again சார், ப்ரொஃபசர் சார், மோப்பக்குழையம் அனிச்சம் சொன்னீங்க இல்லையா? அனிச்சம் மலருக்கு சிலர் அனகாலிஸ் ஆர்வன்சஸ் சொல்றாங்க. பட் மோப்பக்குழையம் அனிச்சம்னும் பொழுது மைமோசாஸ் பிடிச்சி, அதாவது தொட்டால் சினிங்கி இருக்கு பாத்தீங்களா, அது கூட குழஞ்சு போறதுதான்.
There is no flower. That flower is not used for wearing. பெண்கள் அது தள்ள வச்சுக்கிறது இல்ல.
அது வெச்சுக்கிறது இல்லன்னு, பட் இட் ஹஸ் a mention in the சங்கம் plants also. சங்கம் லிட்டரேச்சர்
சங்கம் லிட்டரேச்சர்ல இருக்கு. இது சங்கம் காலத்துக்கு பிற்காலத்துது. இதுல இருக்கு, சங்க காலத்துலயும் இருக்கு. அனிச்சப்பூ கால்களையால் பெய்தால் நுசுப்பிற்கு நல்ல படாப்பறை, அத தள்ள சூடிக்கிட்டான்னு ஒரு வரி வருது திருக்குறள்ல. சோ அது சூடிக்கொள்ளக்கூடிய வாசனை மிக்க ஒரு மலர். அது என்ன மலர் தான்? ஏன்னா மைமோசா பொடிகா இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் லீவ்ஸ். I consulted some experts.
Flowers also, sir, but as you say, நீங்க அது தலையில சூடுறது கிடையாது. ஏன்னா அது தொட்டாலே சிந்திடுறது, அவ்வளவுதான்.
That's right.
So let us also do some research, no problem. And very nice presentation you have made. In spite of all the difficulties, you have won it. Thank you, sir.
I no man. Yeah, always.
The organizers have given short time. Thank
No
you
problem.
for the organizers and chairpersons. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Okay.
you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
G.
Sir, just a minute.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Dr. Shankar Narayana sir and chairperson, as well as Dr. Scan Mishra sir for providing a great opportunity to listen. Sir, one thing, Dr. Ramaswamy sir, it's all about, I think it's all about your nature, the conservation of the nature too. Because the second chapter you told that it's discussed about the rain as well as the discussed about the agricultural soil. So I think it has emphasized on the conservation of the nature.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Only because of it, and it's a holy book. And 1848 itself, G. Pope has given that it is an universal holy book. Everyone, including our PM, everyone is quoting. So we wanted to say it is purely on moral values of human beings.
Exactly.
It should be taken as a heritage monumental work of India, Bharat, or anything. That is only my
heritage monumental work.
Heritage, only because of this I presented it. Heritage monumental work. And we are taking it to UNESCO on criteria 1 and criteria 2.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That's wonderful, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody?
Oh, thank you, all of you, sir. Dr.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ajit.
Ramaswamy, sir, Dr. Shankar Narayana, sir.
Thank you.
And Dr. Prasenji Mukherjee, sir, Madam Pushpa, Madam Pushpa, madam. Thank you, all of you, for giving your time. Yes,
Thank you
madam.
very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, you have taken a lot of
Thank
effort in organizing such a 10 days program, which is very difficult. And I congratulate all the people who are involved in it, sir. Congratulations once again.
And, madam, in previous series, we will. I am covered on about 200 talks about national park, sanctuary, biosphere reserve, botanic garden, zoological park, and now proceeding ongoing even after 1 or 2 months. 100 articles received and proceeding completed about one or 2 months.
Okay, sir.
Yes, 15 national park, 18 biosphere reserve, 22 botanical garden, and 17 zoological park, wildlife and plant botanical trees.
Yeah. It's a mega project you have undertaken, sir.
Yes.
And it's a very tedious process, and let your effort get fruitful, and all of our best wishes. Whatever help you want, you can also contact us. No problem,
madam.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prasenji ji.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Thank you, everyone.